Well, hello, I got my first viewer. Oh, he left. Okay. Oh, I got another viewer. Let's see who wants to have a chat with me today. Need to get up my mind off of a few things. Let's have a good show today, guys. Lots of laughs, joshing each other, man. Just having a great fucking time, you know what I mean? Let me know if anybody wants to come into the chat with me. And I'll send you a link, which will not be a problem at all. Let's see here. So who wants to come in, chat with me for a little bit? Let's have a good show, guys. 2 viewers now, right on. That works. If anybody wants to come in, let me know. I shall bring you in. I shall bring you in. I'm up for a good conversation today, guys. Who do we got here? Bohica. Good morning, Bohica. Would you like to come in, sir? Let me know if you want to come in, Bohica. I'd be happy to have you. Let's see. What did you say? No, I can't right now. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Not a problem at all, man. Not a problem at all. For anybody else out there that wants to come in, feel free to let me know in the chat. I'd be more than happy to have you guys in here. Let's have a good hangout today, guys. A good one. I need to get my mind off of a couple of things. That's why I haven't been producing videos that much. Want to joke around, have a good time, spread some happiness, humor, if my humor is actually worth a fuck. You know, because as far as I'm concerned, you know, humor is subjective. So what one person finds funny, another person might not find funny. William Mason, how's it going, sir? How are you doing? As for me, I'm doing okay today. Just wanted to have a hangout with everybody. You know, get my mind off of things. Let me know if anybody out there wants to come in. Let me know in the chat. So how are you doing, William? Are you doing okay, man? I'm enjoying the weather today. It is quite nice out here. It is really nice. The temperature ain't too hot. It ain't too cold. Well, I don't mind the cold, but it's really nice today. It's warm, comfortable for once. Instead of 115 degrees outside. Shit. You know? Damn. So who wants to come in? Or if you don't want to come in, that's fine. Feel free to ask me any kind of question you want in the chat. They say, from what I understand, guys, I'm still a little reluctant to do it But from what I understand, they say that this whole sniping situation is fixed. You know, people can't snipe the hangouts anymore. But I'm still not going to take a chance and put the fucking link in the description yet. You know. Well, I'm doing pretty good, William. Not bad at all, man. Not bad at all. Just sitting here, you know, wanting to have a chit chat with you guys. Good morning, the Forbidden Thinker. Would you like to come in, sir? Just woke up myself. Oh, okay. That works. Would you like to come in, Forbidden Thinker? All right. Let me send you an invite. Let's see here. Let's see. Oops, I gotta go here. I gotta get the link, of course. All right. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go. Let me get the link. All right. I need to fix this real quick. All right. Now I need to place the link right here. All right. Let's see. Oh, come on, man. Let's see. INKER. All right, found you. All right, Forbidden Thinker, I sent you an invite, man. Right there. You should be getting it here in a second. Just let me know. Let me know if you actually get it. Let's see what else we got here. Well, I'm glad it's cooler where you're at, William. Because, see, I like the cool weather, man. I really love the shit out of the cool weather. Let's see. All right. Let's see if we can get some people in here. Oh, let's see. Nobody yet. So what are you guys up to today? Working or at home relaxing? What is the plan for today? What exactly do you have in store for yourself? As for me, I'm not sure yet. I really am not sure. Let's see. 4 viewers so far. Does anybody else want to come in? Feel free to let me know. Forbidden Thinker, I sent you the invite, man. I sent you the link. Let me know if you want to come in, man. What else do we have here? Oh, okay. Nobody yet. You know, you guys can comment. Oh, shit. Oh, let's see here. What do we have here for Mr. William? Last few days were on and off rain. Well, I tell you what, over here, William, we have had a lot of rain lately for the past week. It has been raining a lot, and I mean a lot over here. But it's good because I like the moisture. I really do. And after it rains, it smells so much better out in the air when the rain settles and everything, the storm passes. It gets a little humid because of the heat, but you know, it's so much better afterwards because all I smell is dust. And then, you know, miles out of town, there's a slaughterhouse, so I smell cow shit in the fucking air and all kinds of nasty stuff, man. It's really nasty, you know. It is really nasty. Hold on, Forbidden Thinker. Let me feature you. Okay, you could go ahead and unmute yourself, man.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you just fine. What's up?
Good. Just working on a few projects of mine, and I'm currently trying to contemplate on which videos should I respond to now, because I'm at the point where I don't know what to do for my next video other than Steve Shives.
Yeah. Oh, so you're working on another Steve Shives project, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm trying to make it a bit longer and see if that works out. And I might be showing some clips that Steve recently put in private. So yeah, that'll be interesting.
Oh yeah. You got some of that footage or what?
Oh yeah, I got some of that footage. I was actually lucky that I downloaded all 3 videos before he put them on private now.
Oh shit!
Like
you better be careful because he'll flag that shit, dude.
no, he may or may not see it, but you know, I'm at a point where I just don't care, and if he does, I'll let the bigger subscribers know about it, and I'll share them with the videos. So he won't be able to win there.
Yeah. Secular Lobster Ministry says Steve Shives suck my fuck stick.
Yeah, he really does need to suck that stick. And the surprising thing is he put 3 videos on private, which was his 5 stupid things about Islam, 5 more stupid things about Islam, then 5 stupid things about Muhammad, and he put those on private for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man.
I know, and I think the reason why he put those on private is because they're the only things left of when he used to criticize Islam.
Yeah. Do I hear a TV in your background, man?
Oh, sorry, TV's loud where I am. I'm trying to turn it down.
Yeah, go ahead and turn it down for a little bit. I'm just trying to protect my channel, man. Let's see what else we got here. Secular Lobster Ministry says jukebox Saturday nights. The Atheist Jew. I wouldn't mind joining in. All right, the Atheist Jew, I'll send you a link. Bohica, I watched the musical The Book of Mormon last night. It was funny as hell. No thanks. I don't want to watch that. You ever heard of that, Forbidden Thinker?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just I've heard of it. I've never seen it though. Sounds hilarious to me. Are you there?
Oh yeah, trying to turn down the TV and it's not cooperating.
Oh. Oh, okay. All right. Now we got that out of the way. Sent you a link, the Atheist Jew. Secular Lobster Ministries. Steve Shice has a vagina and he bitchscapes. Oh, it's made by the South Park guys, Bohica. Oh, I see. I have to take a look at it. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Hold on, the Atheist Jew. Let me feature you real quick. All right, you're open there, man.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on?
Pretty good. My cat eating my corn dog.
Oh yeah. I heard a rumor, but I don't know. I'm not sure how true it is. I heard that they had fixed the sniping bullshit.
Yeah,
What
they
do you?
did. They
Oh,
did, yeah.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, you know a guy named Rev News or something like that? He's a cool Christian. He tested it, I think, on one of his, on a test room, and he couldn't snipe anybody, so it seemed like it did fix.
Oh, I see. Okay. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I made all the Mandela effect people crawl out of the hole that they live in and pretty much flooded my channel when I refuted the Mandela effect. It was pretty funny. Had a good time last night.
Oh, okay. Well, hell, I might just put the link in the description then, just to test it out. I don't know, man. I just don't know.
Yeah, they came in and they were like, and pretty much everybody was just really butthurt about it. And then I got all downvotes on my video, which I don't give a fuck about downvotes on my video. Like whatever, I'll still make videos.
Why did you get downvotes on? Why did you get downvotes on your videos?
Pretty much like I refuted the Mandela effect through scientific.
Oh.
Yeah, and then all the Mandela effect people came in that video. I got like 80 something views, so it's like, thanks for the views, fuckers. Keep downvoting. Give me more views.
Yeah. Yep. Never trust a stoned lobster. Bohica Dropsort says corn dogs for the mouth and cornhole. Oh man, you guys sure know how to cheer people up. Oh shit.
Is this a bit quieter for you?
Oh yes, I hear you much better now. So did you hear about that Forbidden Thinker? How the
What?
Did you hear about the sniping bullshit being fixed?
Oh, I've heard about the rumors, but I never figured if it was true or not because I haven't seen any evidence yet. But have you seen it?
No, the atheist Jew just told me that they fixed the sniping problem.
Yeah, a friend of mine tested it out on his phone and he couldn't do it anymore.
Ah, well, that's nice. Certainly, that's actually really nice, and I bet you anything the people that do the sniping thing aren't going to be pleased about this for a long time.
Yeah.
Either that or they'll try and find another loophole, like they always try and do.
The only thing that's kind of annoying is it took Google forever to fix it. It's like, come on, guys, really?
Yes. Hey, Tento, how's it going, man? You want to come in? You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and put the link in the description and see if it works. Okay, I trust your word there, the atheist Jew.
Well, don't. I mean, go ahead. I believe my sources, but I don't want anybody to get sniped and they'd be like, "The fucking Jew lied to us. He lies."
It's a conspiracy. The Jews are taking over the fucking world.
Yeah, but
Oh shit. Oh fuck. It's crazy. I gotta give you shit, man. You know that, don't you?
dude, I get shit by everybody. It's good. Hell, I'll shit on my stuff a little bit.
Oh shit. Let's see here. Hold on a second. I gotta fix a few things. And let's see here. Okay.
Yeah, I go to Naughty's Hangouts, and when I ask for the link to come in to discuss things, a lot of people joke that I gotta give them 10 gold pieces for the link.
Yeah.
They do that to me. I don't have any gold
You don't have any gold? Why not?
because I'm not allowed to tell you where my gold is.
Oh, you have some gold or what? Let me have some.
You gotta find them. I buried it somewhere, and I forgot where I buried them.
Cheap ass. Ah, you're one of them. You're one of them. What do you call it? Those people that hide their treasure and then forget where the fuck it's at.
I call that a weed smoker, but yeah, that's me, I guess. I'm like, shit, where did I put my money?
Oh shit. Oh shit. All right, everybody. I got a couple of features on. I went ahead and put the link in the description. If it gets a little stupid in here, I'm just gonna shut it down. We'll see how. We're going to test this theory out. So refresh all your pages out there, and if you want to come in, come in.
I'll be right back. I gotta charge my laptop again because it's been going on without the power cord, so I'll be right back.
Can you just plug it in while you're doing the hangout?
Not really. My laptop doesn't work that way, so I have to leave for like 5 minutes for my laptop to charge.
Oh, well, it only takes 5 minutes?
Yeah.
What kind of laptop do you have? Or laptop on steroids or what?
Yeah, my laptop takes a lot of power, especially with the video rendering, and like
Yeah.
you're talking about a laptop that once rendered a 3-hour response because of Steve Shives. Yeah, it's going to take a bunch of power.
Yeah. All right, man. Hopefully you can come back.
All right.
What's up, Tento?
Whippity whoop, how it do?
Pretty good, man. Yeah, I got the news yesterday.
On what?
Huh?
On what?
PW Swivel.
Oh, yeah. I learned about it in the Darren Kermit video.
Yeah, it kind of I wasn't in my right mind yesterday, man.
Yeah, that's fucked up, though. Yeah, that's life, man.
Yeah, 'cause I don't know, man. It's just it kind of hit me hard there for a while yesterday night because he was a really good friend of mine. He was one of my best friends on here, man.
Mm-hmm.
But
I didn't get to meet him, but I was skimming through his content.
yeah.
Yeah.
So right now I'm working on a tribute video for him.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, to put on my channel. I got to get a hold of a few people to take care of some private business. And as far as PW Swivel is concerned, and then it'll be situated.
Mm-hmm.
So what you been up to, Tento?
Getting ready for school. Got a guitar. Just not much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Mhm. How about you?
I'm doing all right, man. Doing pretty good.
That's dope.
Just what's that?
That's dope.
Yeah, it is actually pretty good today. I'm in a much better mood today than I was yesterday. I'll tell you that much.
Hmm.
Just wanted to come in and have a good hangout with you guys and just have a fucking dandy old time. You know. So what grade? Are you in college or do you go to high school still?
College.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm about in my second year.
Oh, right on. That's
Yeah.
cool. What's your major?
Uh, liberal arts. I was
Oh,
thinking of changing the major to something like audio engineering. I'm really only going so I could like have some time to do something on the side. I want to be able to master an instrument or two and then try to get in the industry.
oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah, for me, man, I've been wanting to go back to school, but I think I'm too fucking old for that shit.
My mother tells me that you're never too old. She always says, she always gives me stories about 40-year-olds and 50-year-olds and stuff going to school and reinventing their entire lives and stuff like that. I
Yeah,
mean, I think a lot of it's smoking. I mean, it does work, yeah, but I would just, me personally, I'm more of a hands-on. I'd rather just go for a job and build a resume, from the bottom up as opposed to just shoving out money to go to an institution.
yeah,
That's what I think personally.
yeah. Well, I kind of wanted to go back to school to study philosophy, man. I have a big attraction to philosophy. I always had for a long, long time.
That would be your major if you went back.
Just ask why all the time, and then you become a philosopher. The end.
Ask why all the time. Oh shit. Oh, let's see. Secular Lobster, get your ass in here, damn it.
Like, that's why I don't mind my nephews asking me why about everything. Because little kids are kind of like little miniature philosophers themselves.
Yeah.
Like, why is the sky blue? I don't know. Why is the grass green? I don't know. Just
Yeah. But before you before you can ask why the
Sad part is that after they ask those questions, usually the adults get sick and tired and they make their kids to be just as miserable as they are.
And then I tell my 3-year-old nephew that, and he's just like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Oh shit, man. So the atheist Jew, did you see my are you gonna send me a submission video yet or no?
Submissive video? I don't know if I want to be submissive, you know what I'm saying.
Not submissive.
I know.
God damn. God, we know what's on your fucking mind.
Money, women, drugs.
Exactly. All the good stuff. Oh shit, man.
I'm not really sure what submissive videos I should even give in the first place.
Submission, I meant.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, just if you want to send me a submission video, I'm putting together a big shout out video later on, probably in a week or two. Make sure that it's a minute long. Talk a little bit about yourself or what what your channel is all about, whatever the case might be, and send it to my email, theclosetatheist77@gmail.com.
Cool. I'll do that.
Because I'm going to put together a big shout out video for everybody. I want it, and that's why I haven't posted one yet, because I want to get as many videos together as I possibly can. and put one, because right now I only got, what was it, 7 or 8 submissions already. I think just 8 submissions. I got about 8 minutes worth of footage. I kind of want to make it, all right, Tento. I kind of want to make it about 30 minutes worth of footage, so I can make one big shout out video, Or if I get more, that would be even a better fucking bonus.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll try to do that. It just I honestly like when I make my videos, I don't edit anything. I just sit in front of the camera and just say what I want to say on the camera, even though it's shit, and that's it. Like I don't have editing skills like you do or anybody else does.
Yeah. Yeah. I just want, people to find each other, be exposed to each other's content, because you never know,
Yeah, you I didn't tell you this, but you actually did have a hand in forming a small community of atheists. I have about 25 subscribers. That's not a lot, but a lot of these subscribers also subscribe to each other as well. So we do have a very integrated small community of you atheists or something like that. So you do have a hand in that. So you are kind of like one of the founder of the new atheist community, which is very, very small. A lot of these channels are very small, but we do have a close, integrative kind of community. We're not like talking to each other and shit like that.
Yeah.
We acknowledge each other's work and shit like that.
Well, that motivates me to do even better, man. You know what I mean?
Well, that's kind of the primary reason why I made my channel. Ironically enough, I was actually gonna make kind of like a vlog or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I became an atheist, and I was like, man, I don't know shit about refuting a lot of common theological arguments and shit like that. So the channel is basically just some retard atheists like myself explaining other retard atheists the most simplest way how to refute or challenge argument that has been proposed. I think the new one I want to make, but I need to study it a lot more, is the presuppositionist argument. I'm pretty sure you heard that one before. That's becoming really fucking popular now by a lot of theists now.
The creationist or the presuppositional apologetic circle jerk of an argument.
Yeah, pretty much like they just circle jerk each other off and then pretty much downplay any claim against them as well. Because God told me and shit like that.
Well, see,
Objective morality bullshit.
Go ahead, Atheist.
Is that objective morality bullshit?
Did you hear that? Did you hear that, Atheist Jew?
His mic's kind of quiet. I'm pretty hard of hearing.
Is that the objective morality bullshit?
No, presuppositionist argument is essentially the argument against that your rational worldview of reality is flawed. Therefore, you cannot definitively prove that a creator did not create a universe. In a nutshell, like they will throw some fancy words around. That is it. In a nutshell. So they presuppose that since you don't know, or that you don't have all the knowledge in the world possible to become fully rational, then there have to be some form of creator who has all the knowledge of the world to do so. And they will challenge you to prove so otherwise, which is impossible, right? The main problem with the presuppositionist argument is essentially the quiet atheist is absolutely right. It is a masturbation circle jerk thing because they themselves are not fully rational as well, right? So instead, what they do is what I love to call the pussy cop out, and that is essentially they will say, well, God told me this, or God is all knowing, and the biblical scripture is the truth and the light and the holy way, and there's no absolutely way that it can be refuted based on the principle that since God Himself is outside the bound of reality, therefore my position is solid. And then you can try to challenge that, but there's different ways you can challenge that. But essentially, it's a masturbation circle jerk with a pussy cop out, and that's like the new thing, pretty much.
Yeah, there's many ways to challenge that. I was about to say that it's actually a contradiction because um, those those guys say that nobody has enough information, nobody has enough knowledge to know where the universe started from, but they're claiming that God started the universe. So by definition, they're giving a source of some sort.
Yes,
It
but
is.
they would say that God Himself, or a creator of the universe, is not a contradiction.
Yeah, and then they would say
Yeah.
that God told them, and then that's how they received the knowledge, and then blah blah blah. But then they would have to prove that, but then they would try to, give some more mental gymnastics and whatever. And then
Yeah.
it's just a circle jerk from there. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
There's also the realist argument, essentially, that your perception of reality is wrong, or you cannot prove that this reality is exactly what it is. Your perception is also flawed and wrong as well. So they also might show that as well. Basically, the perception argument, which is or the anti-realist argument, that pretty much the universe or the reality that we compose inside of cannot be proven 100% that it is real. Therefore, since we don't know if our reality is correct or not, therefore there has to be some kind of creator to bind the reality in which we are in right now. So that's another common argument that's going on nowadays.
And the second you accept that premise, you literally it opens the floodgates. They can say, "Oh, so what is there to say that Jesus did not bring that person back from the dead, Lazarus?" And then because if you accept the premise that that your perception of reality is flawed, then fucking unicorns come out of nowhere, like absolutely, like literally, like anything is possible because you don't have any grounds to prove anything empirical. Because whatever you used is, as I said, flawed.
Yes, so they another really big thing that they are doing now, what's called theological philosophy, basically, and that is they basically throw out all of the scriptures and everything else and just focuses on the philosophy aspect of a creator, which is fucking silly because philosophy generally don't have anything to do with a god or a god. It's just challenging the human mind into figuring out the unknown. But since the unknown is simply God, right? There's no real way to use philosophy in that kind of term, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Paul?
Not much. Just seeing you have a chat. Thought I'd come in here and bore everybody to tears.
From what I understand, the whole sniping bullshit got fixed. So I put the link in the description to test it out.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. That sounds good.
So that if anybody wants to, they can come in.
Yeah. Not a problem.
And plus, I mean, I put the cameraman feature on too, so we won't have any problems.
Yeah, I seen that. I was, temporarily blocked. So what's the BS?
No, nothing. We were just talking about presuppositional apologetics, and then when I first came on here, I talked a little bit about PW Swivel and just shooting the shit, man. I
Yeah.
wanted to have a hangout to get my mind out of the fucking negative zone, man.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I was going to see Roy Zimmerman yesterday. That's the singer. He does like folk song. I don't know if you know Roy Zimmerman, but he does folk songs. He's an atheist, and he goes around the country and stuff. Anyway, I was going to go see him, but I was just down because of PW.
Yeah.
I just didn't feel like going.
Yeah, I found out about it yesterday, man. One of my subscribers commented under my newest video and told me about it. So I need to get a hold of a few people to take care of some personal business that I had with PW Swivel, and everything will be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't all that great the last time we talked to him.
Yeah, I know his voice was cracking really bad, man. It was. Yesterday, I didn't want to do shit, man.
I might go to the place tomorrow. They have a coffee meeting Sundays, so I might go there, like a book reading kind of a thing. But whatever.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I've seen Roy about 2-3 times now. Anyway.
Yeah.
I owe him $10. That's what I was going to do. Pay him up $10 because I got 2 CDs, and I get home, I see you only charge me for one.
Oh, you know what? You know what? Go ahead.
So being a heathen atheist with no morals, I was going to pay him up.
Yeah. Speaking of interesting things, I found something pretty interesting on Facebook. I think it was the day before yesterday or yesterday. I think it was the day before yesterday. I came across this Facebook page about this guy who makes weapons, right, from movies and video games and shit like that. And I happen to be a fan of Kratos, God of War, the video game series. And I asked him, just out of curiosity, how much would it cost me to have a set of the Blades of Chaos? And he said $2,000 a blade.
Yeah.
So $4,000 for the whole set.
They'll be sitting there someplace.
Yeah.
I understand the money, but why? But yeah, it's a custom work.
Yep.
It's kind of sad to have to pay $5,000 a piece for hearing aids, but a blade is cheaper.
Yeah. But do you have a hearing aid or what atheists do?
I don't have any. I can't afford it. They're $5,000 a piece. Yeah.
Damn. That's expensive, man.
Yep.
No health insurance.
I do, but I got 1 year left, and then because of Obamacare, I have to get my own health insurance.
Well, I'm like I said many a times, I'm a federal employee. I basically had that my whole time being employed and now retired. So we're talking like 50-ish years or getting close to it. And what can I tell you?
Yeah.
I've had no real problems.
Well, I'm doing okay. Well, I'm doing okay health-wise right now. Not as good as I would like to be, but I'm satisfied, I guess.
Well, the whole thing with healthcare, I always get a kick out of a lot of people. Well, I'm healthy. I don't need healthcare. And then they get in a car accident or some bullshitting thing.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Something jumps up and bites them. That's what insurance is. It's you have to have insurance for a car. I drive well. I don't need a driver. Any insurance for my car. Nobody in their possible mind would ever drive into me.
Oh shit.
Insurance
That's
is
what they
for
call them accidents.
Yeah.
insurance is for
Fun
those
fact.
things. Insurance is for those things that could happen. Simple.
You know, it could happen that you can get attacked by bears. So buy out bear attack insurance.
No, you buy a weapon then. But
Oh,
if
yeah.
you are
I already
mauled,
know
but if you are mauled by a bear and do survive, what do you think's going to take care of putting you back together? Your car insurance or health insurance?
No, the Jewish mystic doctor will put me together.
Yeah. God, am I surrounded by Bible people now and thought processes?
Well, if you want to protect yourself with from a bear with a weapon, it better be a pretty damn good fucking weapon to protect yourself with. Because
What
you
if the
sure
bear
ain't.
has a weapon himself? Then you're fucked.
Because
Uh,
you know you
reality check.
better have one of them RPGs to protect yourself from a bear, man.
No, I got a 16 gauge and they 30-06. They're gonna take down a bear right away.
I don't know about that 30-06, man. I think it'll just piss the bear off.
Oh man, you know, I mean, where I live, we have black bears, so 30-06 will kill it, no problem. It'll take a couple shots though, but that's what the AR-15 does.
God damn. You want to turn the bear into hamburger meat
Yeah,
or
going
what?
back to health, I
Hell
haven't
yeah,
had a
dude.
checkup or been to the doctor in like 2 or 3 years. Uh, and yeah, now I don't have anything serious, I hope, but I can just imagine the future, like just getting used to not going to the doctor and then something happening and shit. And I know how fucking expensive going to the doctor is because my mother has high blood pressure and she has to pay like hundreds of dollars, and that's from a discount, right? Should I just move to Canada just to get some free health? Like the only reason being, I mean, I like cold weather anyway, and I plan on moving someplace where I have like no connection, where I just start off completely new. Like, is it worth it?
What was that? What was that last part, Ten-Toed? You weren't coming in too clearly.
That should I move to Canada just for the free healthcare?
Well, the thing about Canada's healthcare, even though it's free, you have a lot of waiting period and longer waits as well. And they also have fewer doctors than we do. And the thing about like glasses, the reason why glasses is so expensive is because they're the company that holds 70% of the world production of glasses and have a monopoly over the frames and shit. So that's why they're really expensive. If you did not know that. But the U.S. healthcare system is run on a business, which is why the common sign for medicine and stuff is not the rod of, I think, like a positives is. I'm butchering the word, but there's a snake that goes around a rod. The one that most hospitals and ambulance uses are actually the sign for merchants and businesses, not anything medical. So that kind of goes in hand why the U.S. healthcare system is shit, because it's not about caring people. It's about making the most money and competing against other hospitals for the most money in general.
I kind of wish, you know, we'd have better health care here in the States, man. It's fucking crazy.
I feel like they just give you pills and just call it a day.
I wouldn't mind some kind of pills, if you know what I'm saying. Not Viagra.
I think the atheists do want some opioids.
Yeah.
I would avoid opioids because my brother's a heroin addict, so I try to avoid opioids, to be honest.
Why, you know, I think the atheist Jew wants a little bit of hydrocodone here, a little bit of oxycodone there.
My mother had surgery, and she's like, "Here, I don't like this," and she gave me 20 milligrams of Oxycontin, and goddamn, that was a good week for me.
That was a good week.
Yeah, that was a good week.
That
And
was a good that was a good week for you.
yeah, it was like there's like 100 pills, 20 milligrams of vodka, and I just laid in bed all fucking day for a week.
All
Yeah,
fucking
my close friend substituted weed for Oxycontin, and now he doesn't have to get in trouble with the law.
y'all stoned out of your mind. Hey, what are those
Well,
butterflies?
I personally don't mind drugs.
Well, I mean, the thing is about it, it doesn't make you high. It just makes you so fucking relaxed. Like, all your muscles don't move. You feel like you're on a cloud. It's all good. Now, I did LSD one time, and don't do it. Trust me. Like, it was bad. Like my mom found me digging through like bags of garbage trying to find like some fucking Pokemon card, some Yu-Gi-Oh card, whatever the fuck I was doing. It was bad.
Looks like
Just fucking sitting in a dumpster with like trash bags all around me, trying to like find something that wasn't even there.
oh
Did you
shit.
get rationally for that?
Well, I mean, I was like, like my brother and I do drugs sometimes when you get it, but not anymore. So he's like, "Yo, man, I got 3 hits of LSD. Let's take one, sit on it for 30 minutes. Let's see how we feel." And so we did it. I'm like, "Man, I don't feel shit, bro." He's like, "Man, I think this is done."
Oh no.
So let's take all 3 of them and let's see what happens. And I tripped
That's
fucking.
that's the most common thing for people
Yeah.
with acid. They don't realize it hits after like an hour and a half and shit. And
Yep.
then they're like, oh fuck.
And then so I tripped balls for 3 fucking days, and oh my god, it was bad.
Damn. Sounds like you had a good time.
Not really, because like I try to play it cool, because like I gotta go downstairs and like interact with the folks and shit. So it's like I'm laying in bed and my brother comes in my room and be like, "Jay, what are you doing?" And I was like, and I was like, I blinked for a couple times, and all of a sudden he's like, like he's like sound like someone like put him in fast forward, and I'm like, what? And he's like, what are you doing, man? I'm like, just chilling here, bro. He's like, yo, man, can you help me with my computer? I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta go upstairs. And I looked upstairs, and like, you ever see the horror movie where like the hallway just goes like long as fuck? Well, that was the stairs, and I got to 4 steps of the stairs. It's like 10, 15 steps to my room, so it's not that bad. But to me, it was like I'm crawling up 100 steps. I only got to like 4 steps before like I was sweating. I felt like I was walking up a mountain. I was crawling up the. It was just bad, dude. It was so bad.
That reminds me one time, guys. Because a few years ago I had surgery on my left leg. I had a meniscal tear, and the doctors had prescribed me hydrocodone, right? And my wife was gonna go out of town. She goes, "I'm gonna go out of town. I'm gonna go pick you up something." And I said, "Okay." So she went back to my hometown, and she came back with a bottle of little pink pills. I don't know what the fuck they were. And she tells me, "Try one of these bad boys." So I popped one, opened a Coke and popped one, and sat there for a while. And about 10 minutes later, god damn, everything was getting bigger, then smaller. I was rocking back and forth, man. My head went numb. My ears started ringing. I was like, god damn, what the fuck is this?
Did you ever figure out what it was?
What's that?
Did you ever figure out what it was?
No, she didn't tell me what it was. She never did tell me what it was.
It's
She was definitely trying to fuck with you.
I'm assuming it was probably, I don't know, maybe morphine or something. I have no fucking clue.
yeah, it's I don't know. There's also you can also do whippets, but I mean I would recommend that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whipped cream can't have nitrous oxide in them, which is laughing gas. So if you if you get like a bag and you put it over it and poke like a straw through it, then it just slowly fills up the bag with the air. Then you get laughing gas.
Shit.
Yeah.
God damn, you got all kinds of ways of getting higher than a motherfucker, man.
I've done really fucking stupid things, like really dumb things, and I probably regretted it. It's like, hey man, you know, you can get like really fucking high off of Benadryl. Alright, well let's take a whole fucking bottle of Benadryl and just fucking trip
Oh,
complete
man.
bottle. Yeah.
Did you get high off of Benadryl?
Yeah. Depropamorphine, I think, is a common ingredient, and if you take about 2,000 milligrams, either in liquid form or about 1,500 in the pill form, then you go what's known as the fourth plateau, which is you're gone, like you're fucking gone. But that's really bad for you. That's really bad for you. So
Yeah.
I only did it once because I'm a stoner, so why the fuck not? I was offered meth once. I'm like, no, thank you. I like to keep my teeth. I was offered crack. I'm like, no, thank you. Have a nice day. I do stupid things, but like I don't fucking do a lot of. I don't do drugs anymore. I don't even drink anymore. I'm pretty clean. Better that way.
You're a junkie, but you're not suicidal. I respect that.
I think the correct word would be a fiend. I'm a fiend.
You're a fiend?
Yeah, a fiend. A fiend is a person who really wants to get high all the time. That's what you call them.
God damn.
You got crack fiends, you got
Yeah.
heroin fiends, a lot of fiends.
Yeah, a fiend it just stands for someone who's really greedy about drugs. That's for all drugs. I would consider myself a fiend. A junkie is someone who just get impure form of drugs and don't care about the effect on their body. Like, alright, I'm gonna shoot up heroin even though I don't know how strong the heroin dose is, or even if it is heroin, I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah. Damn.
I know a junkie is just anybody that takes drugs. I mean, I remove myself from the drug culture, but it keeps coming back.
Yeah.
I'm always the only person that's not even drunk or stoned out of my mind. So yeah.
John, on Facebook, I PM'd you a link to a Facebook page. I don't know if you've seen it.
Okay, well, no, I haven't been on Facebook yet today.
It's just for a local club for you, Atheist Club.
Okay. All right, Atheist Jew. That's cool.
Real quick, I was watching a video, and Erwan was talking about places he's going to be connecting. I have no date, but you can probably get in touch with them. Anyway, he'll be in your area sometime within 2 months, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, that's all.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out here in a little while, Paul. Let's see what shakes loose. So when are you going to mail me that sapphire picture, Paul? Paul.
If I see one, I'll buy you one.
Well, there's one right behind you. All you have to do is look at it.
I'll take you a picture of that, and you can make your own print.
Oh, come on, man.
The way it is.
Oh, all right, I guess. Damn.
She was pretty much one of my first pictures I bought.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see who's in the chat real quick. Mr. William. You have to change your cell battery manually. You can't charge or transfer data through USB anymore. Oh, that sucks.
Oh, there, you should be able to see her better now.
So, what you been up to lately, Tento? Have you been staying out of trouble, man?
Oh,
I'm
Sorry.
You're having
Can you hear that?
you're having some major problems with your audio, man. I can't even understand you.
Oh no! Did you hear that? Did you hear that in the background?
Yeah, I heard a lot of what was in the background. What was that?
Yeah. Big Head Sister's ringing the bell and talking in the air. I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna punch her. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for coming by, Paul.
Yeah, but if that one guy comes around again, I'll disappear.
Which guy?
When I had a long discussion there for a while, he was really getting on my effing nerves.
I don't know which guy you're talking about. There's a couple of them that get on your nerves.
No, the last conversation we had. Atheist, whatever.
I'm not sure.
From Canada.
Are you talking about Sydney?
Yeah, there we go.
I don't know if he'll come around or not today. I don't know. He's probably busy or something.
Good.
I'm not sure.
That's all right.
Let's see if we could get us a good audience in here today to have a great time and chat and talk and whatever.
He was just trolling me. I was tired of it.
Do you have coffee there, Paul?
Yep. Last one.
Last one?
For today.
Oh, okay.
I make half and half decaffeinated, half regular, so I can have 4 cups instead of just 2.
Oh, okay.
It's enough caffeine.
Oh, shit, man. I'm thinking about watching Suicide Squad today.
Okay. No spoiler. It's just that to me, what they were running into was out of their league. Except for one character, who I'm not going to say which character on their side was in that league.
Yeah.
Okay. But to me, it should have been more of a generic type of thing they should want after normal type people.
Yeah.
And that's about it. But I even stated because Chris Stockman, who I watch for stuff, he was talking, and I wrote on his thing. Yeah, you know, you have the Avengers. That was they were in that league.
Yeah. What's up, Atheist Jew? Glad you're back, man.
Yeah.
What'd you go do?
That's redundancy, but whatever.
Yeah. What did you go do, Atheist Jew?
I went for a quick smoke.
Oh, did you go to create your plans to take over the world?
Not yet.
Oh, so you're up to it, though. The idea's in your head.
Well, everyone knows about the plan already, so we gotta go back to the Council of Jewish Satanism and then work on it again.
Oh, okay. You're gonna have a secret meeting with the lizard people?
They're actually amphibian, they're not lizards. It's a huge mistake that they're lizard people.
Oh, okay.
Nice people. They sent me a Christmas card with an apple pie.
Damn. Yeah, I found out really quickly, guys, that when you make videos talking about conspiracy theories, you know, and how you think they're bullshit and stuff like that, man, you sure get a lot of flack from those guys.
Yeah, I know. I did. I made it yesterday, and already 80 views with like 15 downloads, and everyone's like, "This is the Antichrist. He's just wrong on everything." Just like, you guys are dumb as fuck.
Yeah, I've been
What
hearing.
conspiracies did you tackle?
Wait, I've been hearing this shit for 60 years. You know, I'll say after like 6 years, I'll start to catch on with. And 60 years of this shit, and I ain't seen shit or evidence of it yet. You know? What are they benefiting? What benefit are they? They can eat more lobster a day now because they're doing something. What's the benefit of all this conspiracy? What's going on? What are they getting? What are they accruing? What can they possibly use? Now, if you got, let's say, $100 billion in the bank, what are you going to do with it all? I mean, you can only screw so much. You're going to eat so much. You're going to drink so much, and after that, it's just, it's just.
Yeah. I don't think that's the real Paul sitting on that couch there. It's a wax figure. It's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
He's lying to us. He's trying to lure us with our minds.
I hope you made a mistake. You said you had a mind.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dang.
You already lost.
Damn, he
So
got
I
me
figured
there.
out who was ringing the bell at my house, right? So I just learned this today. My mother, she's very superstitious, like very religious and stuff. She does a ritual every day apparently, where she throws ammonia around the house after saying a prayer, and then rings the bell like for like 10, 15 seconds. What the fuck?
Hmm.
I'm not even joking.
Hey, my wife was from Italians and stuff, and her grandmother, who never learned a stick of English in her 80+ years of life, being in America, most of it. Anyway, they have more nooks and crannies of bullshit, superstitions, than you could shake a stick at. When you walk through a room, however you walk for some reason through that room a certain way, when you come back, you got to walk that way again. That same path through a room. Just for the beginning of bullshit. So many
Oh boy.
people believe in an all-powerful God. They have more freaking goddamn bullshit in the background. It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
I find it ironic you said that who doesn't speak English because my mother has not she can't speak a lick of English. She's been here for like 20 years.
Can you try something that you're really, your sound's terrible. Can you get out and try coming back in again? Something is just out of whack.
Sure.
Yeah, see if that
Yeah.
might clear up.
Yeah, see, yeah.
There's
See,
something's
yeah.
I remember my great grandfather actually. He would. A lot of my family were craftsmen or pharmacists and stuff like that. So, or farmers, and my great grandfather, he actually was held up in his pharmacist by a guy with a gun, and he chased him out of his shop by yelling at him in Mandarin. The guy was like, "Whoa, what the fuck? I don't know what to do." Like, Jew cursed and like ran out. Like, he just didn't know how to handle like some random Jew guy screaming at him in fucking Chinese, pretty much.
Okay, Ten Toes, say something.
Hello.
More than just hello.
Is it good? Is it alright? Check 1, 2, 2.
It's a little muffled, but it got rid of that like tingy sound, which was really making it hard to understand you.
Damn. Let me try to adjust my mic.
But you are better now.
Who has 10 toes? Everyone knows that everybody has 11 toes. Come on.
I don't have 11. I don't have 11 toes. What the fuck?
Well, the other one's.
Tentacles.
What's up?
Can you hear the tentacles?
No. Before you had that tinny sound. It had nothing to do with mic. It was a digital processing.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I was saying, I feel like
You're better, but still not.
I'm just trying to fight for it. Yeah, I feel like if you don't know English, it's much easier to be superstitious because my mother's been here for like 20 years, right? And she's the most superstitious. It's always the people in my family that don't speak English that are the most superstitious. And I realize that.
My family's not really superstitious. Mostly traditional shit. Like, for New Year, we drink strawberry soda to celebrate a New Year. Because, a lot of people can't drink wine.
Yeah, but that's not, walking through a room backwards through it, That's just, that's BS. That's fine. I don't mind
Yeah.
until they hinder somebody's abilities to do something. Then I have a problem.
It's like, God damn it, let me walk through a fucking room normally, please.
No,
Well,
you can walk through a normal. You just got to walk back. Let's say the vacuum cleaner was in your way, so you went around the vacuum cleaner. Now you come back, the vacuum cleaner's gone, but you still got to walk the same path. That's just one of many. I don't want to know them all because I don't want to clutter my brain with more junk.
when my mother gets really stressed out, she has to light a certain number of candles throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and it seems like the old world has, the people who keep the old world traditions, wherever they may be from, Asia, Central America, whatever, really have a lot of baggage, a lot of superstitions, a lot of baggage with them.
Yeah, for example, in most Asian countries, particularly Cantonese or Mandarin speaking, you can't give gifts that's an 8, like 8 gifts, because the word 8 is similar to the word die in Mandarin and Cantonese. So giving a person in China 8 gifts, like in a basket, that's like really superstitious bad luck and shit like that.
That's funny because like Nikon won't number their cameras with certain numbers normally,
Yeah.
because of stuff like that. It's like, oh my goodness.
I think Nikon. I think that's 4. Like the number 4 is similar to the word die in Japanese. Yeah.
I think they finally came out with a camera that has a 4 in it, 3400.
Yeah, in fucking Japan it'd be like 3.5 or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's so funny. So much baggage.
Oh, shit. There was speaking of conspiracy theories, there was this one video that was shown to me. I can't remember who showed it to me, but they showed me a video about Keanu Reeves in The Matrix, and they're trying to say that Keanu Reeves is a lizard and he's out to take over the world and shit, and they showed different parts of the film where where they stopped the film and they tried to make it look like he has claws instead of hands and shit. And I'm like, fuck it, man.
You know what the worst one I ever heard? One, that Eminem is a fucking clone. Like, because they're like taking pictures of Eminem throughout like all of his career years, and how he looked kind of slightly different every year. And then they're like, look, he's a clone. He didn't look like that before.
Nah. I think that they were cheated out of a brain, man.
This is why we need a technocratic society, for fuck's sake.
Need something.
And what are they going to do with this world once they get it?
Rape it.
Oh, really? Well, I ain't worried.
Oh, shit.
To show you how bad people are is, remember we had 9/11? I worked for the federal government then. Well, anyway, they start putting in like more secure things. Now we have to walk through this security thing to check that we have weapons or some bullshit, that kind of crap. And one of the women says, "Oh, I feel so much more secure now." And I go, who were you worried about here? What person were you worried about that would maybe be carrying a weapon in? And to come in the gate that we come in, you've got to have another thing to get in. I mean, what are you talking about? I couldn't understand why they felt more secure. I said, first of all, we're a low-profile thing. Nobody is interested in us at all. They could care less about us. We're not even on the radar.
I believe they did a study that showed that 90% TSA screening end up in failure, so weapons and other stuff do get past the TSA agent all the time.
Yeah, but regardless of that, I mean, it's just I just couldn't believe that she felt insecure until that stuff got put into place because of a terrorist action. Well, that was in Philadelphia. That was up in New York. It was planes. It was a big ticket item called the Trade Center. You know, the buildings and stuff. You know, something that's, you know, means something to a lot of people. And here we are in Philadelphia. We put out check payments and stuff like that. We're not on the radar. We're not there. They're not going to bother with us because we're not going to make anything but a blimp, a little beep, and it's done. You know.
Yeah, but the main question is, like, who's going to protect the government? Like, who's going to protect us from the government, right? That simply comes down to it.
I ain't worried about. I work for the guy.
I know. I'm just saying, like, you know, oh my God, terrorists and shit. Well, I mean, when we have like all this security shit, right?
Once you got people involved, you're gonna have problems. You're gonna have things that don't work right. I mean, when are people going to catch on? Oh, let's privatize this. Let's make it corporations. Oh, they're not run by people. Oh, and now you got a profit margin in there where you didn't before. You know, it's like when Benjamin Franklin started the post office. He got that thing going, the post office, because you need commerce, you need communications within country. He stated in the beginning of it, it's not a profit making. If anything, we're going to have to put money in it. But the benefits for the whole society outweigh of what we might have to add to it to make it work. You know, it's not for profit. It's for commerce and everything else. And that stuff's going to generate the tax base and all that other bullshit. You know, all our money's coming in, you know? And you can't get these people to understand that simple little concept because you get the report, oh, we're going to get rid of the post office, you know, blah, blah. You're idiots. Absolute freaking goddamn idiots. You don't know what the system even is for. Oh, I feel better now.
What's up?
Some people will go as far to say that that's Marxism.
Oh, you're muffling again. Try again.
Some people say that that's Marxism.
You're breaking up really bad.
Marxism? I don't care what the ism is.
No, that some people will argue that.
Oh, yeah, they argue it, but they don't know what it is. You know, they have no concept of what things really are. Instead of researching what the premise is of something, they automatically know. See, they touch this wall in their house. It's called the osmosis wall, and that osmosis all the knowledge into their little brain. In other words, they pull it out of their ass.
That's not the only thing I pull out of my ass.
Do not have to go there.
What the hell are you doing over there, atheist Jew? Damn.
Enjoying myself.
I hope not. You go in the closet and do that.
I have skeleton in my closet. I can't do it.
More than I need to know.
Oh, fuck. I think everybody chose to come into the hangout and reveal their secrets. Wouldn't you agree there, atheist Jew?
No. No. You guys can keep guessing and make. Doesn't matter if I reveal them or not. You know, they'll make up their own anyway. So fuck it. You know, I was watching what the hell it is, Bill Smalley or whatever. What the hell is that program? And he had PC Myers on there. Boy, PC is so arrogant.
Yeah, I stopped liking PC Myers a long time ago.
This guy's being real cordial and all that's explaining things in a great deal, and it's like PC. No. See, what I'm thinking is right. You know, not even. You lost a conversation when a person won't even admit that you might have a point of view.
Yeah.
I don't have to suck in what you believe, but I can look at what you're saying, go, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree with it, or the actions you're taking for that, whatever the case is. The ability, one of the signs of intelligence, and I've said, is to be able to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, see what they're doing, understand it, but it doesn't mean you accept it. Because you understand something doesn't mean you accept something.
Yeah.
Or that's not how the actions you're going to do it, or how you're going to do it. But people think just because, or if you, oh, heaven forbid, if you change your mind, oh my goodness, you mean you changed your mind? Yeah, it's called getting new information, finding out that some stuff I had was not legit. Just think, like I said many a time before, if the captain on the Titanic would have got the information, and instead of saying, no, we're going to set the fastest speed for a maiden voyage, and goes, oh, there's icebergs reported in the area, well, let's veer more south. No, that's changing my mind. Oh.
Instead, he's just like, full speed ahead, faster.
That's the whole thing. It's like, what's wrong with you found more information out. You changed your position on something because you found out you were wrong, or not so much that you were wrong, it's just that you didn't have the right facts. You were right the way you were acting on something until you found out that those facts were wrong, and then you readjust to the new information. That's called learning.
Yep.
You need to get that memo.
It's called being mature. Science. And then we had another thing, Aaron Wall was here, and somebody after was a question and answer, and I jumped in real quick, but he didn't want to go with that right away. But somebody says, science is always, people will tell them the science is always changing your mind, and it's the news media that reads some little bullshitting thing and jumps on it.
Yeah.
Eggs are good, eggs are bad, eggs are good, eggs are bad. Then one time, Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking. He says, if you're doing testing and it swings one way and the other, and one way the other, that means it's a null. That means there's nothing there because it's going to swing like that. Because if anything that's really true about it, it's going to stay on one side or the other. It's not going to be swinging. It might dip up and down, but it's going to stay conclusively one way or the other way, But if it's a null, meaning there's nothing there, it's going to do this, around the, it's going to, yeah, good, no, bad, yeah, good. And then the news media gets a hold of it. Well, science, no, it hasn't been peer reviewed yet, hasn't been looked at yet, but it's a story, and they run with it, and right away people say, oh, science is always changing its mind. No, it ain't science changing its mind. And if it is new information, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, like the whole bullshit that vaccine causes autism, causes measles outbreaks in California and shit like that. Even though it's been proving that the scientist or the doctor that was making that claim actually lied about it and was getting paid by people that lie about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And the way they were doing it was changed to begin with. And even the so-called mercury levels were just, it was not really mercury. You eat sodium chloride, all the time.
Salt.
And it doesn't bother you, does it? But both of them by themselves, forget it. They're going to F you up. But in combination with each other, they offset each other. Even in chemical reactions, the overall system is going to be nil. But no. Oh, God. I've been hearing this shit for 60 years, so don't mind me, but sometimes it just gets on my effing nerves.
Yeah. I think Paul needs a good stress relief.
Yeah, well, she's gone. Oh, well.
Someone's got a massive feedback issue there. No, never mind. It's gone. It's gone.
Paul.
No, it's called talking. It's not feedback.
Oh, I heard you talking. Damn it.
Yeah, but that wasn't feedback.
Oh fuck. God damn.
So what do you want to know about E equals MC squared? You want to know how it works? Oh well. I just corrected Vsauce again on the equation. You know, he had not enough nines. You know, 99.99% of the speed of light. Blah blah blah. You know, and I said no, there's two more nines in there. I haven't heard anything back yet. They always get it off by 2 nines, and you can do. It's real easy on a calculator to do.
I'm a big fan of that other YouTuber Vsauce 3.
Yeah, well, that's I consider them all in the same.
Yeah.
You know, it's one or the other or whatever the case is. But like I said, they said to travel 10,000 light years and it'd be 14 years for you. It was 99.99, and I went back. No, it's 99.9999.
Yeah.
They found a new planet, a giant exoplanet that could be habitable. That's only 4.6 light years away.
Yep.
Okay, exoplanet. Yeah, we got that. How many light years?
4.6.
Okay, so a little bit farther north of Centauri. I don't know what other stars are in that vicinity, and how massive.
It's pretty big. The only problem is that its sun is tidal locked, so one side is always facing the planet. But there's a narrow band in the middle of the planet in which there's most likely water and ice, and that's where you would have to live.
Well, I like Avatar for the one thing they brought out, which was a good idea too. You can have a massive planet, whatever the case is. Let's say farther out, you know, in its so-called lollipop, you know, the nice zone. Anyway, and even though itself is not good, you could have moons, like Jupiter does, you know, and those could be big enough, or whatever the case may be. And like I say, Eros might have life, you know, deep.
Yeah.
But even on the surface, you know, where their main planet they were around was a big, you know, Jupiter type, you know, world, but they lived on the moon of it, and it could be of a substantial size, Earth size.
Ken Lee in the chat says that it's Alpha Centauri B.
Has something. Okay. That's what I'm saying, 4.6, 4 point whatever. Yeah, that's in that range. Because I don't know. You always hear about that one, but I never went to a star map and go, okay, after that one, which one is it?
I think it's the planet called like Proxima B or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what they call it. The only problem is that the sun is really close to the planet.
Yeah, it's tidal locked, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like really close.
Yeah, well, that's nothing unusual for that to happen. Look at the moon; it's tidal locked to us.
Yeah.
Basically, is what it is. I mean, it's of course there's no tides. It's just a phrasing, but it's tidal locked to the.
Yeah.
And it's only 1/80th of the mass. That's the advantage of going or doing anything from the moon and launching from the moon, because its gravity well to get away is 1/80th of what it is here. To get away.
Oh.
Time to build a moon base.
Yep.
I thought we would have one by now, but stupidity once again reared its ugly head on humanity.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice to have some of those things over there on the moon, man, up there.
And like I said, most of the basing would probably be tunneling. You know, that way you don't have to worry about the radiation problems and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, go subterranean. Fuck it.
Yeah, that's what you basically would do. I mean, you would have some stuff on the surface, of course, but most of your living quarters and stuff's going to be underground.
Yeah.
And then the moon becomes self-efficient. It'd be like, no more Earth. We are the moon people.
The moon people.
Something
Hey,
new.
Hey, you could tell your date while you guys are, subterranean, on the moon. Do you want to go for a ride on the moon, baby? Let's go moon riding.
Same thing with Mars, subterranean again.
Yeah.
Once again, that takes care of our problems. I mean, it's nothing easy to do. But I always get a kick out of people. Oh, we're going to go to the moon. We're going to go to Mars. Take all the people and move. Have no idea the logistics of trying. No, you just make a colony and that does its thing. You don't. No, 6 billion people. Oh my God, can you imagine? No, there's not enough in the system. You can't do that. No, it's not the idea behind going there anyway.
Imagine, what kind of massive undertaking that would be, to transport 7 billion people to the moon.
You know what happened to the atmosphere and how many people die before you even get to that point?
Yeah.
If you had the fuel.
Yeah.
Look how big of a rocket you needed, because like I say, we're in 80 times more massive. Look at the size of the rocket you had to have. But look how small of a thing you needed to leave the moon to get back in the lunar orbit.
Yeah.
With nothing. Because right away, less gravity field. Also, people might not believe this or not, people, but a rocket engine works better in space than in the atmosphere because it doesn't have to push. It doesn't slow down for every action reaction bullshit. And also, like I said, no friction, no atmosphere friction to slow you down as you're trying to accelerate up to above. So it takes a lot less to leave the surface of the moon to get into orbit and do your thing than from Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be an enormous disaster, if a lot of people were to go to the moon anyway, man. They just destroy it like they do this planet.
Well, there's no other life to worry about there, so whatever.
Yeah.
Looking from
All
here,
right.
you see the difference.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. If anybody else out there wants to come in, the link is in the description. Feel free to come in, guys. I don't bite, and I'm pretty sure the old man in here don't bite either.
No. Got a gun.
Shit. Let's see who's in the chat. Damn it! I sent an invite to Secular Lobster Ministries, and he never came in. So, let's see here. Ken Lee says there are lava tubes on the moon.
Yeah. Yeah, there's probably caving and stuff, things we wouldn't have to dig out and shit. Yeah, you have to explore that. I mean, that you got a lot of different things. Of course, they're going to be freaking ancient as hell.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're fairly stable. Being around.
Yeah.
You don't have any real earthquake or moonquake activity to speak of.
Yeah.
There's no plate tectonics and all that crap going on.
Speaking of earthquakes, did you hear about the massive earthquake in Italy?
Yeah, I keep going to check out on it, but I just haven't done it.
Yeah.
But don't they have a lot of Christians there? Why did God not like them?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. Oh, I keep forgetting their God likes to punish the innocent all the time first.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that little detail about the Christian God.
Yeah, he's basically saying, you guys are too good. I need to punish you.
No. He punishes the innocents all the time. Every man, woman, child, and beastie, which have absolutely nothing to do with anything.
Yeah.
Make no decisions on their own, but we'll kill them too. No, don't worry, everybody. He's an equal opportunity killer.
I thought you were going to say equal opportunity employer.
No, killer. Yeah, no problems of killing things. No, not at all. Mm-mm. But I'm innocent. Oh, well, that's the reason you're getting killed. You're innocent. That's your fault. You don't like God. I said, it's not a God to me, and nothing you said about that thing has acted godlike in any capacity what I would consider a God. And if it was a real God, it wouldn't need to be worshipped. It wouldn't need it. It wouldn't need it. Why would it need anything? If it's complete and full and everything else, why does it need anything? It tells me that it's not complete.
Why would it need to express itself through writing?
Like I say, the top creator in the Hindu religion is Brahman, and he doesn't give a rat's ass about anything. Nothing has anything in him. It's just manifestations off of him. Not that I buy into it, but it's the closest that I would consider a god to be.
Yeah.
Of all the descriptions, that one, yeah. And I don't have to worship it because there's no temples to it, because it could care less.
It's like I don't give a fuck about any of you.
It doesn't probably even occur to me. It probably doesn't mean anything. And that's just it's a mythological thing, so you can make up anything you want about it anyway. But to write about him is to belittle him. That's one of the things I read. And I go, well, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
To say anything is to limit him. Oh, okay. Yeah, right. All right. That sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, story. Yeah, that works. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's nice. I can watch. That. Oh, I've watched a lot of stuff, and they're going on about the next movie coming out with, your favorite guy with the glove with the gauntlet thing.
Oh yeah, Thanos.
Yeah, it might be a battle with him and Odin.
Oh.
But who knows exactly how that's going to evolve. But as long as they make the plot interesting, I don't care. Because I just watched, a lot of people don't like the Thor movies, and I just watched them. I go, I had no problem with them.
Yeah.
They're made by people, and I don't expect perfection.
Yeah, that set of movies ain't gonna come out till the year 2018.
Yeah, but that's not really long off for you to look at it.
Yeah.
If I ain't dead then. So.
Ken Lee in the chat says that original sin is not thinking of God during an orgasm.
Then why is his name mentioned so often? Oh. Blows that out of the water. I'm getting a beer.
Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God.
Yeah, all the time.
Oh shit. Oh man. What do you gather from all of this, Tento?
I just finished eating and God damn, you guys almost made me choke twice.
What's that?
I just finished eating and you guys almost made me choke on my food twice.
Mm.
Yeah. When you guys were talking about all that moon stuff, I was thinking, well, we haven't gone back since the 70s.
Yeah. Oh, let's see here. No, nobody wants to come in yet, damn it. If anybody out there watching wants to come in, you're more than welcome to, damn it.
Yeah, my connection is too shit to keep up the hangout.
Oh, okay, well, you want to try and come back a little bit later on, Tento, if you want?
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm gonna have this hangout on for a while, dude. If you want to come back, you can.
Yeah, I'll be back in like 5 minutes now. I'll try to see what's wrong.
Okay, that works. That works. Let's see who's in the chat real quick. Oh, that's okay, Kenley. You're more than welcome to hang out in the chat if you want to. If you can't come into the hangout.
You're a bum.
Well, who's a bum?
You can't come into the hangout. Ugh, bum. I am pouring a beer. Since this is not on TV, it's legitimately done.
A beer.
A beer.
What kind of beer?
You can't buy it where you are.
Oh, Colorado native.
Yeah, they only sell within state. It's in the same building of Coors.
Oh, okay.
It's their own little part of the building. It's whatever off from the rest of the building, and it's good. It's nice, but I was, where the hell were we? Me and my son. Oh, the Renaissance Festival, and they had Samuel Adams, and it was a cream. What the hell's the one over there in Arlen? The Bach beer, or the real heavy beers, but it was a cream style there. Oh, I'd like to get that. That was good.
Yeah. Let's see here. If anyone wants.
See, you can see it's a darker beer. It's not dark, but it's a darker beer.
Yeah.
This particular one, it's a new one. No, it isn't a new one. It's Golden Lager. Okay. Yeah, I pretty much enjoyed dinner.
That works.
But the Samuel Adams, who the hell is? I can't think of it right now.
You know what I can actually go for right about now, Paul? A nice Crown and Coke. What do you think about that?
Who and Coke?
Crown and Coke. Crown Royal.
Oh, I'm not really a mixed drink person. Not that I can't enjoy them, but normally the reason I like these things better is because whatever you're drinking, you know what you're getting in a sense.
Yeah.
A party or something like that. You don't know how strong or weak somebody's mixing something. And this doesn't taste much like anything, and then you're in the bathroom trying to figure which way's up. No. I know I can have 4 or 5 beers or even 6 if necessary. Well, it's not necessary. Desired. Whatever. And I know I'll be all right. I might have to hang around for a couple of hours until it goes away, but I'm all right. I'm not going to get sick. I'm not going to whatever.
Yeah.
I'm talking about when you go out to drink. And like I said, I know what that is. It's 4 to 6% alcohol. I can handle a few of them and no problem. No, not that I don't enjoy some, but I only have one if I have a mixture. I'm only going to have one.
Yeah. Oh, let's see here.
What do those people want to know about the universe? We can talk about it.
Yeah, the universe has so many fascinating things out there, man.
And the bottom line is, it don't give a shit about you. Get over it.
Exactly. It give a shit about you, and it never will begin to give a shit about you.
And that thing
I bet you sometime in the future that they're gonna be able to give rides up there, you know what I mean? But it's gonna cost a fucking arm and a leg to do it.
I mean, I wouldn't mind whatever, but it ain't gonna make or break my life.
Yeah. I would like to take a trip up there just once. You know, just once to check out the area, man.
Yeah, if it's only a couple $1,000, I'll do it. No biggie.
Oh yeah, but it'll be $1 million, man.
No. Eventually,
You-
they'll get cheap enough. Then you'll get up there. You're going to be going someplace, so you'll be in a suborbital flight. So you'll get up there basically like the International Space Station and stuff. Yeah, when I was years ago, and we went to visit the Kennedy Center and that stuff in Florida, seen some of the pieces that were being readied to be put up there for the International Space Station. You flat earthers, yeah, they go to great details to fake out every little aspect of the whole universe, you know. They go into unbelievable expenditures and things to figure out that can keep us confused.
them flat earthers are full of shit, man.
It's only because they believe in the stupid Bible.
The earth is flat and it's only 6,000 years old.
And we got so many people pioneering so many aspects in it and doing so many things. Why would they need to do it? If they wanted to keep God up top, you just don't do the other. Oh, they're trying to get rid of God. Oh, all these organizations that most of the people that are part of believing in God are in on this plot to deny God.
Yeah.
Now that makes a lot of no sense.
Yeah.
I'm a Democrat in the Republican Party trying to get my Republican candidate elected. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So you back, Kento?
I tried.
Damn, I'm getting some massive feedback from you, Paul. Try it again. Because it only just started happening.
How's that? Because I turned down the volume of the speakers.
Let me see. Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect. Yeah, that's perfect.
So yeah, I was thinking about voting third party. I was gonna go Trump, but I don't think that would be a good idea.
So who do you plan on voting? Who do you plan on voting for, Kento?
Maybe Jill Stein. I mean, I prefer both their party candidates more than the others would. So,
Yeah.
just probably whoever has a larger percentage. I think Gary Johnson does, so I'm just probably gonna go for Gary Johnson just to see him at the debate.
Yeah.
I really want the third party for guys, though. Doesn't matter which one.
Yeah, Gary Johnson was actually the former governor of my home state, man, New Mexico.
There you go.
Was he good?
Yeah, he was a good governor, man. I liked him. Yeah, he did pretty good as far as I'm concerned. I kind of wish he would have been up there, man. It would have been nice for him to become a president.
Yeah, but for this election, I just want him to reach like that 15%, just so we can be at the debate, so we can actually gain some traction. So when the next election comes around, one of the third parties can actually like have some legitimacy.
No, right now, I believe. I'll give you my reasons in a two-party system, because you only have one vote. You bring in what Australia has and whoever else may have, where you can vote, like I said before, for your first choice and your second choice, and if there's 4 people, your third choice. Then I don't mind voting for another party to show that I'm not really happy with the first 2 parties, knowing that I'm not throwing my fucking vote away, so some asshole like Trump can't get in. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind third party. That's fine with it. but you got to change the voting system. So if your third party doesn't make it, then your vote goes to the second choice.
Yeah.
Not throwing it out the window.
I agree.
Okay, that's the reason. Like right now, 2 parties. Why? Because you only have 1 vote for 1 party. We can't vote. When we can do more than that, yeah, bring them on. Otherwise, I'm not wasting my vote for somebody who I know is not going to get there. And look what we had with Bush, because we had freaking what's the name out there the first election. Bush got in instead of Gore. And look at the mayhem that produced, because that shit had no idea of history and no idea that if you invade a country, there are ways to try to minimize the damage to society that you're going into. We have World War II to look at to see what was done there, what did work, what didn't work. Not saying everything's going to work, but at least give it a goddamn real intelligent effort.
Yeah.
Instead of calling yourself, I'm the decider. Yeah.
I don't think Donald Trump has a chance of winning.
I understand that, but I'm not going to give him any kind of chance. I'm voting for Democrat, whoever it is. Okay? Because I don't. But you give me you give me a choice between, my first choice is this, my second choice is that. Yeah, bring in a third party. No problem with that. But I'm not throwing my vote away for maybe let some idiot get in there.
Yeah. Ken Lee in the chat says Palin for Emperor 2016.
It's not in the Constitution. If that happens, you have more problem than you could shake a stick at.
Oh shit.
How would you propose to Congress to allow for multiple votes and stuff like that?
I don't know how you would do it with a society that believes in one God. Okay, when you have dogmatism built into the system of people, when they show non-flexibility, not be able to put themselves in another person's shoes, what are you going to do? I would have to look to see how Australia did it, how they, because they're not without their problems too. But how did they get around it? I don't know. I never read into it because it's never been proposed here. So it's like I'm not beating a dead horse because it stinks.
No.
It reminds me, years ago, there was I lived in Levittown, PA, and there was a little farm that was still there left over from the development. And they had cows. And one guy happened in the back, I guess, one of the cows died, of course, and they just shadow buried it. And one guy was standing in one, about 5 feet away or 10 feet away, and the other guy jumped on the carcass, and all that stink went today. He fell. You don't want to smell a dead old cow.
Yeah. Oh, let's see here. See if there's any more.
Jumped up on that carcass, and another guy just dropped.
Yeah. William in the chat says that Sarah Palin would be the emperor of penguins.
She is a penguin. Sarah Palin. I could not believe my ex-friend, as far as I'm concerned now. Inside, he came down visiting us, and he had inside his trunk, he had the thing, and it was for fucking Sarah Palin. And he was actually trying to justify exactly what she said, because she could see Russia.
No.
If she could or not. But what the hell is a governor and any of their capacity have to do with international affairs? I think it's called zero. Really.
She's a lunatic.
And again, who's the fool? Or who's the more foolish, the fool or the one that follows him?
She is a grade A lunatic. Paranor.
Yeah, Rich. You know, we used to sit around down there at the JREF, you know, James Randi and the rest of us, you know, and we always wondered, why is it that we're the ones supposedly with the norm morals, and we're not taking advantage of all the shit that, you know, these so-called moral people are doing.
Yeah.
The bullshit that they put out there, this any information whatsoever. This sounds good. Just like that's what Trump is doing now. He just throws out gobbledygook, and the people out there, yum, 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 give me more, give me more.
Yeah.
Give me more, some more manna from heaven.
Some people are really good at that, man. Some people are really good at spitting out that propaganda for everybody to buy. Kind of makes me sick, to be honest with you.
It pretty much comes from the family. You know, that's down to whatever they are. Usually, if you trace back to their family, not always. You know, I don't have a phone book. I said somewhere. I say, I wish I had a phone book so I can go. This name, no, they don't. Yes, that, you know, I can't go through it, but the majority, unfortunately, if you check their family, you're going to know where they're coming from. Not that there's not, you know, mix and pick, but the majority of people look at their family and their mentality about things, the lack of education, the lack of meeting other people and knowing other people outside of the community.
Yep. Let's see here, Mr. Paranor. You gonna come in, sir? Sent you a link.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
This is one reason I was hoping the space program would have took off more so than it is just for the, you know, the satellites and blah, 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 blah. I mean, really, because, you know, a lot more things are going to be introduced by it. And a lot more expansion of so-called consciousness and other inputs coming into people in the society.
Yeah.
You know, I was hoping religion would be a lot less than it is now. Even though it might be on its way out, I thought it'd be pretty much on the way out by now.
Oh, no. It's still going kind of strong, Paul. And even if it does go down, it's going to go down swinging.
Because, you know, even Aaron Ross said many a time, you know, he's run to lots of people, and he says, I don't care what the facts are. This is what I want to believe. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
Major problem. No, this is the door out of the building. This is the way. That the place is on fire. This is the entrance. This is the exit over here. See the exit? It's over here. You know? No. The exit's, the fire's getting bigger. The exit's over here. No, that's not what I want to believe.
Yeah.
Pinto, we got a lot
Well,
of...
now, this is the thing about the future.
There we go. There it was. Maybe limit your bandwidth a little bit. I don't know what you got it set on. Oh. But there's a lot of heavy digital processing going on there.
Heavy digital processing.
Yeah, I don't want to get into all that. Never really did any algorithms for that. But
Yeah.
I know where that's coming from.
I've had a pretty good microphone so far. It hasn't failed me yet.
No, it's not the microphone. It's the bandwidth isn't carrying whatever. Even though he's only got a picture there, that's no real bandwidth. But something in the bandwidth, it's just killing it.
Yeah.
This isn't enough. So maybe you try to reduce it. You know, see, computers are this way. they have so much overhang, overlap or whatever, that you can run systems within, and everything's cool. And we could never get it over to the computer operators that when you hit the wall, it doesn't just slow it down some, it bogs it completely.
Yeah.
When virtual memory, I don't really know what virtual memory is. It's like running stuff that I ain't got enough memory to keep everything in real memory where the computer can get right to it. So since I'm now out of memory area, I got to put stuff onto the hard drive until it's called. And that does, you go from a jet plane to an ant walking across the room.
Yeah.
At speed. And it just hits that wall and everything just shuts down practically.
Paranor in the chat says, I have 10 fingers. I need a woman to help me with deep digital processing.
Whatever works.
Oh, shit, man. Fucking Paranor.
But like I said, what they were trying to do is like one guy, he liked to load up a whole bunch of jobs and run them, and it took not twice as long. It took, instead of an hour, 5 hours. And if he ran a couple of jobs at a time, he would have been done in no time. But the whole system, and that used to kill us too as programmers, because now I'm going from, when you're programming, you got a thought in your mind, short term, and you got to go to another page and do some cut and pasting and whatever the case is, and it sits there and looks at you. What do you want? Talking to me? You can't be talking to me. I'll get back to you, maybe.
Yeah. Kind of like Robert De Niro. You talking to me? You talking to me?
That's what that computer will do.
Yeah.
We could not get through to one of the operators. Couldn't get him there. Just because you got a little bit more, all the buffers are gone. That's it. We're done. So I'm saying that would be happening with him. The bandwidth isn't there. It thinks it's there. Tries to process it for that.
Paranor Paul. Paranor in the chat says that you sound like you're describing MySpace. Do you know anything about MySpace, Paul?
Outside of it, someplace like a Facebook kind of thing.
Yeah, it was big. It was bigger than Facebook at one point in time, long time ago.
Well, then you got to bring back into that. If it was something trying to carry a lot of people without, a long time ago, you didn't have the memory you have now of hard drives. I get terabytes over here. And not at the CPUs, not you hit that wall again. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got more data coming in than it can possibly handle, and it chokes. I mean, it chokes.
Yeah. I hopefully in the future I could get me a decent computer, man, a really good one, so I could do a lot more things with it.
I got a fairly good one now. I don't know if we can take a better video card, the motherboard.
Yeah.
There's a shop not far from here, about a mile, and I could take it over there and say, okay, what can I put in it? I don't need anything. $200-300 video card that should handle. There's a lot in that price range.
Yeah.
Well,
you could put you a real nice video card in it, and it'll probably work decent.
Well, it works halfway decent, but I'm not really pushing it right now.
Yeah.
Because even if you're doing video stuff per se, that's not really being processed by the video card. And you're doing your editing and that stuff. That's your CPU.
Yeah.
I have a 2600.
Oh, okay.
Intel 2600. I'm pretty sure it's an older one now. Let me look up here. Yeah. It's an i7 2600. It's an old i7. but it's got 4 cores. It's got more than enough power there to do most things. Right now I have 8 SETIs running in the background.
Yeah.
You know what SETI is, right? And I'm
Yep.
at 50%, so I see the little bars, you know.
Yeah.
But the
I wanna get a really good computer that'll just basically do a lot of shit, man.
like I said, the CPU is good enough for most stuff. It's just if I want to do anything game wise or something like that, you know, it doesn't have the processing power.
Yeah.
But I haven't really. I only played pretty much one game, and that's Yuri,
Yeah.
which is an old 10, 12-year-old. It doesn't tax this thing at all because it's simple.
Yeah.
But if I would do that, I also put a good sound card in it. I like having the secondary sound card, a sound blaster. But you don't see much of them anymore. I mean, they're around, but because most motherboards handle sound pretty good now. I just would like to have something made a little cleaner. So if I do some recording of stuff off of anything,
Yeah.
I get a kick. They blocked it so that you can't record anything you hear on your machine.
Oh wow.
Right? What you try to record anything, you know, like, oh, that sounds nice. No, you can't do that. So I take my laptop. I take the audio out of the laptop. I put what I want to record on the laptop and put it into the inputs here. And guess what? I record it.
Yep. I want to get me one of those fancy setups that everybody I've seen on YouTube videos has, man. One of them big old mic stands, and then you got them real fancy mics, those filters, and a sound mixer, and all kinds of shit.
I have a 7200 Nikon camera. I mean, I can use that. But right now, if I start making anything, this thing is fine. I'm not doing anything fancy. I'm talking now. This is going to make my words any clearer. The concept for the person to understand what I'm saying isn't going to get enhanced.
Yeah.
Right now, that little $60, you know, Logitech, fine.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with it. You see me fine. They can record on it. I can make a better. What's coming over the air is not near as clear as I can make it, you know?
Yeah. Paranor in the chat says, Paul, get a voice meter and you won't have to use a second laptop.
I have 2 other laptops. And I have another PC upstairs that's got to be updated but that's only a dual processor.
Yeah.
This is 4, but it can do 2 threads per core, which gives you 8. But I got the hardware. I can buy what I need.
Yeah. I like using quad cores. With the quad core processors I think that they're pretty cool.
Yeah, let me, just for the fun of it, see what I can do here. Of course, then I have to readjust everything again. See if I put my finger there. Okay.
Voice meter, freeware software, sound mixer.
There. See the little CPUs doing their little thing? Let me get it. There it goes. And see how they go over? That's when it.
Yeah.
Because I have it on 50% for the SETI.
Yeah. I don't have all that fancy shit.
Oh, what fancy shit. That's one reason I don't have Windows 10 on this, because you can't have gadgets on it yet. You know, it's like, give me a break. Because they say, oh, security. Well, then you could put a block system or block partition or whatever on the whatever that you put these things in, and you control what comes in and out of them on the internet. It can be done. It's called taking the time to do it.
Yeah.
We used to have that problem. Like I said, I worked for Treasury Dispersing. We used to have that problem with Social Security because we made their payments. And anytime something came up that had to be done, like they wanted to take the Social Security number off the checks for security. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, the problem is some of these checks are, say, child support. So some checks go to a bank, and the only way they know where to put the money is by that number. Okay? So we're saying, okay, so what do we got to do this? Do you think Social Security was going to figure out how to make it work? No, looking at one of the guys who was writing some of the programming, trying to see what needed to be done, how feasible was it? Me.
Yeah.
Treasury. Not Social Security. Some of the laziest programmers, when they would make those payments for like an extra whatever, when like Bush came out the $600 payment, boy, I made lots of money on that because I had to be a separate payment because Social Security, our programs are so big, and Congress said, oh, bullshit. You make a small patch and you loop out from the patch to your little side program and come back in again. No big deal. Doesn't touch anything else except for putting a loop out to where you want to go and come back.
Yeah.
I'm not even an analyst, and I know what the hell to do and how to do it.
Yeah, the thing about a lot of people, though, I think, Paul, is they want to make things more complicated than it actually is, man.
Their programming staff wouldn't do any. They didn't want to work at all. That's what
yeah. Well, like you were saying, a lot of them are probably lazy, man.
Because I know we got a new supervisor in, and we had that project coming up, and we're going to have a conference call in the forums. And I told him before it got started, I cut off so the speaker was off on the phone. I says, I'm telling you right now, they're going to, and I gave him the story. What they're going to tell you, I've heard this 100 times before, exaggeration, but I heard it so many times before. This is what they're going to say, blah, 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 and it's going to be on us. Oh, no. After he was done, he just looked at me, shook his head, and walked out the door,
Yeah.
Because that's those lazy bastards.
Yeah, but a lot of them are fucking lazy, man.
But that's only because their management lets them do that. It has nothing to do with it. But like I say, it's people. Well, my particular shop was a good shop for programming and stuff. It was a good shop. We had two good analysts. Teddy, which he retired and came back and still working there as a consultant, and Joanne. They were very good when it came to that shit. They're the kind of people who looks at the code, the numbers on the thing, and starts going through and boom, 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 boom. Before you know it, they're looking at the program. They knew how to read that shit because they know the instruction sets. They know how to set up, and before you know, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
But after 20-some years and stuff, you should know what's going on. You should.
Yeah.
Should.
Yeah, that's the key word, should. Because I don't know, man. This world's funny, Paul.
But look at history. It's nothing new. See, that's the whole thing. You're still dealing with people. I had a big argument one time with somebody. He says, "Oh, it's a good thing lifetimes are short." And I said, yes, in some ways it's good, like for dictators and stuff like that they ain't going to last forever. But I said the biggest problem is because lifetimes are short, a lot of people ain't worried about the next century or 100, 200 years from now. So they don't give a shit about the environment. They don't give a shit about what needs to be done now because they're going to be gone into the little heaven. So what do they give a crap? Because they're not going to be here. If they had to be here, you wouldn't have any problems with climate change, people denying and stuff, because they know they're going to be getting swamped with it.
Yeah.
So do something about it because it's going to be part of their life. As soon as it's out of their hands and they don't have to worry about it, forget it. I'm not saying everybody. Of course, here we go again. Not everybody ain't got the phone book. But a lot of people, that's their mentality, Like I was showing the $20 bill. You can have anything you want as long as it doesn't cost money.
Yeah.
Because when 9/11 again, when that hit, we were going to have because they had the anthrax scare and stuff, that we were going to have a secure room with ventilation, blah, 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 that's going to be curtailed, everything's going to be this and everything's going to be that. We had a big meeting, and they're always looking back at me because I'm the one who drops the other shoe.
Yeah.
I'm good at that. I'll have people every sort of looking over at Paul. What's Paul going to say? And finally, I just was shaking my head back there. Oh, Paul, this is going to... I said, no, it ain't. It's going to cost money. As soon as that money thing comes in, all of a sudden, all this shit's going to go away. And sure enough, 90+% of the things they said, outside of getting the little security thing, because that was obvious, the detector, outside that, all the other shit never fucking happened. No secure room, no this, no that, because it costs money.
Yeah, William in the chat says, seems that a lot of jobs, managers that know less than the staff tend to get selected.
You know what? I was told, and this is why I liked my military experiences for certain things, only because you can take them and transfer shit. But when you had lieutenants that were good, that went to Vietnam,
Yeah.
good ones, they grabbed on to whoever everybody else pointed to as the guy who knows what's going on. And they latched on to him to learn from him.
Yeah.
What's good, what's bad. They listened to him and got the experience that he's built up. And of course the other people too. I mean, it ain't just one person, but pretty much you grab onto the sergeant who's been in country for some time, and that's how you learn from him. The ones that were bad and probably never came back because they probably shot his ass were the ones that, I know what's going on, blah 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 blah. We're going to go over there. Oh no, we're not going there. He's gone. I don't know, a sniper got him.
Yeah.
It's exaggeration to what may happen there, but if you have anybody comes into a shop, they should be as neutral to what the shop is as possible. Grab onto the people, watch what's going on. I always said every time we got a new supervisor, well, it's going to be 2 weeks to 2 to 3 weeks, maybe 4, and the shit's going to hit the fan, and they're going to start putting things here, putting things there, having no idea what's going on. Because in that time of period, you're still learning. You're still in the learning curve. You're still down in here, not up here yet. You're still down here, and they're going to start, well, we should do this. We should do, and like we haven't played with this long enough.
Yeah.
Now, you might come up with a good idea. Yeah, that could happen, but it's rare. Stay here a while, latch on to somebody, talk to people, ask them what the hell is going on, what they think. Of course, you're going to get a lot of bogus things there, but you're going to be able, if you're a good manager, you're going to be able to pull out the bullshit from the good ideas.
Yeah.
Oh, and know that even if you change things, it could go down, at least for a while, and maybe graph back up again. But if it doesn't, you go back to status quo.
Yeah.
No, a good manager is open to suggestions, open to ideas,
And open to correction.
Well, that's part of it. Yep, the Titanic again.
Yep.
Now, a lot of the shit is stuff I used to sit around when I was a kid, and my father, you know, he was one of 8, and Gene and Dan. Well, Dan was flaky, but him and and I would sit there and listen to this shit. And then my grandfather, you know, they would get talking. Sometimes he could be there and they're BSing about whatever, politics or whatever the case is. And that's where I got a lot of information. It's probably been changed over the years since then, but that's where I got my basics. I was lucky enough that my father was a machinist. He had his own metal lathe, the whole bit. And so I got to know tools. I got to know how it was to craft something. I got to learn the difficulties in making something. And that's what you have a problem with a lot of people. They're in on the management end, and they never, except for, like I say, their hands slipping off the toilet paper, got their hands dirty. They never had to really produce. They never had to do the grunts. They never had to go through the whole process of stepping through and finding out what does work, what doesn't work, why it does, why it doesn't, and all that shit. They never fucking do that. They're a freaking Trump. Trump has never, ever really had to do anything that really, you know, he just gets yes men, you know, around him. Or he gets, oh, I can get the other people who know stuff. Why don't you know anything? You've been around things long enough. You should be able to bring something in with you by now.
Yeah.
And he brings nothing new to the table. Zilch. We're just going to get some people in there. We're going to build a wall. Blah, 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 blah. He shows absolutely no learning curve.
We're gonna build the wall, and it's gonna be huge.
And it's going to be done well, and it's going to be great. Anytime I have him on TV, boy, I can't get that face off of my TV fast enough, because he's got nothing to bring to the table. Zilch.
I tell you what, when it comes to my feed on my YouTube channel, man, there's a lot of fucking stuff about Trump, man. A lot of people are talking about it. I see a lot of thumbnails of Trump.
Yeah, well, I seen one, you know, it looked like Trump laying on the damn thing like he had a massive heart attack. Trump died of a massive heart attack. And I was so tempted, only because I know who posted it, how they are. I was so tempted to say, please don't tease. Because the first thing I go to is I hit the TV set. You know, I see that real quick, turn on. Nope, nothing about Trump. No, he ain't dead. Okay. You know, I figured it was a BS, but I did some fact checking. And but I felt like right there, I didn't make any commentaries on it, you know, at all.
Yeah.
You always get those people, oh, you shouldn't wish such a thing. Well, I wish my powers were that strong.
My powers are huge.
My powers are huge. Penis small, but powers are huge.
The wall is going to be great. Trust me. I'm going to call it the Trump wall.
So ignorant. He is so ignorant of the world. And this is somebody who's supposed to be in the business world, who should have picked up a few things by now. Should have. This is the experience of working with people. I can see it's a one-way conversation. It spills out his mouth, and yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Uh-oh.
That's nepotism for you.
What's up, Tinto?
You can have people who come from money. You can have people. There's something a person brings into anything too. You know? Yeah, I mean, you know, everything is, you know, given to you, whatever the case is. But there are people out there who still, even with that, do have something going upstairs and do question things and can learn from things. You know, they do happen. I'm not saying it's a lot, but we're talking about people. Like I told you, and people always get a kick out of this. I said, I believe in aliens coming to Earth. and they look at me. They're waiting for that little metal hood to go on my head, my aluminum fold. And I said, no, they bring their children to watch us to see how not to do anything.
Yeah.
It's sarcasm, yes, but in a lot of ways it's true. I'm getting another beer, so I'm even going to be more of whatever.
So, Tento, what kind of, if Hillary wins, what kind of impact do you think she's going to have?
I personally think that she's worse than Trump, but they're both bad. But I think with Hillary, I think she's going to do the same thing Obama's been doing, just keep people in the Middle East, keep relations with Russia strained, and she's gonna half-ass her she's gonna half-ass the policies that she said she was going to go with. I remember when she was debating with Bernie, Bernie kept saying stuff about free college, free healthcare, all these things, and to help the poor. And Hillary just said the same thing, but to a more limited degree. I feel like she's only gonna do like what 5% of that. That's why. I mean, I know Trump will be a whole it won't be like it will be like he'll sit in office. He won't do as much. Like I know he's not gonna build a wall, or if he does, it's gonna be like the stupidest idea ever. But he'll just be some dude that literally does nothing for 4 years, and then someone else can go ahead. I feel like Hillary would make a change, but it'll be drastic.
Yeah. So, what did you think about them building a wall around his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame?
I didn't hear that. Let me see.
Yeah, I watched a couple of videos on that, man. There were some people that built a wall around his star.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was fucking crazy.
Yeah. I feel like this election is not even like two people that are running. I feel like this is, sorry.
No, go ahead.
What were you saying?
No, I said go ahead.
Oh, okay. I feel like this election is not even two people that we're voting for. It feels like two products. Like we have a guy who literally has almost no nuance. He just says like basic things. Wall, fucking no taxes and make America great again. And then Hillary is basically we're getting her for the product. Like when you get a bandage, all right. I mean when you get a cut, you don't go for any other like bandage company. You straight up go for the Band-Aid, and that's how I feel Hillary is. Hillary isn't. Nobody's really voting for Hillary for policy. It's more for the name recognition, and because Trump is a very fucking disgusting person. But then the people voting for Trump, yes, some of them, but I don't think enough of them realize that it's because Hillary is corrupt as shit. But also, people voting for Trump is because Trump is extreme. Yeah, what were you gonna say? Huh?
No. You keep talking. This, No.
Yeah, people voting.
Like I say, Trump has no learning curve. Hillary has a learning curve.
Yeah. But with Hillary, it's more they both have agendas. But with Hillary, since she's corporate, it's
That's
what?
that's what's said about her. It's like derogatories. People talk. Oh, she's corporate. She's this. She's that. I don't know how many times you never know of anybody really, in a sense. You can kind of project, but you don't know how people, in a lot of ways, are going to act when they get in the voting booth, because they say they're going to vote for Trump, but now that their vote means something, they don't. But you don't know a lot of times how people are going to be when they get into a position. So the only thing you can do now is looking at what positions they've been in already, how they handled them. Have they done a good job? Have they learned from it? I'm saying, have they, as time went on and they found mistakes and they did certain things, we're all going to make mistakes. We all took off that God badge when we were born and threw it away. You know, we're going to make mistakes. But does a person learn from their mistakes? That's my whole criteria. Any boss that I had that was good in my life is one who has said, I effed up on that. I made a mistake. And then they take that and they, you know, go on. That's fine. But for Trump, he makes mistake after mistake. His first mistake is he opens his effing mouth. To me, usually when somebody is a thinker and you ask them a question, especially one they've never heard before, will sit there and do a thing called thinking before they respond. I had that many a time. We would be in the chow hall and somebody, well, what do you think about something? And I'll look at them and they'll say, well, I said, I've never heard this before. Let me think on it before I open my fucking mouth, you know? I'm exploring the possibilities right now. This is called thinking. I know you're not used to it, but when people are quiet, it isn't because they're not thinking. So somebody's going. If I'm up there and I'm a candidate, and somebody's going to hit me with something that, oh, I haven't thought about that before. I would say that just so they know. Kennedy was told when he was running for presidency that you should come out with something. Even if you're still thinking about something, you should start coming out with words, because there are going to be people out there to think you don't know what you're doing because you don't have a canned answer already. There's so many people, that's all they have, is a canned answer for everything that comes into their head. No, I want somebody I can see once in a while who's going to sit there and reflect on what that question was, because I know they're fucking thinking about it. Sorry.
In my opinion, if Trump were to win, I don't even think he's gonna make half the decisions that go around. I feel as if whatever committee, whatever group of people that backs him or that advises him is gonna get all the suggestions, and he's just gonna say yes to everything. He can have a bunch of yes men around him, but I believe that to an extent he knows that he doesn't really know what the fuck he's doing. So he's just going to ask for advice, and whatever advice sounds a little bit like compelling to him, he's just going to take it.
Yes. I mean, there's no way you're going to be a president and be really prepared for that office. Let's face it, you know, because you're going to be hit with a lot of shit you don't know. It's going to be, I almost bet the same thing happened to Obama when he wanted to shut down, you know, the prison, you know. And people go, well, why hasn't he? Because probably he was fed information he didn't know before of why he can't just shut it down. You know, maybe taper it out, whatever. But there's other things going on in the background that we're not privy to. That's why I say a lot of stuff. When people say, well, why did this? Because I hate to say this, you do not know every fucking aspect of every fucking thing that's going on. There is a certain thing called security and a need to know. You know, I had a secret clearance in the Air Force, but most people, everybody in my career field had one. No big deal. You still have top secret. But I had a secret. But it was still the other thing that came into it was not only the clearance, but the need to know to begin with.
What's up, Paranor?
Oh, I'm halfway there. I'm good.
Halfway there?
Conversation is definitely something that's I love chewing on, and Paul's right. Need to know is, let's translate that out to regular profession jobs, right? If you work on one machine and you try to work on another machine, but you're not trained on it, you're not allowed to run that other machine because you're ignorant. Same with the need to know thing, right? there's a lot of stuff. People are still, as I put it, children. As Paul was saying earlier, they don't want to think. They don't want to take the time to think. They want to be quick, judgmental, opinionated, and they make themselves stupid all the time while doing it.
Yeah.
I have to write this shit down. I got to write something. Okay. But you have to understand, this is stuff that I heard. And my father, or I used to be stuck in his shop with his hobbies. He was into, at first, model airplanes. I'm talking about the stuff you control. You know, remember the old U control? I don't know if you're that old, but it used to be one string. It was your thing, and blah, blah, blah. And then he tried the other stuff, and that just didn't work out for him because he wasn't good at it. So he got into radio control model boats and stuff, whatever the case is. But I used to get talked to a lot as a child. You know, when I went out with my peers, I was bored to tears of their conversation.
Same here.
You know, and I was way ahead on the learning curve. When they used to bring in, that was the first time they started doing the testing with, you know, the number 2 pencil thing. I was one of the first generation that got hit with those things. And they would come in and wonder why I was doing so freaking well. I was killing everybody in the testing. But in class, because I was bored to freaking tears.
Yeah, and Paul, to explain that, and I was the same way, but I think the difference is where the point you were trying to get to is that you and I were engaged with the environment, with the people in our environment, with a lot of differing things. Books, you know, questions got answered, where people may be more knee-jerk, don't have that engagement.
I'm not going to blame the people for that, you know, really. I can back off and say, yeah, it was their environment, blah, 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 blah. And again, but you still have those people who can get themselves out of that, you know, whatever that.
Anybody can, yeah.
I'm going to be nice and say some people are just too damn stupid.
Well, some people are. There is wiring. There is hardware underneath the software. Yes, so some people are. There's lemons. Yes. Trump's a lemon. Yeah.
Yes, I hate to say it, yes. But
yeah, there are natural psychopaths. There's schizophrenics and things like that. There's always nature in play.
Yeah. I mean, I will weigh a person on his own credentials.
Yes.
At the meetings again, we had this one guy that came in, and he looked like just to look at him, you know, he looked like, what's he doing here? Boy, was he smart.
Yeah.
Boy, was
a lot of smart people will actually show themselves to be something other by culture's definitions just to play fuck with them.
No, I'm just saying, you just look at him and go, oh, who's this doofus? And boy, he knew what questions to that. I enjoyed when he came around. You know? It was good. It was entertaining in the sense of, yeah, you can't look at the book's cover. You cannot look at the book's cover.
Nope.
And I always bring up, like I say, when people bring in genetics, they bring in race and all that bullshit. No, you go out there and you find out what that person's capabilities are, because you don't know. And I'll bring up over and over again, you look at baseball, you look at pitchers, you've got short ones, you've got tall ones, you've got heavyset ones, you've got lanky ones. And what do they all have in common? Desire for that particular thing.
There's not just that, but yes.
And yeah, they have an arm. Yeah, they have. Yeah, there's certain things. Yeah, but by and large, anybody you talk to who was really going after something, and they would even say, but they put the fucking effort into it at least.
I'm just gonna say you only get on if you have a wicked knuckleball.
Some things you will, some things you are kind of quote unquote born to. Yes. Right, and desire doesn't necessarily mean, because it could be a passion.
Right, whatever it is, because this, like I said, I brought up a few times before. This genetics came in. This is when my kid was like 3 years old, before this third wave bullshit came in with the with the women liberists, whatever. Anyway, they were all ready to jump over on this guy because he's into genetics, and he said right away, let me put it this way: genes determine if you're going to be a cow, a tree. They do limit, but he says, we don't know what combinations make whoever good at something per se. Because he brought in thoroughbreds. To be a thoroughbred, you've got to be from a certain bloodline of horses.
Right.
Be considered a thoroughbred. Okay, I got that right. So anyway, he says you can look at a colt when it's first born, you go, wow, it's got the long leg, it's got this, it's got that, and it grows up and it's a piece of shit.
Yep.
And then you have one that's got all, stocky body, blah, 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 but it loves to fucking run. Now, of course, you have to have the right everything else, but if you don't have that desire to begin with, I don't care how good you are at anything, and you usually are not going to get that far with it. Usually.
Well, with DNA and genetics, people have to realize that it's more of a template of what's being made. With all the hardware tools that enable the dynamic possibilities of outcomes, right? So, like Paul, like you were saying, there's no one gene for a good throwing arm, or one gene for autism, or things like that. It's always going to be a combination of things combined with something through your experience.
Now, you can bring twins into the consideration. And I'm going to bring in one aspect I always hear, I always think about, is you have twins. Now, they have a lot of things going together, blah, 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 blah. And then one twin will run into some girl, and the other twin, who has the same basic history, goes, I don't know what the hell he sees in her.
Yeah.
Or him.
Well, it's like twins who are, one loves music, one loves math.
Right.
Now, here's the interesting thing about that. Music and math have the same tools to enable them, but then the desire or the interest spreads that, takes them across and splits them up. But here's the interesting, you said thoroughbred earlier. You also have to remember thoroughbred is just a fancy way of saying incest.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
No, seriously, because you can genetically improve, that's eugenics, improve certain physical characteristics, not necessarily neurologically, though, but possibly. But the rest of the body, because it's very functional mechanical, it's easier to, look at dogs and cats. We did that. We are the intelligent designers behind current day dogs and cats. Just get the phrase in a certain way. Right? We are their creators because that's unnatural selection.
Yeah. Can I bring a joke into this? Go on the internet, look up a diary of a cat and dog.
Lol.
Have you ever read that?
Lol.
Diary of a cat and dog. Basically, it's this. Dog. Oh, boy, we're going to play ball. It's my favorite thing. Oh, we're going for a walk. My favorite thing. Everything is its favorite thing. Cat. 635th day of my captivity. Tried to trip up the master today up at the top of the stairs by distracting it, but it didn't, completely different diaries. Very humorous. Because I used to work at a food place, people would bring their cat or dog food or both or whatever, and I always told them that, look up Diary of a Cat and Dog. Fun.
Yeah.
Fun. Sorry, I digress. I'm good at digressing. But yeah, so sorry, Quappy. To me, I look for flexibility. I used to have, I don't have anymore, but it used to be a thing. It was a cubicle that you can look through the top of it. It had 6 dice in it. I've never seen that puzzle. but it had 6 dice in it. And what you had to do, there was little indentations where you had to put the dice in. And on the back, it showed you like you had to have 1 and 2 and 3, you know, and arrange them like that, you know. And I would love to have that if I had any job interview. I would give that to somebody and say, okay, see this puzzle? Here. And then I will watch the scene. I don't expect them to solve the problem, but I'm interested to see what techniques they do.
Exactly.
How
Flexibility in mental capacity is cleverness.
Yeah. What do they do? Okay. Do they keep trying to go do? That doesn't work. You know? And that's the things. That's the reason you have little puzzles. Not necessarily, okay, the person's going to solve. No. Watching them trying to solve it. Seeing, are they clever, innovative enough to try different techniques? Even if the technique doesn't work, are they trying?
Oh, exactly. It did. I demonstrate that a lot in comment section when somebody brings up the whole pessimist optimist glass. Is it half full, half empty? My answer is no, stupid. You got the wrong glass.
Hey, Paranor, not to change the subject or anything, but have you heard anything from Renee?
As far as I understand, she's kind of just taking a vacation.
Oh, okay.
Beyond that, I really don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I
just
don't
checking.
know. Yeah, mostly I don't know.
Sometimes that's the best position to be in.
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
sometimes the worst, but yeah.
Yeah. I okay, just to qualify that,
This is another half glass. This is another glass.
I'm not the person who says no news is good news.
Yeah.
No news is no news.
Well, it depends. It's a subjective thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because
and-
in some
yeah.
situations,
Oh,
right? Like I'm waiting on a call back, but not having the call back is not bad news. They're just busy.
Yeah, but you know I'm coming from on that. You know?
Oh, I do.
That's all that counts. This is good. This has been a good conversation. But the thing is, of course, I'm blabbing my little mouth off. But these are things that I've noticed and things I picked up. Okay, back to the service thing. And one guy says, boy, for somebody who hated the service, you talk about it a lot. And I said, are you listening to what I'm talking about?
Well, listening is a lost art now, isn't it?
I don't know, per se. There are people watching this. Damn, it just went through my head real quick. But it has to do with that, you know. It's darn it. I should have said something right away. Short-term memory.
Well, you paused long enough for me to jump in. Sorry.
Jump in. I enjoy your conversations.
Good. Same here.
You know, you don't have to agree with me, you asshole, but whatever.
No, of course not. I'm a big asshole. Fuck, man.
Got a big
You can be quite the stubborn cunt, but anyway. Sorry, John.
Wait, cunt? Cunt? I have to look. I just took a piss, but it wasn't a cunt.
Look, I'm Canadian, so cunt for me is half insult, half, what's the other word? Shit, it's like bitch. Like gold medal, seal of award, it's your hero cookie.
I probably said it before, but again, in
Compliment, there we go. Holy fuck. Sorry, go.
No, when it comes to words, because a lot of times I say to people, we have to agree on definitions of words before we can proceed. Okay?
Yep.
We have to know basic, you have a foundation, because one time I was on one forum, and we were talking about Einstein's theory. Not that I'm great into it, but I know enough to get by. And I said, well, we have to and one thing at a time. I'll explain something, we'll go on. He says, why can't I have a whole bunch of questions? I says, we got to build a foundation before we get to that.
And you know what? I want to go back to the whole knee-jerk thing, because that this applies to it. Because the definitions, if somebody's just putting their own emotional knee-jerk on certain words and the weight from their life onto words, then you've got to work away from their full definition, because their emotional state is part of their definition. And that's part of the reason why nobody listens, because you say one thing, you're meaning this, and they're thinking you're meaning something else. And nobody asks to clarify. Listening is a lost art, because the only way to truly listen to somebody else is if you listen to yourself first.
That's a good idea. Well, I was an amateur club. I was El Presidente for a while. No choice on my part. But anyway, we had a guy who wrote or put together the newsletter for the club, and I got him to quit because the main premise of the discussion was, he says, "Well, if you write it down, people know what you mean." And I said, "No, you hope they do." I could not get that through to his little brain that, because everybody from different parts of the country, that gets back to the surface again, different parts of the country have different freaking goddamn concepts or nuances of a freaking word. Because one guy came to the barracks, he was a new guy to the barracks, blah, 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 and I'm talking to him, I say, blah, 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 whatever, give him a rundown of what's going on. And he says, "Yeah, I got to go out and get some cock."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I go, whoa. There was no
Silicon or clay?
No. But if you look up in the dictionary, which you can do now, he was from the South, and he was from a certain area, and that was pussy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? You look up the word cock, and if it's has a good definition in there, it's going to bring up, not pussy, but it's going to bring up,
Uh-huh.
So I said, that's what I'm saying. Different words in different areas can have a whole they have different.
Oh, yeah.
We all bring our own baggage on words.
Well, here's something interesting. In Nova Scotia, where I'm in and from, unfortunately, I call it Alabama North up here, so I'm surrounded by Baptists. The word ignorant does not mean ill-informed. It means you're rude.
Oh, yeah, you're being ignorant, you're being stupid. Yeah. I heard that.
You can kind of follow it, but surrounded by Baptists, I just think it's kind of funny that word got changed into being rude rather than being ill-informed, because, boy, there's a lot of ill-informed, rude people around here.
Yeah, because one time I was in one house, from somebody who's Southern thing, and I said, "Gee, they ought to just shut up." "No, don't say shut up, say hush."
If I want somebody to shut up, I'll tell them to fucking shut up.
I said, it might sound nicer, but it still means the same fucking thing. Shut the fuck up.
Exactly. I made one young lady smile, because when I asked this young lady a question, her mother started answering. I just looked at her and said, "I asked her, you shut up. Continue."
Did I ever tell you the time? I mean, you can see I had these weak-minded women behind me. The manager before the place was closed, nothing to do with her. It's a whole long story. It was for Rocky's Ace Hardware. He was the grandson of the founder of Ace, and he has like 30-some stores. Anyway, she got to be manager for a while, and I was one of the helpers, one of the workers, and I'm walking by her, and she's talking to some guy, and he looks at me and says, "Well, what do you think about it?"
Whoops, sorry.
Now, I'm going to tell you, Randy is anything but stupid. He knew how to do calculus. I mean, there's different levels of calculus, but she could do calculus, so right away she can figure things out. And she did not call me on. We had these little radios. She didn't call me. That means she didn't need any help. Because, I mean, somebody can ask me something and that's not my expertise, and I'll get ready. Anybody know about you know, whatever the case may be. She did not get it on the radio. I said, so as I'm walking, he goes, blah. I said, did she say something? Did she give you the answer? Yeah. And I said, there's the answer. And I just kept walking on. Later on, you know, like about half an hour after the asshole was gone, she came over to me and she was just smiling. She said, thank you so much. You made me feel so good. I said, well, you didn't call me on the radio, so you knew what you were talking about. I have no doubt about it. So all you women liberators out there, you know, prove it. And, you know, when I was in the military, I always said they should draft women too. If you want all the rights, take all the responsibilities. It's no big deal. If you want all the rights to a certain thing, take on responsibilities. Not necessarily you've got to be out in the front line, not necessarily, but you at least put yourself in that predicament.
So, Paranor, what wrong screen were you talking about?
Oh, he's on drugs right now, so he'll be back.
Oh, okay. Doing drugs.
Oh, sorry. Fucking mute. I was on the wrong monitor. Yes, I'm on drugs all the time.
See, it's
I was
real
responding to somebody.
You look at the screen and you see that little thing that looks like a mic with it crossed out.
Yep. No, I use the hotkeys for muting. Right.
Oh.
So I was on my other monitor and I was about to burp and I hit the hotkey. It's like, oh shit! I was not muted.
Oh,
yeah,
man,
then I was muted and talking to you while I was on the other side because I hit the hotkey and I didn't unmute. So, you know,
was it an epic burp, Paranor?
Well, it was under what Paul was saying a little bit ago. It was very full and had it filled the room. Yeah,
Filled the room with that. I had a friend. I was hoping to see him again when I was up north. Anyway. That guy could get through the G and H.
Oh, gee. When I was in high school, we actually had a burp contest, and I got to about 1:30, and everybody was somewhere between 120 and 150. One guy went for 230.
Oh, well.
Oh, wow. He had some good diaphragm control and drank a hell of a lot of soda, I think.
Damn.
He was real good at it. Yeah, he could, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's a talent. I mean, you have to work your diaphragm real hard for that. A good singer should be able to do it as well. But,
yeah.
Trained singer.
Unfortunately, he's fallen out of grace. And I wish he didn't fuck up. I'm talking about Bill Cosby. But he has so many good things of experiences and stuff and jokes and stuff. But anyway, one show had nothing to do with him per se, but it had a singer there, a jazz singer, a blues singer. You know, somebody could really control, like you said, their diaphragm, the whole bit. And they had the kids, the two young girls, and they're trying to sing some kind of thing where you're off key and stuff and trying to and I mean this woman just did her little part and she just sung in this off key, good vocal control, and they tried it was just like block sing, yeah. Somebody who sings well that's a lot of hours, you know, they really work at it.
Yeah, well, it becomes a physical memory, right? So I mean, to go against that can be very difficult. Well, it's like you're playing the piano, guitar, and you're playing a piece, and you're going to try to purposely play some wrong notes. It's damn difficult to do.
Yeah, it's harder to do. It's kind of hard to improvise because of that.
Yeah. You have to get it to be able to do a good improvisation like jazz or stuff like that. You have to not be there while you do it. You have to be in that zone because your own training will get in the way, which kind of harkens back to was it this conversation or something earlier? It was something earlier. Terribly sorry. I won't harken it back right now. I need more medication.
Now I just realized why all the good guitarists were fucking potheads and acid guys and shit.
Well, yeah, it can help you get away from yourself, not run away. It's just put yourself to the side.
Get out of the box.
Sorry? Well, yeah, you go into the moment. Yeah, you go into the moment, include yourself in the moment, which means you're fully listening to yourself, including yourself, not making yourself special. You're part of everything, which you are. But you put yourself to the side, and boom, you can go anywhere.
Jesus Christ.
I want to go to Mars, man.
This shit was trippy.
I want to get my ass to Mars. Well, I mean, here's an example.
Depends on how good the women look.
Very true. And how many tentacles?
We could tell Paranor wants to play with some tentacles.
I know the
feminists are going to get excited, but is that thinking outside the box?
I'll tell you one thing. Being a bit Irish, my last name is Fay, which means I'm just a big leprechaun. I don't go for a pot of gold. I go for a honey pot. In a box.
In a box. I know years ago, a next door neighbor girl came over. This is I still lived up in Levittown, and they're going over the names for pussy. Her and my wife, and they're going, and she goes, "Why the hell do they call it a box?" I said, "Because you could put things in it."
Oh, and by the way,
that's what came to mind.
Yeah. Those old movies and TV shows that call Indian women squaws, don't do that. It's insulting because squaw is vagina. It's pussy. So you're calling every woman a pussy.
Oh, shit.
Just saying.
You know, context a conversation means so much sometimes too. You know, like you're only joking around. I'm not saying that now, but a lot of times people they go, "Oh, you should say." There's times for everything. I mean, come on.
Exactly. I mean, hell, even in the concentration camps in World War II, I'm sure the Jews were joking about their situation.
Right. Oh, that brings on. Ever watch the PBS special on God on Trial?
I've got it on the hard drive.
Yeah. Well, there's one part that's been taken out too of when the guy goes really into the whole thing, of what God had them do and shit to whoever, whatever, and it was great. Really.
Oh, if Quiet and Tento, if you haven't seen that, watch it. Find it someplace and watch it. It's a beautiful little bit. Matt, hey, how are you doing? I was going to say something. I can't remember what it was. Shit.
Yeah, short-term shit is terrible.
I know. I'm getting over the hump. I'm only halfway medicated. Sorry, John?
No, speaking of jokes, I was watching this one big YouTuber one time, and she was reading her hate mail. And she made a video about the whole damn thing. And one of the comments in the video was, I want to stick something in your fart box. I'm like, what the fuck?
I don't like using things that are now.
Well, that's a bit ambiguous because, I mean, with women, they can fart from 2 boxes, can't they? Whether it be a fart or a queef.
But
that is nasty. Well, I don't know, good vibration sometimes. Depends.
Again, I will get in trouble, but if they can make that fart, that's the one you're interested in.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, fuck.
because she's got control.
Yep. Go back to those 2.5-minute burps.
Whoa! That's control.
Oh, look, I had one woman who had good kegels, good control, and gave me a multiple orgasm.
Okay.
Oh, baby.
Of course, I will now get hate mail, but I don't get hate mail, so ain't worried.
I don't get mail.
If I ever do videos, I don't know if I ever will really read the comments outside maybe the first couple of things, and then I don't care. You guys can fight out among yourselves. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I said what I want to say. I doubt if you're going to bring a new concept into it. You could.
You know what, Paul? I just had an interesting concept for a show, a YouTube show that you and I might be able to do, at least. Grumpy old men.
Yeah. Gee, that's a new one.
I know. But you don't really see it on YouTube much, do you?
No, but really, I mean,
Shit, you guys
I
can
used
be
to,
back.
I used to love the one reason I understand why I used to love when my uncles came over, because I was now out of the picture. In other words, I can do my own thing. Before, I could say my father was very controlling, and like it was his hobby, his hobby, his hobby, his hobby. 2 seconds from my shit back to his hobby kind of. And when they came over, at least he was busy with them. But then they would tell some fun stories and shit when they were kids and shit like that. And other things would come into it. And Gene was good. The only problem with Gene, he was not an improviser. He didn't think too much out of the box sometimes, because I was talking years ago about when they come out with the bigger TV screens like what we have now. And he said, well, this screen over here is perfectly good. And I said, I was watching Olympics and they didn't have to zoom in on everything. You know, you could look at almost the whole freaking field and still see the people playing because of the high quality of the picture and stuff. And it was such, like watching the soccer, football game or whatever the case is, and it was so much better watching it on this because I didn't have to zoom in so you can see what's going on.
By the way, I have to ask, that beeping, is that somebody at McDonald's and the fries already?
No,
beep. That was very grating.
What horrible beep.
I think it's from Tento, I'm not sure.
No, Tento has an issue with his audio once in a while. That's probably what you're hearing.
Yeah, every so often he has a problem with his audio. Every so often we can hear him. That comes from the conversations of being in the military, and also, like I say, there it is again. And like I say, my father, because they would every so often, and it stuck with me a lot more than I thought it did.
Always does.
Yeah, when I'm watching this thing now, I don't see it. But when I get done and I'm watching this, I go, oh my son even said, you sound like your father. In a way of phrasing things, a way of saying things.
Well, you're always molded by culture. Sorry, John.
Yes.
No, I have people telling me all the time that when I laugh in certain ways, I sound like my dad, the way that he laughs.
Oh, here's one for you. I'm adopted, okay, and that's why I said about the leprechaun earlier. My actual last name used to be Fay at birth, but you can't trace me from that because my birth certificate says my birth mother is somebody else. It's the only legally forged or false government document. But anyway, so I finally met my birth mother, and we're sitting down. There's a third party there. And we're just talking and, engaging each other and that. And he starts laughing. And it's like, we both look at him and go, what? You two. The way you speak, the way you move your hands, this, that, everything, exactly the same. We mirrored each other. But we've never met before that day.
Oh, damn.
When he made that comment. So there are things to nurture, even in the neurological or nature, even in the neurological, but it's always dynamic because of the nurture. We're still templates, but we're templates from what our parents had, and that goes to the thoroughbred bit. But you're still not thoroughbred. You just may have traits more towards something over something else. So yeah, so that sort of thing, that was weird because you never know what is nature or what is nurture.
Yeah.
But yeah, our body language is kind of the same. It's interesting. Though I will say dog, not dog, and I will say crotch instead of crutch.
Yeah.
Those are local to where she lives, so.
Oh shit.
It's fascinating. It is.
Yeah. So how's the weather over there in Canada today?
Well, in this shitty place, it is actually blue skies. It is what's the temp? Not bad. I did have to do a conversion. Hang on. We do use centigrade here.
Yep.
Let's see.
It's actually quite nice where I'm at today for once.
Well, the humidity broke it. For the past 2 days we should have had thunderstorms with the way those clouds were looking, but the pressure system just had me in pain. I am an old fart and my joints go ow 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 quite a bit. That's why I medicate a lot. But yeah, it's 77 here now, which is quite comfortable. But the humidity kills you.
What the hell is that, Paul?
Pastrami?
No?
Ham.
Oh, that sick-looking ham of them was ham.
Yeah, exactly.
Salami?
No, it's in, maybe you can consider it a type, it's Lebanon bologna.
Oh, okay.
From people from the Northeast, you know, and also, like, I don't have any, I ate it a lot, liverwurst. Uh-oh, I hear typing.
Yeah, I was just responding to Matt, Stan, actually. Hey, Stan, he said it's starting to cloud over.
That's more getting into your Pennsylvania Dutch-tron things.
Hey, good meat is good meat regardless.
Well, I can get that here, lemon bologna and liverwurst. They're not, I give them 80%. Not quite what I get, you know, back home in Pennsylvania.
There's a lot of Dutch Mennonite around here.
But there's a real Jewish delicatessen, meaning they're closed Saturday, and I have to try them out to see what they have. Nothing better than a good soaked, real damn bucket. No, I'm talking about Jewish pickle.
Oh no, I can't do pickles.
Oh, I can. A good.
You can take that. You can take a good pickle, Paul.
Yeah. Good pickle.
Paul loves a good pickle. Paul loves a good tickle to his pickle.
Green. So here's his green.
Well,
good Jewish.
I have some green.
Good Jewish pickle. Oh, waterlogged, you know, soaked. Oh, so I had to go. I've been over here 2 years. I haven't gone there yet. There's a place, and of course, the day I did stop, it was Saturday. They were closed. You know, doing their Jewish thing. I cried, but I got over it. But a good delicatessen. I mean, they got some stuff that you just, to die for. I will say some of their stuff is really great.
Yeah.
Unlike the English, which have nothing to give us on any, you know, fish and chips. Wow, they got one thing right. Wow.
Come on, spotted dick. Bangers and mash. What are you talking about?
bangers and mash, which is the sausage and potatoes. And
Exactly.
I mean, it's like what, 3 things maybe? Give them a hand of good things from the British.
Come on. The English tried to be sexy. They couldn't do it because of the fucking French. They've always had a grudge against that.
The French are okay, but like they say, it's like great sauces, great, you know.
Oh shit.
That's what I like back then. When I was a kid, you had like 2 things to go to. It was either a pizza place, you know, or it was the you know, Chinese takeout. Now you have
I was
such,
just going to say, you better say Chinese over Mickey D's.
yeah, but you know, now you have the. Of course, it's all been Americanized. I understand it's not original, but you have such bigger diversity. You know, I still mean to go to a buffet here. It's not. It's only less than a mile away, and it's Indian food. You know, Indian.
We've actually got an Indian food place at the Buffalo, Nova Scotia. It's a university town, and they are thriving because it's a university town.
Okay.
The only unique restaurant around there.
Well, it's a buffet, so it's I would love to find like Thai or Vietnamese buffet, so I can try it because I don't know what you know. To me, it's like who knows.
Yeah.
It's nice to take a little of this, and find out what does it.
There's apparently a really good Greek place in the city that uses actual lamb.
Okay, I went to a Greek.
I can't stand lamb, man. Ugh.
But
I love lamb.
Yeah. And a lot of people were they enjoyed it. I said, this isn't quite doing it for me. Now I could probably cultivate a taste for it. I do have an ability to. Oh, I don't like it now, and somebody would eat the lemon, and then after a while, you start to. Your mind starts to find out what it likes and goes with it. You know?
Well, our palate is.
I don't care how you do it. No eyeballs. I don't care.
Yeah, or head cheese.
Only other things
I'm with you.
Besides eyeballs.
Yeah. Well, you could always have some prairie oysters.
No thanks.
I thought that was mountain oysters.
Could be, depending on where you're from.
Okay, mountain oysters, pig nuts.
Do you want
prairie oysters, or bull nuts?
Do you want some nuts?
No. Paranoid. What would you say?
Prairie oysters are bull testicles.
Well, bull, whatever, pig.
Yeah.
My father used to eat, what you call it? You get in a jar, pig's feet. You know.
I saw those I saw a big friggin' jar of pickled pig's feet in Gulf Breeze, Florida Walmart. I just did a double take. It's like, yes, I am in the South. Okay, I'm in the South.
See, that's Pennsylvania Dutch, because like I said, my grandmother was Pennsylvania Dutch. Now, I didn't know she knew how to speak German until one day she went off, and I wish I had that tape, because she was speaking German like crazy. But anyway, I mean, to listen to her, she had no accent. She had the local accent. And, but they used to eat everything. I mean, you know, you use the intestines to make your sausage, in order to use the skin off the intestine, blah, 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 blah. You know, all that stuff. So, I mean, and then she would make tripe, and I had nothing for tripe. No.
Well, that's the pepperoni I grew up with, was the intestines as the packaging material, till they had to change it because, but I understood it. Yeah, it's not as sanitary. You get salmonella a hell of a lot easier.
Well, she said they used to clean them real well. I mean, you know, whatever. You know, and then you cook it.
Man, that's fucking nasty. Ugh.
Oh no!
What's your
You ever had haggis?
No.
Oh yeah, somebody just made a joke about that, about them not letting them genetically engineered stuff in, but they eat Angus. Oh, thank you. And I said, I wrote a comment. How does your body know engineered, so-called engineered from regular genetics? It doesn't.
One of the big reasons we survived is our adaptive, eating.
Eat anything.
Yeah, pretty much. We're worse than goats.
Probably because we eat goats.
Yep.
Even goats.
Well, that's it. Well,
that's mine.
Goats were the original wet nurses. Just saying.
Goat's milk?
Well, they'd bring a goat in and have 6 babies and give them because, mothers would die in childbirth, so you have to feed it somewhere.
Yeah, I always get a kick out. I just read statistics, women live longer. And I felt like writing, does that graph bring in that now women don't die in childbirth?
That is a good question. Do they adjust for that or take it into account? Yeah.
Yeah, do you adjust for that criteria, that you don't have women dying?
That is a good, yeah. And I heard a very disturbing stat that more women are dying in America from childbirth complications due to.
Let's stay out of Texas.
Is it just Texas?
Hey, man, what the fuck? Damn it, Paul, fuck you.
Oh, baby.
It wasn't an offer, it was a statement.
Hey, you look up the statistics. I just read it. I mean, I can check out the criteria, but that's the worst state right now for maternity deaths.
Well, yeah.
And that's because of all that Bible bullshit.
Yep.
I have no problem with women say give birth at home, as long as they have people there.
And somebody who actually knows what they're doing, not just push it out, shove it out.
And they know when to say, hey, it's out of my league, to the hospital.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
Exactly.
That's not a problem. That again is not a derogatory. Saying something's out of your league and going to where it isn't.
Well, it's being smart when you know your limitations, and you have to listen to yourself to know your limitations, because if you don't know your limitations, you're always going to push harder and jump right off that cliff. Hello, Mr. Trump. Talk about a wrap-up. Shit.
Yeah.
I would love to train for about a month or two and get in the ring with him.
I would have paid to see that if I had the cash.
Look, with his small hands, he'd just be running away from you, farting a breeze, trying to take in more breath so he could fart his way forward faster away from.
If he runs from me, I'll punch his fucking back until he can't walk. I don't give a shit.
But you got to block everybody else from jumping in to save him, because he's got people hired for that. That's why he runs.
I would love to have him in a ring. I would love it, because I know he has had. I used to be in wrestling and stuff. Not that I'm great, but I used to do stuff, so I know how to. I know how to move these things. How he does.
Paul, we know you're not great. You have big hands.
I wish I did. No, I'm glad I have me. I'm 5'10". See, everything fits. Cars.
Yeah.
Everything. That's the average. Everything fits.
I've only got one thing that doesn't fit me.
Yeah, I know the rubbers are too small, but besides that. Ever hear the one with Texas? They needed to get some rubbers, and at that particular time, the only providers was Russia. So they asked for a certain size, blah 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 blah, and it came in, and they were small. What do you mean they're small? Blah 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 blah. Well, in our country, yeah, but you got small. How Texas is. Everything's got to be big in Texas. Nothing worse than a short Texan.
That's right. Everything here is big.
Yeah, nothing worse than a short Texan. I always knew a guy from Texas in the service, especially if he was short. The hip on his shoulder was unbelievably big.
What I got between my legs is only 2 inches from the ground.
Yeah, but you're laying on your belly.
No, I'm standing right up. I'm standing right up. I'm standing right up.
No. You were laying down.
No, I'm standing right up. Shit, it drags on the ground like a fucking snail, man. I have to throw it over my shoulder every time.
I'm a soldier.
Yep, my shoulder.
Do you ball tango? Do you swing them to your throat? Do you
Shoulder.
a time and a knot? Do you time in a bow? Do you throw them over your shoulders?
Yeah, that goes way back to even when I was a kid. You know.
Oh yeah.
Hang low.
Actually, somebody did a underwear commercial doing "Do your boys hang low?"
Can you drag in
And
this?
they faded it out just before throwing them over your shoulder.
Oh shit!
When it's done right, things like that are just beautiful.
Nothing funnier than hearing two women, and I've heard this 2 times in my lifetime. They didn't know I was around, which is good, and they're talking about their boys, their baby boys, and who's got the bigger genitalia. So don't tell me size doesn't matter to a woman.
Well, last video I watched, it was from Jacqueline Glenn, I believe, and she was talking about how size doesn't matter; it's how you use it that really counts.
Yeah, but you have to still have something to work with.
Exactly. I mean, yes, that is a true statement. Skill has a lot to do with it, but yeah, if you can't feel it in there, you can't do anything.
Girls,
you
you
gotta-
got again, but I don't care how big that clitoris gets.
But the problem in certain situations with certain women is like throwing a hot dog down a hallway, man.
Mm.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If she can do fart things, she don't have that problem.
That's why girth is much better thing to look at than length.
Yeah.
Because even the small ones you can stretch out a little.
Oh,
This went into man talk, didn't it?
man, how?
That's because we don't have any females in here. Where the hell are the females?
I don't know. I sent out a link to a bunch of people, man. Nobody's coming in.
What's your name? I enjoy talking when she's in here.
Who?
Oh, I can't think of the truck driver.
Oh, Raven?
Yeah, I like.
I don't know where she's been. I haven't seen her for a long time.
She'll bust mine.
Yeah, I haven't heard from Raven for a while.
All right, yeah. I mean, it's like talking about what's his name. You go, oh God, what's going on? What's going on? And then bad news, you know. I was very upset yesterday.
Yeah. I was too. I couldn't even think straight, man.
Yeah, I was going to go out and see, like I said, the singer, Roy Zimmerman. I've seen him a couple times in Florida, once here. He travels a lot. And I was all ready to go, but just, I watched the extended version of Superman and Batman. I enjoy that movie. I really do, because I don't need to have action. I like to watch the commentaries, the build-up, the whole bit, you know?
Yeah.
And you got people that have to have everything all at once. And maybe as they mature, but it's a good movie.
What's that?
Yeah, but I don't know if you've ever seen Superman versus Batman. I like the whole thing. I really like it. I thought it was done very well. It was very maturely done. I don't mind, watching, like I have it, what you call it, the Guardians of the Galaxy and stuff. You know,
Oh, I love that movie.
yeah. And I have Deadpool. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh.
You
The
know,
biggest thing, now I'm not a Deadpool follower, but the biggest disappointment I had, and I hope it's in the second one, there was no bucket.
no what?
No bucket anywhere.
No fuck it.
No bucket of fucks,
Oh,
right?
Didn't he
There was
fuck-
no empty bucket anywhere. No upside down bucket anywhere.
Oh,
They
bucket.
should have bucket. Yes, sorry.
See, you got that.
My lips must be.
You got that funny accent thing. Oh, bucket, as in.
Well, which accent would you like, son?
No.
I
The bucket as
can
in-
do so
the
many.
bucket as in-
I've qualified in the South quite a bit.
I could do so many.
Anyway, as in put water in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I don't see. I never
Yeah.
followed Deadpool, so that don't mean anything.
Yeah, neither did I, but all the talk over it. I mean, that I have no buckets of fucks in my bucket. I mean, it's been traveling the internet and getting
Oh,
in
okay.
people's
I
heads,
haven't seen anything on that. So.
okay. It's usually a meme. Me.
I
But
can
no,
do-
I like I said, I like banter like that, and like I said, my son he grew up, of course, with me and stuff, and he's 40-ish. Anyway, and the breaking the fourth wall. Well, you go back to the Marx Brothers.
Oh yeah.
Groucho broke the fourth wall all the time, and you go back to say the TV show with Gracie Burns and Allen.
Yes.
He used to break the fourth wall all the freaking time. Matter of fact, he had a room, and one of the things when he first started out, he used to be in a theater-like kind of thing, but later on was his death. And he would be talking about Gracie and this and that and setting up things to come to true, what she's done and what's going to happen, So that's...
Well, come on, even House broke the fourth wall.
Excuse me?
House even broke the fourth wall.
House.
House
House
MD.
You never saw House with Hugh Laurie?
Yeah, he was an atheist doctor.
I know it, but no, I never. Sorry.
If you've never seen House, man, you need to spank yourself. Do yourself a favor and watch it front to back. You will love it.
Yep.
I'm
He's
saying.
a sarcastic bastard.
I even get a kick out of Deadpool. He said, "Well, he broke the fourth wall twice. Is that 16 walls?"
Yeah.
Oh, it's.
I like a serious movie that takes itself somewhat seriously, which I could say Batman versus Superman was pretty much in that category. It took itself pretty well seriously, except when Batman or Superman asked if Wonder Woman was with them. Did you? No, I thought she was with you.
Yeah.
That opening scene with her coming into it, I thought was great. When she came, really introduced herself as Wonder Woman. And she saved Batman's ass from.
I've never seen it. I don't know if I'm going to or not.
See the extended version because they put everything in there, and it's on the dark side, fine, but it's a more mature movie where everything doesn't have to happen right now.
Yeah.
Can develop, and things
The first new movie kind of ruined it for me because, the end scene there was odd. Superman helps kill a whole bunch of people and then starts crying over this couple and a child. I'm sorry.
No, he was crying over him killing deliberately. God. It didn't bother me. He's in the moment.
Yeah, but Superman.
Not but I woke up to my wife's death. So I mean, I know what
Sorry.
No. I know what the moment is. So I mean, I can be there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't really bother me. Yeah, it could have been. But you know what? Like I said, I brought up this. Like when I have somebody played a certain character, blah blah blah. And I go, really? You know, in real life, you know, you don't select the person who plays a certain character. Whoever is. And this guy here, you know, I mean, does he look like a macho, whatever? But boy, was he an asshole. You know? But does he look the part? No. Does he look like a strong individual to you? He looks like a wimpy little asshole. But boy,
he is.
Nasty. Yeah, but he was a nasty asshole.
Yeah.
So I just bring that in. I
get what you're saying.
But the second one is stronger. The second one is, to me, stronger.
I'll take a peek at it.
Yeah,
Because comic books, this stuff isn't normally my genre. I love a good action movie. I love the fantasy, sci-fi stuff. So I mean, it's for that bit, I'll watch a movie. I mean, I love Avengers, love Guardians of the Galaxy because they are what they are. They keep to their bubble, right? And they do work well inside their bubble. So yeah, loved it. I mean, Joss Whedon did a marvelous directorial job on Avengers.
You wait.
I enjoyed J.J. Abrams on the Star Trek. You know, I enjoyed that.
Too.
I try to go in there as neutral into it as I can, and let it go from there. And I just watched the two first Thors, and I'm watching. I'm going, they're okay.
Yeah, they're okay. Well, I mean, they're no Beastmaster. Which was great for the day.
I don't go into those movies thinking I'm going to have a PhD on relativity, but you know.
Yeah, we're not talking Interstellar.
No. Some movies. I mean, you can have like my kid buys Transformers, and once it's born, they love that.
Transformers.
It's like the first Kick-Ass. You've seen the first Kick-Ass, right?
I want to see Kick-Ass.
What's her name over here? Hit Girl?
No, I have not.
Oh God, that's Hit Girl. That's Kick-Ass.
Okay.
And
Paul wants you to kick his ass.
Yeah, but she in the movie before she kills like 7 people, she says cunt. And my friend got upset about her saying cunt, but not that she kills 7 people afterwards. It's like, it's a word. I mean, well, you know, she's not a young girl saying cunt. Oh, God. What year are you living in?
Yeah.
I'm just looking it up now.
You never seen Hit Girl. I mean, Kick-Ass. Yeah.
No.
The second one, they pulled back on it. They should have been just as grody as the first one. They pulled back on it. I would love to see Hitchhiker's Guide to a Galaxy as it should be. Gritty. You know, condescending on the G.O.D. You know? Really go for, you know, because that was a great loss we had when he died, you know?
Oh, Douglas Adams, yeah.
Yes.
He was
genius. He could take a science. He knew science, because he could take it and twist it.
He understood the ebb and flow of humanity, I think, you know, which was it enabled him to be the satirical genius that he was with that series, as well as other stuff. I mean, the whole, the one on the ship, the space Titanic or whatever it was. It was a mystery, a detective thing.
Okay.
Oh, I can't remember the name. Anyway, but he was able to free associate and be able to make the connections to other similar network of things that work in the same fashion, just a different topic, right? So, you know, he was able to do much more than just word salad. He was able to string a coherent, logical structure as to why we are so miserable. Because really, it wasn't the green piece of paper that were miserable.
Yeah, that's what I said. And he can take the concept and put a twist on it. And if you knew the concept, it would have made it even better.
Yeah.
the improbability machine came into existence.
Oh,
And he goes through the whole thing, you know, and it pops into existence
because it must be a finite probability of being that improbable. So, but in the end, he got lynched for being a smartass. What a statement on society, right? When somebody who just looks at things out of the box, makes a grand discovery or revelation, I'll even say, use as a word, as to how things work, they're usually demonized because everybody else went, why didn't we think of that? We're going to have to go after the one who figured it out.
Yeah.
We are...
No, it didn't. I never got into that part of it. But you know what? He was the one who introduced Dawkins to his wife.
Right.
Yeah, that really hit him, Dawkins, hard. And now they're getting divorced. But she was, remember the doctor who, I always forget his damn name. I'm so horrible for names. But the one with the scarf.
Oh, Tom Baker.
Yeah. Tom Baker's sidekick. The one that was his sidekick.
Which one? The tribal one? The one for Gallifrey, 1 or 2?
The cute English one.
Okay, one. Okay, you're thinking of number 2, Romana. I think the brunette, not the blonde.
Yeah, but if you look it up, that's the one.
Yeah, that's Romana. Okay, Tara.
The current one, I didn't get a good look at her. She was at the Comic-Con, the latest Doctor Who.
Jenna Coleman. Cool.
She is cute.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes. I'll give up a left one for that.
There's a BBC show out there, just saying.
Whatever. But I first seen her, and I go, wait a minute. And I go back, but she was off, and she didn't want anybody up there that wasn't going to be taking pictures. So.
Yeah.
I had the speed pass where I can just go into one line, and I can get up there quicker and talk. Because last year they had Arnold Schwarzenegger, not Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Hulk.
Oh, Lou Ferrigno?
Lou Ferrigno was there last year.
Oh, okay.
Now, he's about 6-something. He's not really tall, but boy, does he have humongous hands. Because I went up and talked to him. And did you ever see Pumping Iron, the movie?
Oh, God, yes, years ago.
Yeah. Well, remember, I watched it several times because I was weightlifting then. But anyway, he's in the kitchen. His father's just yapping away about what they're going to do. Blah, 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 blah. And you see Lou had longer hair. You see his hand go like this, and it comes down. And I said to him, did you turn off your hearing aid? And he looks at me, because this is probably the first time he was asked a question. And he looks at me for a while, and he says, let's say I adjusted it.
Oh, my.
But he was not. I mean, he was very cordial. Anyway, and we just talked a little while, but I just got a kick. He reflected, he thought about it. So he is a thinking person. And like I said, let's say I adjusted it. But like I say, big freaky. You talk about somebody doesn't have to talk about having a small one because humongous ones. I mean, that extra whatever.
Lou Ferrigno, the original Incredible Hulk.
Yeah.
With Bill Bixby.
Yeah, he was nice. I mean, Lou was nice. I talked to a few people. You know how I usually find my son's into the anime and stuff like that, and then we're going to a thing next weekend, beginning of September. It's MAB or what is it, NBS or whatever the case is, NDK, and they're going to have a whole bunch of voice actors who do a lot of the characters and stuff. And by and large, the ones I've run into, extremely cordial. You can talk to them. You can BS with them. There's no real shit coming behind. I'm not saying everybody's perfect, but as you think a lot of people, they're esoteric. No, right there, talking the whole bullshit, not taking themselves seriously. Enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying the conversations. And what my son does, he does artwork. He does a page, and it might take more than just one, but he puts all their characters on there. And sometimes it takes like 3 sheets.
Damn.
And let me go get one. And a few of them have asked for the PDF for it, you know.
Yeah. So how have you been doing today, Paranor?
Oh, not too bad. Recovering from a couple pain days, but
Yeah.
yeah, not too bad. It's a fairly good day. Quiet. Trying to be much quieter. I did get into a bit of an argument with a creationist.
Oh.
I shouldn't do that, but hey.
They're stupid. Okay. Now, like I say, he does. I'm trying to keep these in order. I don't think they have to really be order. But then you have people like this,
Yeah.
and all their different kind. And a lot of them will go. They look at it. I didn't realize, blah 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 blah. But they've been in a while, and they might have. He might. Like I said, one of them, he had like almost like 3 sheets like that. You know.
Oh, unfortunately, though, John, I do have to go. I have to get some food into me before I do anything more. So, sorry, but good talking with you.
Yeah.
Have a good evening.
Yeah. Thank you for coming by, man.
And have a good night, all of you there. Take care.
Yeah. You take care too.
I'll cry. Oh well, he's gone.
Yeah. He left.
Yeah, for a foreigner, he's not too bad.
Maybe we'll get some more people in here before I shut this down.
Yeah, I'll go check the mail a little bit.
Check the mail. What are you expecting to get, Paul?
No, I just checked the mail. All the bills have been paid for the month already.
Oh, okay.
I make them out. As soon as they come in, I make them.
Yeah.
I take them back out.
Yeah. You pay them right away?
Yep. Pretty much as soon as they come in, I cut the check and I'm right back out there again.
Yeah. That works.
Gonna pay him now. Gonna pay him later. Done.
Yeah. That's right.
Money's in the bank. I can do it. Okay.
Money is in the bank. Shorty, what you think?
So what other secrets of the universe do you want to know?
Secrets of the universe? I don't know, man. There's so many out there that we'll probably never know.
Why? Of course, if you're religious, you think you know them already, but you know.
Yeah.
You can't get through the little brains that a 3-letter word doesn't tell you anything.
I know.
Doesn't explain a fucking thing.
G-O-D did it.
Yeah, well, who was talking about philosophy earlier?
Me, I was talking about going back to school for philosophy.
Philosophy is good. I mean, okay, and like I say, it may not be understandable, but yeah, I do see things. But anyway, to me, philosophy is good in learning how to construct the questions. You know what I'm saying? Knowing how to set up a thing that you can go in and understand what you should be asking. What's the thing that is behind whatever you're trying to find? You know, how to set it up so when you go to set up the parameters to test, to make falsify. You know, 'cause that's what you can't get through to the religious people. Is scientists in general will try to falsify, try to prove their theory before it becomes a theory wrong. Okay, because I never read origins all the way, but one person had stated one time, I was watching some shows, that within his book, he pointed out what would falsify, what would prove his theory wrong. Okay?
Yeah.
Never get that from the religious. They never go into detail to say, well, if God doesn't exist, this is how you can prove it.
Yeah.
All they do is try to prove it. Never try to falsify. Never say where the weak points are. And Darwin knew at the time, because there was no gene theory, there was none of that shit. But he already speculated what that may be like to make his theory, or make his idea, because it wasn't a theory yet, because it hadn't tried enough times yet, to prove his idea is wrong. And you don't get that with the religious. They never go out of their way to falsify their God. And until they do, they're bullshit.
Yeah.
They're bullshit. All their premises are freaking bullshit. Because you can't philosophize something into reality. You can set up with philosophy the criteria to prove or disprove your whatever. But it is not what proves it. It just sets up the criteria. It just sets up the rules of engagement to your idea.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you have William Legge bullshit, Craig, trying to word a God into existence. Why they word their God out of existence into a non-temporal, not this universe, spiritual, no beginning, no end, timeless, blah, 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 blah. They word it out of existence and then expect the person who's talking to them to word it back in. To bring it back into reality. They make it out of reality. They put it into a non-reality thing and wonder why you can't bring it back in.
Yeah. So if anybody else out there is watching, I sure would love some more company, man.
It hates me.
Link is in the description. You there, Tento?
Whoops, I almost fell asleep.
Oh, you're falling asleep? Oh, my bad.
No, it's not because of the conversation. I haven't slept at all since like last night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I get like that too, man, because I have a real difficulty sleeping at times, and I'm trying to adjust my hours to where I can actually sleep, at a decent fucking time instead of, staying up all night and sleeping during the day and stuff like that. I just can't do it, man.
Well, I'm the worst. I usually fall asleep during the middle of the day.
Yeah.
I just don't sleep at all.
Well, the thing is, I'm more of a night person, man. You know what I mean? I like the night because it's peaceful. There's no traffic. There's no people running up and down the street. Nothing, man. All you hear is crickets, and that's it.
Yeah. Way easier to stay up at night.
Yeah. But now I've been trying to adjust my sleep just a little bit so I could get some more rest, man, because, damn, there's times when I can't sleep for at least 34 hours at least straight.
Yeah.
Never had that problem.
Well, yeah, you're older, Paul. You can probably pretty much fall asleep on command, man.
No. I'm not saying I fall right off to sleep, but I've never, unless somebody forced me by gunpoint, stayed up 36 hours straight.
Yeah. Well, I have sleep apnea. So.
Yeah. I have it too to some extent, but whatever. But no. I have been sleeping more lately. I think I'm finally getting to a point where I can do it.
But yeah, but it really boils down to me being a night person.
Yeah.
Well, I get up 9 my time, usually at 9, and I usually go to bed at 12ish or 1 o'clock. So that's 8 hours. So it's not anything unusual. I mean, you go to bed later. And my mother, she couldn't understand why I got up later like that, but she went to bed at 9 o'clock. So 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, that's 8 hours, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, you slept the hours.
Yeah.
Took me a long
gee.
time to get over to getting up later than 6:30, because that's how it was for work.
Yeah.
Years. And I said, once my wife died, it's been harder to sleep per se, but I'm starting to finally stay in a little bit later. Sometimes I even take a nap in the day, which is unusual for me. Usually when I take a nap during the day, I wake up later on and I got a cold or something.
Yeah.
Sick.
Let's see here.
Tento, what the heck's that? Ding, 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 ding.
Either my air conditioner or my microphone is fucking stupid.
Oh yeah.
Okay, whatever. Never saw them.
Yeah, we have a pretty noisy air conditioner too.
I'll just mute my microphone. Fuck it.
Oh, it's 73 degrees here and it's 77 outside. And it's 3 o'clock, so it's not going to get any hotter outside.
Yeah. Right now, what time do you got, Paul?
3:06.
I got 4:06.
Yeah.
I'm from the future. I got some news for you.
Trump died?
No.
Oh, then you got nothing to tell me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I got some news for you now that I'm from the future. I see you giving me that sapphire picture.
That's something I cannot have to look into the future to know now. Like I said, if I'm not lying to you, if by chance I happen to see the guy and he happens to have one, I'll be buying them.
Well, see, I messaged him and I asked him, about making some pictures for me, and he said he was booked. So.
Yeah. That's not the same guy. This is a guy. His initials are OH.
Yeah.
The one you're talking about is him. Oh, that's what. I'm glad you brought that up, because he was in Chicago at the one there, whatever it was, and I got it here on the screen. I gotta have it here on the screen, so I can. Where the hell is? Oh, it's in his folder. I put it there. He got a signature. He did a Back to the Future poster.
Oh wow.
This is just part of it. You know his website, so you can go there. But this he just had done like within a week or whatever. Let me put it there. Okay, now I'll do a share. And you'll see who it is. This is part of the poster. Well, that's not it.
No.
That's you. Come on.
Hey, look, I see myself.
I know it can be scary, but we'll get over it.
Oh, fuck you, man.
I told you, service time. You cannot pick on me and win. Please bring it back in again, because it's for some reason showing up twice on my screen share.
Oh.
So it's like, which one do I link to?
I don't know.
Stop on it here, see if that works. Yeah. There you go. Now you know her from Back to the Future, right?
Yep.
And he was at a thing, and she signed it.
Oh wow.
If you look, you see.
Yeah, I see.
Okay. And I would love. I got what's her name's Facebook page, but you can't drop nothing on it. That's for her, because I would love to do the same thing for her. Like, oh, here's some artwork a friend's done of you, but nobody will put on the Facebook page that I've seen so far.
Yeah.
So that was kind of nice. Somebody did artwork of, and they signed it.
Hey, that works, man. Shit.
So I said, yeah, that made more than your day, didn't it?
Oh, let's see here. God, I send a bunch of invites out, but nobody wants to come in, man. What the fuck?
Scaring them off. They might have to think.
Nobody wants to come in, damn it.
I don't bite too hard.
Too much information, Paul.
Biting? Okay. Okay.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I can draw too. I can draw really good. It's just I don't have the patience to finish a project.
Yeah, I can draw things. So at least the face has just eluded me for the longest time. But then I never had anybody to really sit down and give me the finer points of what you need to do. And I could say my father was a machinist, and see, he was the oldest of 8. And when after he finished 8th grade, of course, back then, it was elected if you wanted to go to high school.
Yeah.
8th grade was the cutoff. And see, as my grandfather was a lazy ass, had 8 children, but didn't want to work that much. My father had to go out and help provide.
Yeah.
So when I was into things that I was interested in, like, dinosaurs and that kind of stuff, and later on, like, I was getting into the astronomy, well, how are you going to make money? Everything was money, money, money. Only because of how, not big money, but make money, because that's what he was forced into. All that stuff was just, talked down all the time, always talked down. I can never really get into it.
Yeah.
Because I would have loved to have gotten into something like that.
Let's see.
Even my mother, when I first got a Commodore 64, and I really got into it, how the system works, got into basic programming and then some machine language programming for the 64. All I ever got from her was basically the same. And then I got the programming job. Oh, I always thought it was a good idea that you were doing that. I sure wish I had recorded this. It's a shot in the dark, and it paid off.
Yeah. Yep.
But right now, I should be sitting in a place that's looking at freaking stuff for star systems and crap like that. That's the kind of stuff that I probably would have gone into.
Yeah.
Or be out there someplace in the field, looking for bones and shit. I haven't even thought of that, because sometimes you can do volunteer work, and I'm in the area where there's a lot of that shit going on, within a state's distance or so, but whatever.
Yeah. So you got any plans for this evening there, Paul?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm tired. I have no plans.
I mean, for your personal entertainment or anything?
No, I might watch a movie or two. Like I say, I have plenty of Blu-rays. I I watched, like I say, 2 yesterday, which is unusual. I'm part of. No, 2 days ago I did that, and yesterday I watched Superman again.
Yeah.
Batman. And like I said, I had the extended. Well, that's how you can buy it. And though I liked the theater, I had no problems with it. But some people have to be led by the little hand. Okay, now he's doing this. Now this is reason this is happening. Don't use your imagination. It has to all be spelled out to you. What's going on all the time? And we gotta make lots of jokes so you can go ha 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 ha.
Oh shit.
And like I said, I get a kick out of something. Oh, I used a lot of, computer generated, blah, 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 blah. And like I said before, I can remember movies where you had no doubt that that was a stage set. You had no doubt that somebody was wearing some stupid costume, being some freaking horror monster. You had no doubts about anything that you were watching. Now you have stuff that's much smoother, much more realistic, and you're crying about it because it isn't, it's CMA, it's not, real effects, and go away. Fucking kids. You bore me. You don't know what you have, Listen. I we didn't have ice cream. You had to go out there and turn it over for hour on end to make the ice cream. Ever see ice cream making machines and stuff? Now, I didn't really have to do that, but I've seen them. I've used them. That's a lot of work in the old days to make ice cream because you have the bucket, and you pour your stuff, and in the bucket is ice, and then you throw salt on the ice because that drops it down below the freezing temperature of ice to begin with, and then you got to turn and turn and turn and turn and turn for a fucking long time. And you watch the hour hand go by.
Yeah.
Get ice cream, and it's not the real. It's not real. Well, boo hoo, boo hoo, boo. Poor little babies. Oh, and they didn't pick the right person to play a character. That's why I bring up the whatchamacallit. I said, this Himmler and them guys, they were bastards. They were assholes. Nobody went out and said, oh, you look like you're the one for the part to play whoever. Look at Hitler. He was nothing special. Was he real masculine looking or not? No.
Yeah.
The one who was in the part, it's the performance I go by. How do they perform? How do they sound convincing in the part they're playing? That's what you go by. The look means very little. I mean, if it's a woman's part, yeah, it should be a woman. Okay, I'll give you that. Come on, people. Come in.
Go ahead.
Talk to me, people. No comments?
There's we got some people watching, but damn, man, nobody wants to come into the fucking hangout.
I'll make you thinky poo. Well, okay, E equals MC squared. E is ergs. Ergs is the energy needed to take a gram of matter to accelerate it to the speed of 1 centimeter per second. That isn't much energy. That's like taking a dime and making it go very slow.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's what the E is. How many ergs? Mass M is in centigrams. Grams. Okay, so that's again a dime, roughly a gram in weight. That's the mass in grams, and the C is in centimeters. How many centimeters light travels a second? In 1 second, how many? And of course, you square it, which gives you a real big freaking number. 30 something to, off the top of my head, is it? Okay, one is 30, it's 9 to 18 or something like that. the power 18. I could be off by a few because I don't remember that per se. That's what calculators are for.
Yeah.
So if you take a dime and produce pure energy from that dime, you have roughly a 20 megaton, no, not 20 mega, 20 kiloton bomb, the one they drop on Hiroshima. That little bit, a little bit, you know. Now when you get up into the megatons, now you're talking into the poundish area of matter being turned into energy.
Yeah.
If you take something and you know how much it weighs, how fast it's going, you can use those equations. It's simple algebra. It's nothing complicated. You can figure out how many ergs of energy. Once you know that, you can go to Wikipedia, and they'll tell you the other information you need to convert that back into megatons or whatever the case may be of energy. So I remember one time I was showing the thing on when he had that meteorite that was near in Russia. Remember that one that blew up?
Yes.
Took out all the windows and stuff. But like I said, knowing it about how big it was, I start plunking in the numbers. There's nothing, just straightforward math, nothing complicated, no calculus needed. And I came up with roughly about what they were saying, about a 10 megatonish bomb.
Damn.
Of energy. Yeah, like it's something by, I think it was like 300 meters, or at least 100. It's either 300 of whatever, 300 feet or 300 meters. Let's say 300 feet. Going at, like about 20, miles per second. You're coming into that kind of energy. Yep. What we got, an amber alert or a wet alert? Amber. That's what that is right now.
Yeah. Okay, we have unworshipped deity.
Yeah.
I ain't worshiping him then, because he's unworshiped.
Well, it's unworshiped deity, but I'm not gonna be all crazy. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
I might as well change it to unworshipped deity because that's what everyone calls me. They're like,
Yeah,
fuck your spelling.
well, that's what I've always known you by, so you have to forgive me if I mispronounced your name
Oh
there a
no,
little bit.
no, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly okay.
Oh, okay. So how have you been, man?
I got jumped the other day. I got beat the
shit.
fuck up.
Was she cute?
No, I mean I got jumped as in beat up, as in 3-on-1.
I would beat you up too, but that's besides the point. I'll digress and get back to your dilemmas in life. Can you see that or not? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Robin. She's taking up his.
I thought that was a portrait of you right there. You look a little Frankensteinish.
Can you see this?
What is
So going around that about 100,000 times per second, and you get almost to the.
What is that there, Paul?
No, that's PW's avatar.
Yeah, Swivel. Yeah.
She's using it right now.
All right.
So what little child you got beat up? I can see why. The picture I'm looking at, you should be.
Oh, you got Star Sapphire on your wall.
Oh, I'm glad somebody else knows. I don't have to remember the name of it.
Yeah, I've been trying to get him to send me that fucking picture for ages now, man.
Oh, he's a DC guy. I like that. That's a pretty obscure character.
Say, man, and her, and
Hit Girl.
and she's.
I can't see. I just see the elbow.
That's what's her name from Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
just her elbow shows up in the picture though, so I can't tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got beat the fuck up. It was not cool. Called the cops and all that noise.
So what did you do to them to have you get beaten up?
They wanted me to.
That's always the thing. It's always the victim's wrong. So you're the victim, so you're automatically wrong.
No, they wanted me to play dice with them. But I told them like I didn't want to play dice. I don't know how to play dice.
So they beat you up because you wouldn't play. Don't be around these people much. They're not too nice.
Yeah.
They have something that's not quite right.
Yeah, and I didn't go full. I couldn't go full fledged like on them because it's like 3-on-1. So I just let them have their licks.
You take the first one you can get to, and you break their fucking kneecap.
No, they had guns. Like one guy had a gun. I could see it in his jacket, and the other guy had a gun pointing out his back, and the other guy had a gun. They were all armed.
So what are you doing in this environment to begin with?
I'm just walking to the store.
Just walking to the store.
Yeah, so if I took the whole like take out the leader thing, I just would have got shot. So this is the first time that I just had to just get my ass beat. I could have fought back, but they would have shot me. I mean, they all had guns.
So where are you moving to?
I can't really move.
Because we had a guy in work who fortunately realized the guy was pointing a gun on him. This is in Kensington, Philadelphia. So anybody knows Philadelphia. It used to be a good neighborhood, but no more. But anyway, and he was able to block it enough that it was luckily a 22, and it was jacketed, so it didn't, fray, and it went through his, the calf muscle. So I mean, it wasn't any real damage, And he has like 4 children, and I could not understand why he was still in that neighborhood afterwards. Outside it was cheap rent. I mean, he had enough money to get the fuck out of there. I didn't understand why he didn't move, because he had children. But,
okay, well, I understand that. It's just my situation. I don't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Well, you need to take one of those guns and go to a patent. Never mind.
No, like the only recourse I had was just to like take one of their guns and kill them all. But I couldn't really.
So it's true you didn't do that, you dumbass.
Well, no. Like if I would have like grabbed one of their guns and shot them, it just would have been like crazy black guy shoots 4 other black guys. I'm going to go to jail. The law's not going to agree with me.
No.
I mean, if I was like pale-skinned, blue-eyed.
Oh, like me.
I could have took one of their guns and shot them all and just said like, "You were trying to kill me because I'm a white fellow." That would have gone over well.
Bleach. Bleach.
I don't know. No, even when I reported it to the cops, they were they kind of almost didn't believe me. I had a black eye, busted lip, and like, what did you do to make them mad? I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Didn't I say that? The victim is always the guilty party. I just said that.
I had a bad lip, busted lip, and everything. They're like, oh, what did you do? I was like, I was walking on the left side of the street, and they decided it's time to kick someone's ass, and that's pretty much what happened.
That's how it can be, because I have problems with kids. And that's one reason I sold a house of mine. And the first thing I always got was, what did you do? They don't know the fucking kids. They didn't like my son because my son was, a laid-back kid, no problems. And they had to pick on somebody because to make their life mean something, whatever the hell that means. And, yeah, I know exactly. I've been there, done that.
Oh, true that.
Bleach.
Yeah, bleach.
So what have you gentlemen been talking about?
Yeah, you can see I have a problem with different races and stuff. I don't know how to joke.
Oh, it's all good, man.
No, I'm joking. I'm being facetious.
I know. You made fun of me when I first got in here.
Yeah. You got the right genes. That's what it is.
Yeah.
No, I understand right away. What did you do? What do you mean what I do? I got in the way of being those fists all the time. Yeah,
I blocked the punches with my face.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guns. Yeah, you did what you need to do. Nothing.
Yeah.
You know, I understand that situation. I've never been in that situation, but I understand that. I can go there without being there. Right?
Yeah. Now I have like this weird feeling like when I'm walking across the street, I'm like looking over my shoulder. I don't. It's not like PTSD, but I just get. I'm very paranoid now. I can't like
Really?
erase it from my memory.
New neighborhood. When
Yeah.
you can. Well, that's great advice.
Oh, go.
Yeah, write that down. When I have the money, I'll get out of here.
Do you have a vehicle?
Not currently. My vehicle got
You don't have the money, I would think no.
yeah, my vehicle got wrecked. I was like on my way to the city, and a drunk driver crashed right into the front of my right into me.
What did you do to that drunk driver that he had to do?
No, I had to pull her out the car. She was driving like opposite.
I can see your whole history. You were born the wrong race purposely.
So I'm driving to the city and like I'm just chilling, listening to like new wave music, and then I see this car driving at me.
Oh.
And then I'm like, she's on the driver's on the opposite side of the road.
What's new wave to you? Because everybody has to. And not that I'm being facetious here, believe it or not. What's new age? Or new wave? Who? Big name. If I know it.
Like what's that group name? Like the Killers, Interpol.
See, I like new age.
I was thinking new wave, not new age.
I know you said that, but sometimes, like I say, I don't expect everybody to be using the same terminology for it.
No problem. Yeah, so I
know
like
it's no problem. I have a gun.
Bang bang.
You shoot.
So yeah, my car got wrecked. I got like hit head on. Went through the windshield. Went through the front shield.
Seat belts. Okay.
Yeah. So I actually kind of landed in her car, and she was like all knocked out. So I just unbuckled her seat belt, and she jerked out the car, and our cars blew up.
Unbuckled her pants. I know. Okay, go on.
Unbuckled their pants. God damn, man.
Drug her out of the car to an industry area. Yeah. I see it all now.
Yeah, it was good times though. I got a number.
See, thinking Quiet Atheist, he's working with me. That's why I'm posting.
Oh, okay.
He's working.
You got her number, you said?
Yeah.
Damn.
We went clubbing a couple times. It's a hell of a pickup line to say like, hey, you nearly killed me the other day. Let's go out on a date. It's not like she can say no.
Yeah, she owes you. Seatbelt.
You'd be like,
I had a head on and I had my seatbelt on and I stayed in the fucking car.
We'd be like, oh yeah, let's go crash our cars together sometime.
Let's do the crashing way in a better idea, a better thing behind. Never mind.
It was a good time. She's like, her name's Monica. Me and her go to like Comic Cons. She's like really into comics.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just showing them. I'm going to go get them again.
Yeah, I think I might marry her. I'm not sure.
Oh,
I'm in Denver, so whatever. Like I said, me and my son are going to another thing. It's the last one for the year. It's NDK.
Mm-hmm.
We were just at back a couple months ago in the Comic Con, and it was like 115,000 they had.
Oh, nice. So have you seen all the comic book movies? Have you seen Suicide Squad yet?
Yeah, I've seen it about my son. He doesn't know that yet.
Not me. I'm not fortunate enough to see that shit.
Yeah, I've seen that. And I go by for people who do movies, critics. I like him. Chris Stockman. Look him up. He's on YouTube. And I kind of agreed. He gave it, not a bad mark, but not that high. But I said to him, they were out of their league for the bad person.
Yeah, like I thought. Yeah, I mean, I think Enchantress is just kind of ridiculous.
They're
But-
out of the league. You needed, the Avengers kind of people. It should have been more of a scenario of regular people they were up against. Bad guys are going into some military installation or something like with normal people, because they only had one character was out of that, was in the league. Like, you seen the movie, right?
Yeah, I think they should have saved Enchantress for like Justice League Dark.
Well, yeah, but for somebody more in that league of villains.
Yeah, God. He's like basically a god.
And they only had one in their one. I'm not saying for people out there which one it was, but they only had one that was in that league out of the group.
Yeah.
He was in that type. And that's the only thing I liked it per se. I liked the banter. I liked it whatever. But no, this is not the right people for them really to be going against.
True that.
And I'm not a real rough critic. Anybody listen? Because I just watched again Superman versus Batman, the extended version. I like the third, but I like this one better because it shows their stuff. I can sit there for 3 hours and watch a movie that's made well. And I like the battle at the end. I like how Wonder Woman came in. It's funny. Like I said, I've been picking up a lot of people who, are critics on movies or whatever the case is, and a lot of them go off on the Wonder Woman theme when that comes in.
Yeah, Wonder Woman's like one of my top 3 favorite characters. I love that character.
Well, see, that wasn't one of mine when I was a kid.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a little bit older, even though Wonder Woman was around.
A little bit older? You're from the Stone Ages, my friend.
But I was a Superman. I was not a Batman.
Okay.
Batman was always off the wall, and probably whatever. I was like, what the hell is this shit? And I say Green Lantern and the Flash. Wasn't into Wonder Woman because I was a boy. I was at that time. I wasn't really into girls too much.
Oh, okay. No worries.
You find out you can get into girls, well, we won't go there. And
okay. You do you. It's all good.
Like I said, but no. But I liked her intro in the movie. I liked the music, and every time I watch something like that, the girls especially go off on the music intro. Comes in the sun.
Nice.
Yeah, when I was I digressed to something else. Watching younger girls, of course, you had Disney World, and at one part of the thing at nighttime is they do the fireworks, and then they have the projections onto the castle, and they do clips from different movies and stuff, and they're showing stuff. And then when it comes to Let It Go, they show the princess, and she's going, let it go, blah blah. And after it's done, you should hear the young girls. They love it,
Nice.
Like I said, I do have guys above here, but I got the women showing.
Let's do that.
You can see I hate women to no end, and if they're real strong and forceful, I don't want them nowhere around. Because he's heard the story a lot of times. You're new to the environment, and when I was a kid, the girl was always the one in high heels that always got in trouble. And it's just so nice to see somebody that's got their shit together.
Nice.
Regardless of what the sex is. I mean, I can enjoy both, but it's less nice to have women who say, fuck you.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, there's some pretty powerful women in the Marvel Universe, too.
Well, like I say, some of the shit came in pretty much afterwards, and I only had so much money to spend on comics.
Yeah.
This is the day when it was horrible. It was like 10 cents for a comic. But when a dime had weight.
A dime had weight.
Yeah. I mean, a nickel. That's the Hershey's candy bar. A standard Hershey's candy bar you looked at today was a nickel.
Damn.
So when you had a dollar bill, you had money.
Yeah.
You didn't wipe your ass with you. You went to the store. That'd be 20 candy bars for $1.
Yeah. I remember my dad used to tell me that he would be able to get a pack of cigarettes for like 25 cents.
Out of the machine.
Yep.
But you know the price is jacked up. And I used to remember to hearing I never smoked, but I remember hearing the smokers go, when it goes to 35 cents a pack, I'm going to quit. They're still smoking or they're dead.
Addicts be at it.
35 cents. Shit, I wish a pack of cigarettes costed 35 cents.
You're a smoker?
Yep.
What's your brand?
That's only because I'm not around him. I'd be busting on his ass all the time. I'm off to the side because I'm going to get another beer because I'm old enough.
I'm a Marlboro fan.
No.
Okay. Cool.
Never smoked. Like I said, my father went through hell quitting when I was around 12, 13 when he quit smoking. Because he seen the signs even then. Because he said he'd wake up in the morning. Of course, back then, too, don't forget, he used to be a baller, you know, at the bowling ring and stuff like that. Yeah. And back then, everybody smoked. He used to walk into anything, and there was always a cloud from all the cigarette smokers. Mm-hmm. I'm literally a freaking goddamn, you know, you can see the haze from all the smoking going on.
But did that cloud have its own weather system, Paul?
Pretty much. So, like I said, you're around that all the time. Not even when you're smoking, you're still around that environment. And even then, he can feel how his lungs were getting congested, and all the time he was having trouble, blah blah blah. And you know, that was starting to come out then. We're talking early 60s, 1960, whatever was coming out even then. More so. I know what you're eating, but stop it.
Okay. Sorry. Done.
It's called a mute button. But anyway, you know, he put it together, and he went cold turkey one time. But number one, like I said, I talked about my uncles earlier, used to come over. Well, Dan was a mechanic, pretty much a name only, but he was a mechanic. And Gene had a Fallon Road dead Ford Thunderbird. And every time I turn around, he's underneath there working on the something on the car. Dan was. So anyway, Dan's underneath the car. My father had just quit smoking. And Dan says, "Oh, give me a cigarette." So my father got a pack of cigarettes, you know, and matches, and pushed it underneath the car. And Dan says, "No, light it." He says, "No." Dan says, "You afraid?" He says, "Goddamn right, I'm afraid. I ain't going through that shit again." Because he knows as soon as he starts smoking, he would start smoking.
Yeah.
You know, smokers and alcoholics, I hate to say it, but are in the same league. You can't just have one.
All right.
So if you quit smoking, pretend you're an alcoholic. You can't have just one. See that finger? One, but not this one. No, one.
Oh, okay.
You can't. No, it's rare. I had an aunt, but she did eventually die from cancer. But she didn't smoke that much. But she could only have one. But that's rare.
So, Quiet Atheist.
What's up?
Have you talked about? You talk about hella controversial things, man. I watched those videos. They're some of them are pretty interesting.
Which ones in particular were you talking about?
Wish I knew.
Oh, yeah, I got some pretty interesting ones coming up too.
Because like I disagree with some of those.
Oh,
but
okay.
I'm trying to roll back. I'm trying to roll back on that though.
Well, wait. Just let me know which ones you specifically disagree with, and then perhaps we'll have a discussion sometime.
Yeah. But they're good. They're good videos, though.
That's good.
From what I can tell, at least. Even if I do dislike them.
Which ones do you disagree with me the most on?
Like you seem to be very Islamophobic. A little bit.
How so?
Currently, I'm trying to look up your videos right now to see which one I'm talking about.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say that I'm Islamophobic, because when you have a phobia, it's an irrational fear. I say that when I fear Islam, it's a very rational fear.
Okay. Well, can you explain that a little bit more?
What do you mean? Well, as far as the threat, of course, yeah. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with those people, man?
Well,
Bleach.
Bleach.
Well, it's just going to continue though. It's like a different culture, and they're kind of they're like 500 years behind us when it comes to transforming their culture.
Yeah, and because of that 500
get time to wait.
And because of that 500-year gap, a lot of innocent people are dying every single day.
Yeah, but it's an unfixable problem.
No, it's fixable. It takes 500 years, but anyway.
Well, I mean, it's fixable within an inhuman time frame that takes place at hundreds of years, not months, not within our lifetime.
Hate to say it. I've only said this 1,000 billion times. That'd be a train for people. You have people who know what is and have the inability to question it. You will have this problem. I don't know how you teach people to question what they know.
Where are the keys?
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
All right.
Clorox bleach.
Well, Paul, like, think about it this way: like, if you're taught, and like, if you grow up in a war zone, what kind of morality are you gonna have? You don't have a formal education.
It has nothing to do with morality. It has to do with survival.
Well, survival and morality aren't necessarily mutually exclusive.
I understand it, but it's basic. You got to look at the highest qualifier. What's the most important thing? And if you're in a war zone, it's survival. Whatever will get you survive. If it has to be to blend in with the rest of the culture, that's what you do.
I don't think it's that black and white.
I'm sorry. I don't have, like I said before earlier in this show, I don't have a phone book where I can go name by name. Everything has to be generalized, or we'd be here all day going name by name for every person. So always realize. Always realize that I am generalizing. I'm giving the bell curve.
Of course.
I'm giving you that bell curve, okay? So I'm giving you the peak where that pretty much lies. Yes, I know there's stuff over here, but anytime you have a situation when your life's in danger, to begin with, you're going to do what needs to be done, unless you want to die, to do whatever. And if your culture is such that this is what you do to survive, because if you don't do it, you're one of the dead ones. You're living in a culture where there's no, you say, hey, we shouldn't be doing this. I think Allah meant, boom, you're shot. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're not in the place of power, are you? You're in the food chain. That's how it is. I mean, I'm not justifying it. understanding it, again, see, you're not earlier in the conversation. Just because I understand something doesn't mean I agree with it, but I understand what's going on. You know, and you put a person in a position where out of that food chain, you know, because I'm in Denver right now, but I've gone down to visit a friend who unfortunately is gone now, but to Houston, and they have, believe it or not, the largest club, organization, or whatever, of atheists in the country. But anyway, and one of the guys is from, you know, the Middle East. And I said to him, I say, why are they having so much more problem in Europe? Of course, they have a bigger influx, but what's one of the reasons why they're having more problem with, you know, the Muslims and stuff like that there? And it's because they stand out. There's not, like in America, you have a much more diverse cultures, much more diverse humanity, so they can blend in a little easier and assimilate a little easier here. This is what he tells me. Okay.
Well, also they can just walk to Europe. They're not separated by an ocean.
Yeah, I understand that, but why are they having more problems? Regardless if they can walk to Europe or whatever, they can walk here even.
Proximity.
We won't have the problems as much as they're having in Europe because we already have a great diversity of people from other cultures, other parts of the world.
Well, it has to do with proximity. They can just walk to Europe.
Yes. But
that's incredibly important.
Yes, it is.
Proximity.
But also, there's got to be a reason why the culture isn't assimilating them as well. He says, as bad as a lot of people think American kids were prejudiced, outright prejudiced, there's a lot of that still going on in Europe.
Well, because America is separated by a sea, by an ocean, so they can.
Yeah, we have people from other cultures here too, and we don't have near the problem a lot of people like.
Yeah, Can you name a Canadian or Mexican terrorist group?
That's what I'm talking about. Because if you did have them, in no time they'd be assimilated. Much more. I have 2 Mexican families right across from me. I live in the apartments. 2 friends of mine. Oh, so white of me to say. But I have 2 across the way, and he's one of the mechanics or people for the apartment complex. He wasn't always. The other one, I hardly see him anymore because he's working 2 jobs. He's working his fucking tail off. You know?
Yeah, I'm just saying we haven't had any buildings blown up. We don't have to worry about terrorists running around in the streets with automatic rifles or bazookas.
I tell you, you're not hearing the whole thing. I can just by how you're coming back at me. They're not assimilating into the culture as easy in Europe because there's not the diversity. They stand out a lot more. They stand out here, but they stand out a lot more in Europe, and you don't have that as much here. You'll have a blending much more of people coming in, and they'll be all over the place.
Well, it's because they can look over a hill.
This is not a cheap apartment to live in. Okay?
I'm just saying that because of the proximity level, they can immediately excise their rage.
Yeah,
they don't have to worry about an ocean.
He says that even though we think we have a lot more, which we do have, God, I can't get out the damn. I wish they don't print out phone books anymore. I would have a thing right here. Honestly, because I know all that other shit. I'm giving you the general reason. What's going on is that in Europe they stand out a lot more. There is a lot built in whatever than you realize over there.
Well, a lot of them.
Look at Quiet Atheist. What's your history? He whatever.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about being attacked by a Muslim terrorist.
No, it has nothing to do with it. I'm talking why you're having that problem over there with the terrorists. It isn't so much that they're closer. Yes, I understand that. Hello, I'm not a kid. It's that they're having a harder time assimilating into the culture to begin with. That's why then they germinate to things. Look, even in America, I brought that out, I think, at the last talk, is that in Philadelphia, which I'm from, you had the Italian neighborhood, you had the German neighborhood, you had the Polish, whatever, but they all butted together somewhere along the line, and eventually you start having crossover and, you know, communications, and everybody, basically people have the same desires.
Yeah,
You know?
but that's not the same thing.
A place to live.
When you're in Europe or you're in European countries, you have the neighboring country right next to you. You have someone who wants to eradicate everything that you are right next to you. All they have to do is take a gun and walk.
You is because you are not them. I'm trying to tell you, they're not blending in as well there because of the culture difference over in Europe compared to here. You could have just as big an influx of...
What's our biggest threat as Americans?
Excuse me?
Are the Canadians going to attack us? Are the Mexicans going to attack us? We are isolated. No one's going to attack us unless by a missile.
No. You're not getting it. You're looking at the first stage and the only one stage. To not attack an area is to be part of that area. Is to be assimilated into that area. Is to know that you are part of it.
We have no danger from it.
When you feel you are separated from another place that you're living in, there is a lot more freaking. You got nothing to lose. They're the others. Everything around you is the others. When that others is also now you, and you are also part of it, you have less of that problem. I didn't say it went away, but you have much. Because I'm talking to somebody, I'm asking him because he came over from the Middle East, and I'm asking him, why is it less of a problem? He says, because we can assimilate, we become more part of the community much easier here in America, as bad as it is, than we can in Europe.
Okay, I think we're basically saying the same thing, but we're coming at it from two different perspectives.
Well, that's my job to bring in other perspectives. That's why.
A lot of them won't assimilate because they come from theocracies, man. That's what they want. That's what they are used to.
Yes, but if that's the only thing you got to work with, unfortunately, that's what you work with. But if you know, it comes as time goes on, and people get, and they see women walk around pretty much nude compared to their conditions, and they're not being raped all the time. You know, they're told that women being clothed, you have to clothe yourself because the men don't know how to control themselves. Two reasons they can't control themselves. One, they're told that they can't, so there's no obligation on their part. And the ones they're raping are second, third-class citizens. So you can rape them because they don't have, they're in a jurisdiction over there. They have to learn that, no, this jurisdiction over here, you're equal. In this jurisdiction over here, can't you look around and see all these women and they're not being raped? Hello? People can control, men can control themselves. And does it take one generation? No, it's going to take 2, 3 generations or whatever. You have
my biggest worry is like, I don't think we're going to be around on the 5th generation. I think we're going to destroy ourselves because of the nature of technology.
I've heard destroying ourselves for my whole fucking life, and we're still here. Look, like I say, in all our shows, like I say, I've said I've watched people here. I have these things, and you see the first generation that came over, the grandparents, speaking whatever tongue. So I'm generalizing to the whole world. They're speaking whatever they came from. You hear in the same group, there's the person of younger than me now. I keep getting older because I haven't died yet, and they're speaking both. sort of kind of like a broken English, whatever the case is.
Do you know what a 3D?
Then the grandchild's running around, go, "Come on, man, let's get going. We ain't got all day." He's speaking English. It takes a while to assimilate into it, but you got to be able to do that to begin with.
Right now, you can construct a virus using a 3D machine if you have all the alleles.
Yes, and
that's now.
Yes, and
that's.
Everybody has that machine. I ain't worried about it.
No, that can kill an entire population. Imagine what that technology.
You bring in a worst case scenario. It's still.
It's not a worst case scenario. It's possible now. All it would take is.
Yes, we had nukes back when I was a kid that can wipe out. I've seen them. I've loaded them. I've seen the nukes. They can take out a whole fucking city. You don't need a virus.
Yeah, but if I was a psychopathic.
Oh my God.
If I was a psycho.
You're just throwing up roadblocks. You're not trying to work with anything. You're just not working with anything. I'm trying to work with stuff, and you're just throwing up roadblocks.
No, I'm giving you ideas. Like if someone had the same thoughts that I had, that were also a crazy person, we'd be in a very bad problem. And we're five.
I'm gonna be putting up an interesting video here soon. I just got to figure out how to link a PDF file in the description. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a declassified FBI report. I need to figure out how to link.
Yeah, I don't know why people run away from this information. It's not like it's going to go away. Like technology right now is being shared, and pretty soon everyone's going to have this technology. So when terrorists get the technology, what do you think they're going to do with it? Do you think they're just going to not take the opportunity to be able to email someone a virus?
Well, they could. I'm pretty sure they could do that right now. As far as computer viruses.
They can't do it right now.
What do you mean?
All it would take for them to engineer a virus was all they would do was have to take a copy machine, put it in a closet or something, and then email a biological disease through the machine.
Yeah. What's up, Christopher?
So that's an issue.
Yeah. What's up, Christopher? Christopher.
Me? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry, I guess it was muted, but yeah, I just got off the phone with my nephew. Had a splendid day at work. Almost got killed again. Probably like the 20th time since I started working for that company.
Man.
Because we don't have any problems in this country that can get us killed. Nope. I almost had my head blown off today, but that's not an issue.
How so? How did you get your hair blown off?
Oh, would you like to hear the story? Because I couldn't really type all this out, but okay, this guy comes in. This guy comes in. He orders. He gets a beer. He gets a bag of chips, and he orders a half of a hoagie. All right, and then after he orders the half of a hoagie, he says, "You know what?
Oh, somebody knows what a hoagie is. Okay.
A sub, a hoagie, a sandwich, whatever."
Yeah,
okay?
I'm from Philadelphia.
Okay, but anyway, he orders a half. And then after he orders this, he's like, "You know what? I would like to make it a whole." I said, "Okay, no problem." And he said, "My friend here would like a half of a hoagie as well." I said, "Okay, no problem." I ring him up. Now, I rung him up for 2 halves because he said half and then half. And he was like, "Oh, no, that's too much. That's more than what a whole costs." I was like, "Oh, okay, I see what you want to do. You want to," because they wanted them dressed the same way. So I said, "Well, the other half that's already being made will be for your friend, and you want a whole hoagie?" He said, "Yes." So I ring him up for it, and then he still wasn't pleased with the price. So then he goes on arguing with me, saying that I wanted a whole hoagie, the one turned into a whole, and a half for him. And I said, "That's what you ordered. That's what I rung you up for." So I print him out the receipts, and I try to show them to him, and he starts getting belligerent and screaming at me. And we have a back and forth for about 5 minutes, me trying to I'm trying to console him. I'm like, okay, look, do you want just two halves, like a half for you and a half for him? Is that what you meant by like a whole hoagie now? You want half and he wants half? He said, no, I want the other one turned into a whole and then a half for him. I was like, okay, well, that's what you were rung up for. And then we kept having a back and forth on how I rung him up wrong. I was like, well, what do you want? Do you want a whole and a half, two halves, or a whole, like split into a half? How do you want it? And he just kept flipping out. And eventually he grabbed me, pulled me across the counter, slammed me on the ground. Thankfully, before he got his gun fully out, 3 of the other customers tackled him.
Damn.
You must be quite the likable guy.
Yes, actually, I am quite a likable guy. What did I do wrong in that situation? Please tell me. Elaborate.
Nothing.
You were speaking English.
Oh, and then he called me a racist.
Oh.
When he was being pulled away by the cops, he called me a racist.
Of course. I mean, yeah. I didn't go. I loved that one time because I had somebody new to the place where I worked, and somebody did that, and all the black guys started laughing their asses off.
Oh, yeah, we had quite multicultural around here, and everybody there that was there eating their food and that, they knew who I am. I'm nice to everybody. Everybody comes in, I greet them when they come in the door. Hello, how's it going today? And when they come off the counter, hi, can I help you? Take the order, I read it back to them. I'm very polite.
The racist card, yeah, the racist card is like, you know, they think that trumps everything, but it doesn't mean shit. It depends where you are.
Now, see, he was drinking those Four Locos. That's part of the problem. The guy probably already had a few in him. So, I mean, I tried so hard to be able to defuse the situation, but no matter how much I tried to calm him down, it just wouldn't work.
Some people are assholes no matter where they're from.
That's not the first time I've had a gun pulled on me either. I've had people pull me over the counter 3 times. I've been almost stabbed twice. I actually was slashed once. Here, check this out. All right, I'm going to turn my camera on for a second.
All right.
Check this one out.
Yeah.
Are you going to show us your titties?
No, please don't.
See that?
Yeah.
You see that card? That's called work hazard.
Yeah. See, I was my last 15 years in the government I was a programmer. I've yet to have one of these things attack me.
Oh, my goodness.
I live in a particular demographic of society that is very downtrodden, very undereducated, and very, for lack of a better word, ghettoized. I don't even think that's a word, but I'm making it a word, ghettoized.
Yeah. I can dig it. I've been in all areas.
As for what you were saying a little bit ago, Max, about what kind of terroristic problems do we have in this country, we have a different form of terrorism. No, we don't have a whole religious group going fucking batshit bananas, but we do have plenty of people dying from gun deaths each year, over 30,000.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't mean just my area. I mean the country in the whole. United States of America experiences over 30,000 murders a year from guns. And that's not counting the knives. That's not counting the drownings, the chokings, the beating to death. We literally have probably 100,000 people a year murdered in this country, but yet we don't have some type of quote-unquote terrorist problem. No, it's not under the definition of what a terrorist is, but we have some major problems. And as for our wars, of course we don't have battles over here. We just fight them in other people's countries and destroys their infrastructure.
Yeah, I agree completely.
That was the biggest mistake.
That's the point that I was trying to make.
No, I'm not agreeing with you. I'm actually rebuking what you say. Just because we don't have activity happening here doesn't mean we ain't part of it.
Yeah, but that was one of the
Again, that's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, I digressed to the war. That was one of the biggest things, and this guy next to me can qualify, is that when we went in there and attacked that country, we had World War II to learn from what you do or don't do to try and when you invade someplace. One thing you do is you don't kill any more of the infrastructure than you need to. Now, of course, World War II, that's what they had. They didn't have smart bombs. But you try to, you don't kill the infrastructure because you need that. You cut off the top, you cut off the fucking management, you cut off the heads, but you keep the cops, you keep the bare minimum of the army in there for control of the people.
Yeah, that's a very easy thing to say when you don't have to suffer the consequences.
But they've done it.
Actually, we're going to be suffering consequences of our own quite soon because guess what? Every country that has ever existed for more than 500 years has had more than one civil war. We're gearing up to be about due for one of our own. Our country is so divided and polarized now. I give it within, maybe not all of our lifetimes here because I don't know how old everybody is, but I say within the next 50 to 75 years, we're going to have another civil war, and it's going to be bloodier than the last one.
We could. If things don't change, yes, I agree. It could happen.
I think it's going to be a chemical.
Whatever
warfare.
Whatever kind of warfare.
It quite possibly could be. There's no telling what could happen, but everything is getting extremely, extremely volatile, and it's a ticking time bomb. Not even just in our country or in the Middle East, the entire world is a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, when you have somebody in there in a political, not yet, political position who's generating this kind of hate, there's a problem right there to begin with. When you have somebody who's germinating it as much as he can, you already got a problem. You already, instead of trying, come in there,
it's not hate, it's belief.
That's the biggest problem with you. I try to come in with...
Wait. How are they not in the same? How are they not in the same, especially in the case of Islam? They are taught to hate based on their beliefs.
To them, it is not hate; it is belief. You have to be able to make the mental separation.
Death to apostate.
As your body,
raped women without 5 witnesses. Death to this, death to that. That's hate based on religion. Period. There is no arguing that.
No, that's an objective point of view. You have to look at what they do.
No, that's subjective. That's subjective. Go to any Middle Eastern country that has Sharia law, and they will fucking prove my point. Big time. Go to Saudi Arabia, go to Iran, go to Kuwait, go to Sudan, go to any of them freaking places, and if you break any of the tenets of Islam, you will be killed because they were told in their book to kill based on certain things. And those things,
but you have to...
Do you think it's okay to not like somebody, to hate somebody because they're gay?
Of course not.
It's a straight up question. If I was a gay man and somebody hated me, is that okay for them to hate me because I'm gay? No. And
no.
Well, guess what? You are contradicting yourself because in their book, their tenets, not all of their tenets, just like any other religion, they have tenets of the religion that are honorable. I'm not saying that all of Islam, every single word in the book of the Hadith or the Quran or whatever the hell the other ones are called, I'm not saying every single word is hatred.
No, but
death to infidels and death to this and that is fucking hate, period.
No, but your belief system provides them a
I don't have a belief system. I know things. I don't believe things.
Like the way that you disagree with them is on an emotional level. It's
not about disagreeing or agreeing. It's about common sense.
It provides them a pathway.
If people are killing based on things that are told to them to dislike or dishonor or disavow, that is based on their tenets. They are told that if they are going to practice the religion,
keep it objective.
Oh, by the way, hashtag not all, because guess what? There's Muslims out there that don't comply to those tenets of Islam. That's why they get the hell out of those Middle Eastern countries. But that in my opinion, they're not a Muslim when they don't comply to their full tenets. And the same goes for Christianity, Judaism, or any other religion that likes to pick and choose.
You're just providing fuel to the fire.
Oh, what's that?
You have to keep it objective, and you can cut off the emotional connection that most people have to it.
I don't have an emotional connection. Guess what? I'm anti-human. To be honest, if the whole world blew up right now, I would be the happiest man in the fucking world. Because the human
that's
society...
a pretty emotional thing to say.
Well, you wanted an emotional response. I'm giving you one. You're claiming I'm making an emotional response. I'll give you one right now. Society has less than probably, and I'm probably being way too low on this number, but society probably has less than 10 to 15% that is worthy of life. For all I give a shit, we could all fucking die.
So I hope you can see how that's not very helpful to the situation.
No shit, it's not.
Hey, Max, but you were. Wait, real quick. Max, you were nothing but fighting me when I was trying to get in a positive light and the positive side of things.
Yeah, I heard it all.
Fighting me.
By
My
the way,
bad.
how's that women having babies without semen going?
Huh?
Huh? I'm talking to
did I-
Max. You don't remember our last conversation?
No.
Ha! I do. Word for word. And I would fucking be posting it all over the internet if it wasn't edited out of the damn fucking Hangout.
I had nothing to do with that.
I had a back and forth with you. You were claiming the last time you were on TQA's Hangout, and I was on with you guys, and you tried to fucking say that women could have children without a man at all, meaning no semen, no nothing. You're saying 2% of women. You claimed 2% of women could have childbirth without a man being involved at all, not in vitro, not semen, not fucking nothing.
That's a medical fact. You can look it up.
Actually, I already have,
Google.
and guess what? I know plenty of doctors. I know plenty of scientists. There is absolutely no studies, no nothing claiming that whatsoever. You pulled that literally out of your ass.
No, I'll just give me your email. I'll send it to you.
And you asked for my email last time, and like I told you, if you have a source to cite, there's a little group chat on the side of the Hangout right now.
No, I'm sorry, dude. Like it's everyone knows this. Women can have. It's called abiological genesis.
What you're talking about is immaculate conception, and guess what? Nobody here is religious.
It's not immaculate conception. Women
You're talking about asexual, and that only exists in amphibians.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, really?
Women can have children without men.
In here with PhDs. How would you like to argue against them? Okay?
Look it up, dude. I mean, seriously, do a deep research.
If you have a source, hold on. I'll calm down.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
No, actually, you're the one making a positive claim. You're the one who has to back it up. Or don't you understand how knowledge works?
Obviously, you don't.
If you have any source, I don't even care if it's BuzzFeed.
It's a 0.111% because women have to. Women, they can only produce other women. They can't produce other men. I told you this before.
Whatever your source is, I would gladly look into it. But you all, like last time and like now, you're refusing to state your source.
No, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I doubt you researched it, because if you researched it, you would know.
I Googled the shit out of it. I couldn't find one drop of any information.
You're lying.
I'm lying.
Yeah, all you have to just type it in.
It wasn't for all the porn in my fucking web history.
It took me
by showing you my goddamn web
10
history.
seconds to find the information. 10 seconds.
10 seconds?
10 seconds.
Sure. All right, I'll take 10 seconds right now.
Yeah, all right. Find out how women can have babies without men.
You can get information from...
without semen. You said without semen. Without any type of man sperm.
Without sperm. Can you cite a place that has credentials in the medical field that will show the results that you're claiming? I don't care about any.
Whoa, I found something from artificial. Hold on. We can create babies without men, claim scientists. Fertility specialists have found a way for women to have babies without men. It involves a cocktail of chemicals acting as an artificial sperm. So again, you can't have a baby without fucking sperm. Doesn't matter if it's in vitro.
Yes, you can. All sperm does is it determines the sex of the baby. The default sex of a baby is female.
What about the chlorides? What about the chlorides for the DNA fusion?
It brings in the other set. There are 23 pairs of chromosomes.
Exactly. Oh my God, this is fucking hilarious.
23 pairs of chromosomes. Those other chromosomes got to come there somewhere. Sperm or whatever. Now, it's a female, yeah, she can only, it happens once in a great fucking, but you know, I can put on the news my whole life, and I've yet to see, well, women had a immaculate conception.
Yeah, it doesn't happen happen a lot. I had said that it was like,
if it happened even one time, hold on, just one second. If it happened even one time, that would help prove religion, because that would be considered an immaculate conception, and religious people around the world would hop on that in a heartbeat.
Okay, Paul just told you it is so rare. I didn't say it was like something that happens, like it doesn't drop off.
You said 2% exactly.
That's
2%,
very-
1%. What is it?
that's
It
rare.
is so incredibly rare that
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't
it's gonna-
even
It
matter.
doesn't happen. There is no evidence.
That's only because the zygote itself never went through the whole stages. It never became a real true egg.
Ding, ding,
Thank you.
ding. So it's not born.
One half. It's an egg that never completely did the divisions. It's going to give a twin to the mother.
Thank you, Paul.
And
That's
was
what I was
claiming
saying.
that there was
But that-
birth.
But you're
That's
talking about something that happened. You know, hardly anybody ever gets hit by a meteorite. You can't be talking about something like that. And
I
then
wasn't
make a
talking
thing
about
out of
it.
You
Paul,
can't make-
I
you
said
can't-
it in a.
See, this
I
is
said
why I
it
wish
in a-
that conversation wasn't deleted, because I'd fucking play it for you right now, everything you said.
It certainly ain't no 2%. It certainly ain't 1%. It ain't a percent of percent of
It's
percent.
not a fraction of a percent, even if it is even that. There has never been any documented evidence of a woman having a child.
All I said is that it was possible. That's it.
Actually, no, it's not.
Paul just told you how it was possible.
No, he theorized how it's possible.
No.
Theorized how it's possible.
If an egg doesn't go through the whole,
And you said born, Max. You're not talking about an egg going through some certain stages. You said that women could have children without the presence of men or men's fertilization.
Only through like an amazingly
yeah, but son,
very singular situation that is nearly impossible to happen.
so why you even bring it up? Since it does, it doesn't mean anything.
Apparently, I
really,
brought it up.
It really doesn't mean that much.
You brought it up because I was talking about the
brought it
two
up like
conservative
6 or
views
8
that I
months ago.
had. I was talking about abortion, and that's when you brought it up.
Yeah, that was like 6 or 8 months ago. We were talking about abortion.
Bullshit! It was on his Hangout. Hold on, I'll pull it up because I know exactly which one it was edited out of. I actually showed it to one person at work, but then the next day it was fucking gone.
I had nothing to do with that.
I know you didn't, but you know what? It's his channel. He can do whatever the hell he wants, and I'm not going to be mad at him for it.
No, like, why are we fighting over this? It seems pointless.
I don't
Women
I don't
women
like it
are
when people
capable.
try to argue from their own gut. You know what? If you're going to argue with somebody like me or anybody that has a rational, skeptical mind, you need to at least cite some fucking sources and have something to back the bullshit you say up.
No, you can look it up. Women are capable of abiogenesis.
It's not
It doesn't
No,
happen.
they are not. And what you're talking about is asexuality, and it only exists in amphibians, and even then it's extremely rare.
You don't know what you're talking about. Asexuality
No clue what I'm talking about.
is an identity. It's not a physical condition.
All right, well, let's just drop that because I don't want to ruin his Hangout.
Okay, dropped.
Thank you.
No problem. I like your
Sorry.
shades, by the way.
Sorry, TQA. My bad. That's why I didn't want to come in. I'm a little bit, like, downtrodden on society today.
Hey,
Well, at least you know what a hoagie is, so I'm not too bad off.
hey, Christopher.
Yeah, what's up?
I didn't delete anything off of my channel, man.
No, he didn't.
You edited. Well, okay, why is that video not over 5 hours long? At the 4 hour and 33-minute mark, when Max and Paul were on with me, and that guy, the atheist, whatever, came in, and I was talking about the two conservative views I have. Why does that part not exist on the video anymore?
I didn't edit anything. What's happening? I don't know if it stopped doing it or not, but from what I understand, Google's been chopping up the fucking Hangouts, man.
But it aired. I actually was able to take it after the Hangout the next day at work and show somebody the conversation, but now I can't.
Okay, think about it. Has Quiet Atheist ever edited any...
I'm not saying he has. All I'm saying is from what I have observed, I was able to load the video, and I'm going to pull up the number of the video right now. I was able to show the video to my coworker and show the exact conversation I'm talking about, but then later when I tried to show it through a Skype chat, it was edited down and it was no longer 5.5 hours long.
But he's never edited anyone's opinion out of anything.
I'm not saying he has, but it did disappear.
So what?
So what? I
so it's not his fault. It's not anyone's fault in this room. Stop.
No, I'm not. What are you not understanding? I'm not saying it is his fault. Maybe YouTube did cut it out. But what I am pointing out that is if they did cut it out, they cut it out after it was posted on YouTube. Like not as just a live hangout.
Okay, so that's a problem, but why would they do that?
I have no clue. That's what I was trying to understand for a couple weeks there.
Okay, all I can say real quick, I'm not saying this is a solution, but the thing has happened to him. He has been sniped. He has had pornography thrown at stuff, and sometimes he's. If I'm only speaking for him, but he can chime in here. He's had to edit some things near the end. Now he.
When it comes to the Hangouts, I don't edit the Hangouts at all. They upload as is. That's it.
Okay, I know you've been but real quick. I'm not saying this is what you did, but sometimes somebody comes in near the end and puts some pornography in.
It was the Particular Atheist Show number 28.
Yeah, and maybe if something gets edited, he just gets in there and edits it wherever.
Yeah.
This is generalized cut.
All right, let's put it like this. I have no reason to disbelieve anything that the Quiet Atheist says because he's never given me any reason to doubt him.
Okay.
Well, he does that to me all the time, so I'm used to it.
Oh, fuck you, old man.
But yeah, it was me. There was more people in before I joined, but it was me, CQA, you, Paul's your name, I take it, and it was you, Max, and then somebody else, something the Atheist channel, God's Not Alive or something. It said the Atheist.
Yeah, but personally, I don't remember this part of it. Not saying it wasn't there, but I don't remember this discussion.
Well, Max has already confirmed the conversation, so it's not like I'm making it up.
No. I know. That's not where I'm going. I just saying, personally, me, I just don't remember. I just,
Well, you like me drink, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, I just don't personally remember that. So.
Hey, Christopher, Christopher, what time on the video? What time in the Hangout?
4 hours and 33 minutes in.
Was when the
Yeah.
It's
I remember
4 hours and 33 minutes in is when the conversation started about the subject.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, not that particular thing about the whole 2% with women and all that. That's when I started. I said, hey, I'm going to state. Just because actually we were agreeing on everything we were talking about, and I said, hey, I know how to be able to have a discussion where I know that my views are going to differ from everybody else's or most of the people in the room. And I brought up my two conservative views, which were on abortion and are on assisted suicide.
Yeah.
I have no problem with assisted suicide, but I see what the problem is. You got a better mustache than me, so right away I hate you. I remember one guy, man. I mean, such a full mustache. I hate those people that comes in and it's like, oh, F you, get out of here.
All right, check this out.
Check what? Oh yeah. Well, I just don't want to grow that.
I'm gonna get you and your little dog too.
we got the Wicked Witch of the West in here.
Yeah, it's the second time I heard that today.
Really?
Yeah.
What are the chances?
Well, that's one of. Let's digress into a little conversation of ease here. That's one of the most quoted movies in the world. Is The Wizard of Oz.
It's one of the oldest movies.
Well, that's not necessarily that, but it has those quotable moments that just are used over and over again.
I would have used like something from like Dastardly, the guy who always ties up women to the railroad tracks, but I couldn't remember any quotes, so I went with Wizard of Oz. Fuck it.
Wizard of Oz. You can look that up and whatever. Is probably one of the most quotable, and I think also. What's the one with what's it called in it? Oh, I'm horrible for names.
Charlie Chaplin?
No. I'm talking about the Civil War. After the Civil War. Oh God.
How old is it?
Oh, it goes way back.
Black and white?
It's the same era. And
Pentecost Junction?
No. I'm talking about movies.
Oh, okay.
Back in the 30s. Well, anyway, Gone with the Wind.
Oh, okay.
Those
Well,
two
that's good.
are the most quoted ones because they have great quotes.
Yeah. You ever see the 1924 Gold Rush with Charlie Chaplin as Wee Man?
Charlie Chaplin, man.
I was on YouTube one day, and I was like, you know what? I want to find a black and white movie I've never seen before. So I typed in Charlie Chaplin, found the oldest dated one that was a full movie. It was called The Gold Rush, and I figured I'd watch it for like 15, 20 minutes, but it actually kept my attention the whole time.
I bet you in that we were talking earlier about Deadpool and the fourth wall. I bet you in there was a few moments that he would kind of look at
Oh, hell yeah.
and break the fourth wall.
Definitely. Without words, too. That was the greatest part.
Yeah, he just give you that look.
He was probably one of the greatest, I don't know, entities, I guess you would call them, of film, back at least in the early ages of film. Of course, he doesn't have a very, he has a very checkered past, but, I mean, that was a different time, so.
And who was the Deadpool guy? I can't think of his name.
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah. There was somebody else. That's not ringing a bell. But he was Deadpool. He was the one that did the first time with the building falls. The side of the building falls, and he's standing there, and the window comes right where he is.
You talking prior to Wolverine Origins and prior to the Deadpool recent movie?
Oh, I'm talking about back in the old days.
Wait, there was an older Deadpool movie? Oh, great! I gotta look.
No. I'm talking about breaking the fourth wall with Deadpool.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but I'm talking about the old silent movie guys.
Oh, okay.
Breaking the fourth wall and stuff like that. The one guy was always had the look like, kill me now, get it done with.
So what you been up to, Frank?
Is Frank the one that's muted?
I mean, Christopher, my bad.
What have I been up to? Trying to find different work. Trying to stay clean. I've been smoking cigarettes instead of marijuana because society has deemed me unusable and unfit to be part of society because I smoked marijuana. So now I'm smoking cigarettes again after 16 fucking years.
Move to Denver. Come here.
Moving is not as easy as some people think. When you live on a $1,000 a month budget, it's kind of hard to just get up and move.
Yeah.
Okay, let me squeeze my eyes real hard.
Let me squeeze my eyes. Squeeze my eyes real hard.
Can't believe cigarettes are $9 a pack now. That shit is ridiculous.
God damn.
So no reason not to smoke. I'm glad.
Well, the only reason I'm smoking is because even though I was able to go cold turkey off the cigarettes, I wasn't able to do it off of weed, marijuana. So I decided to be an idiot and pick up a vice that I knew I could make myself ignore it from. So I started smoking cigarettes again, and it worked. But now I got to try to quit smoking cigarettes again, and that's going to be fun.
No,
When I quit smoking cigarettes the first time, they hit $5 a pack, and my methodology, my brain was, for $5 I can buy a nickel bag of weed, and I can get high all day rather than smoking a pack of cigarettes all day that does nothing for me. The weed actually gets you high. So I smoked weed instead of smoking cigarettes. But now it's to the point that even though I didn't want to quit smoking weed, if I want to progress myself beyond my menial job of $10.50 an hour with no benefit, I'm going to have to quit.
$10.50, that's ridiculously low. I know. I've been fortunate.
You're in Denver.
No. I am living in Denver now. I'm retired.
Lucky you, man. I wish if I could make it out there, if I can get my family out there and my pets and everything like that, I would gladly move, especially out of the shithole I'm in. I'm in fucking Pittsburgh area, Western Pennsylvania. It's a shithole.
Hey, Christopher, do you live in an open carry state, Christopher?
No, I do not.
Pennsylvania, no. I'm from Philadelphia area originally, and I spent about 10, 11 years before my
So that's how you know the word hoagie.
That's what I'm saying. I'm surprised even there you have hoagie.
Yeah, we got Philly cheesesteaks and all that shit around here.
Well, right here, within 2.5 miles, I can get.
No, they don't make it right. They put provolone on it. It's supposed to be white American.
No. Well, provolone, that's Italian.
Exactly.
That's an Italian hoagie. It's provolone. No, I can get a real cheesesteak. Pat's cheesesteak. 2.5 miles from here.
Sweet.
I can get, I get regular, American cheese on it, fried onions, no peppers, nothing. It's fried onions. That's a cheesesteak. On a good roll for here, for a good roll.
In my area, I have to deal with heroin addicts, crackheads, alcoholics, and belligerent fucks all day, every day.
Damn.
I didn't know Trump lived there. Okay.
You'd be surprised, considering that the Republicans haven't won an election here since 1988, but the state seems to be becoming redder and redder.
Yeah.
Okay.
But don't get things twisted. I'm not a Democrat either.
Well, we had a discussion earlier. I said, three-party system will only be good when you can take your vote and vote for your first, second, and third, or whatever.
Here's an idea. We need to have a constitutional convention. 38 of the states need to vote no, not contest, no confidence. If 38 of the states voted no confidence, which is kind of hard because only 43 can actually write in or do anything other than electronic vote, we could actually have the election reheld. Granted, that would mean Obama would be president for another year, which would suck, but we wouldn't have to deal with Hillary or Trump.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
What's wrong with Hillary?
If
Trump didn't get started in that, man.
if you could change the Congress so they didn't have an agenda against him, we would have a much better situation. We have a Congress right now that doesn't want that darky to look good.
Hey, can you guys hold on? Can you guys hold on for a second? Do you guys know who this Lord Sarge is?
No, not a clue. Tony probably just came into your chat and clicked the link. That's one downfall of having the link in the description.
Oh, okay, Lord. Unmute yourself, man.
Yo, can you hear me, man?
Oh, there we go.
I've been in here a few weeks ago. I don't know if you remember me.
Yes.
For RGE.
Oh,
yes. The chat.
Yeah, I remember you now. Yeah.
Okay.
It took me a minute to remember that you're using the Ultimate Warrior as your avatar.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Can I use you as a sexual symbol for my masturbation lore?
Yeah, man. I mean, I'd be offended if you didn't, honestly.
All right, cool.
Once again, we go into more than I need to know.
I like the way you took it. It was just like, it was cool.
Is that Lord's like, oh, you like looking at my picture, don't you?
No, it didn't get up.
If you don't mind me patting myself on the back too much, I always got a kick when I was working part-time at a couple places. The kids liked me because
Be right back.
I didn't act like all the other old farts. I was much more with it with stuff. I would cut up a lot more like I do,
Yeah.
So quiet, Nathan. Let's talk about something difficult.
Like what?
We already went through the consensus square. Now we're going to get into I already haven't played with the other theory. I mean the other mathematics shit with gravity, so I can't really go there. I know the concepts, but that's as far as I can go.
So what did you want to talk about that's difficult, Max?
Let's leave it to Lore. Lore, give us a difficult topic.
This isn't really difficult, but I was just watching the other day about in Paris. They were banning some beaches, not in Paris. I'm sorry, in France they were banning certain beaches from allowing those burqa-type bikinis. I mean swimsuits. You guys hear about that?
Yeah, they call them burkinis.
Burkinis, yeah. So I kind of thought that was interesting. I was thinking like. What if a nun, walked onto the beach, with what they wear, would that be all right,
But if she's 300 pounds, I see no problem with it.
Nobody would do anything to the nuns, of course.
Yeah, right. That's what I mean. So I mean, it seems pretty obvious that it's just singling out one religion.
No, you know what's funny? No, you know what's even funnier about it?
They
The same people that are telling them, mind you, I am so fucking anti-Islam that this is going to come off as funny to you guys. It's so funny that the same people that are bitching about Islam making women cover themselves up are the people that want to make them uncover themselves. It's mind-blowing.
But I don't think it's mind blowing. I think that's
Can I be the first to welcome you to planet Earth?
Yeah.
I don't think that's like a revelation.
Sapien, which doesn't even deserve to exist at this point, as far as am concerned.
Well, my father said many years ago, civilization, it's extremely terminal to planets. So that cuts us out of. There's other civilizations. Should I say it again?
I don't think it's revolutionary.
For you new people, I believe aliens do come here. They bring their children to see what not to do.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
They say
I can get behind that. I can get behind that way of thinking.
Yeah.
They basically bring their little kids to planet Earth and they'll say, "Now here, little boy, this is how you not act like a retard."
Right. This is why we don't follow myths and we embrace science. You know.
Actually, not enough of us do. Actually,
Like
a large percent of the human race actually do embrace myth.
Yeah. Well, when I go to club meetings and stuff, like atheist club meetings, I'll do that, and right away I get them looking at me like I'm going to put one of those hats on.
But why do you separate atheists from gods?
Excuse me?
Wouldn't they be the same thing?
No delusion in the mind.
Wait. I'm not catching what he's...
He just asked, why do you separate atheists from, I think he said gods, or like people who believe in God? Is that what you were saying, Max?
I said, like, why do you separate atheists, like, gods from...
No,
whatever.
I go to atheist club.
Empirical data, facts, rational thinking.
No, I go to atheist meetings to at least get one thing out of the way. Okay? Because people still bring other baggage. We have one woman who was an atheist, but she believed in homeopathic medicine. You know?
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, I mean, but at least gets one thing out of the way. Okay?
Right. But they're the exact same thing. They're dealing with an unknown.
No, you're absolutely wrong. Religious people believe they have a known. It's the unreligious, the non-religious that say we have no tangible evidence to believe an unknown, so there's
no need for the separation. Aliens
yes,
are the unknown, and the supernatural.
Wait. Oh, you're talking aliens. See, now you're adding in aliens.
No, I'm using that.
See, the reason why people think that there's a possibility of aliens is because actually, if you think about it, what created life on Earth, what led to the existence of life forms on Earth, and as vast as the universe is, it is quite plausible, more likely probable, that there is life somewhere else in the universe. Now, be it
if you overcome a belief system, why do you continue to use the belief system to?
I don't believe in shit. Like I just told you, not even 20 minutes ago. I don't believe
you obviously don't believe in God.
Shit.
But you're still
I don't believe shit. I know shit.
Max, do you like to bring in things just to get shit going?
No. I'm genuinely curious. Like if you disagree,
it sounds like he's a Christian troll, actually.
No, listen to what I'm saying. If you disagree with a particular point of view,
it's not disagreeing. It's actually trying to pronounce the fucking unfathomability of it.
When a group of people talk like you have your opinions on the facts and I have my opinions, there's a problem.
They don't know what the definition of a fact is.
No, it's like you drop the idea. you drop the entire idea and you forget it.
All I
without-
brought
It's
is
not an idea for religious people. It's a way of life.
No,
It's
that's
their understanding
that's not
of
the way.
universe.
Listen to what I
No,
am
we're
saying.
listening to you, buddy.
Because
We
I
are-
only brought in, I
No,
went to an
what
atheist
you guys
club,
are,
and
what you guys are
somehow
doing.
we jumped to this.
No, what you guys are doing is like you come up with an idea, and you disprove the idea.
Hello,
And then you move on to the next level,
Yeah, but
and
see,
you
don't
drop
understand
all
how
the
empirical
ideas.
data works? Don't you understand how empirical data works? If you make a claim, like somebody claiming there's a God, they're the ones who need to support that claim to be able to make it recognized to the rest of the fucking society, the rest of the
You
world.
understood
That's why
empirical data,
atheists,
which
that's why
obviously
people
don't.
don't believe in a God.
You have to keep.
Max, I'm only 3 years old. I've never heard all this shit 1,000 times before. You ain't gonna bring up a fucking new fucking concept that I haven't played with before.
That's pure arrogance.
Well, excuse me.
No, it's
'cause I haven't
arrogant
heard
to think
anything
that there's a
coming out of your
possibility
mouth
of some
at all.
all-seeing being that's watching over us, which apparently you're leaning towards.
No, you guys drop all the
First,
information.
Max, what's your stand on a God?
Are you gonna
Max is
actually
talking
listen
about
to it, or are you
is-
just gonna argue to death?
No.
Sure, go
What
ahead.
is-
No,
no, answer my
Let's hear your
question.
stance
or
on a
I'm
God.
gonna
I would love to hear this.
I don't want to answer one more question out of your mouth and tell me, where do you stand on a God? Not a specific God. Where do you stand on the God thing?
A God is a transcendental entity based upon the belief
Where do you
system.
stand on it? Don't give me the definition.
You cut me off before I can finish the conversation.
No.
But you're not answering the
Where's your
question.
stand
I
on it?
just
Not your
answered it.
definition. Where's your stand? You believe or don't believe in the God?
Do you even realize what you're talking about? What's the question that you want me to ask?
I
That was
stand
a
by
real
what I said a
hard
moment ago.
answer.
He's a
Because I just answered it.
Believe in a God or I don't believe in a God. That's so fucking hard to answer. Do you or don't you? Oh, it's a plus or a minus. It's a yes or a no. That's so hard
You
to
guys just don't
do.
prevent
You
the
believe in a God,
vocabulary.
yes or
You
no?
would digest it.
No,
I just told you.
No, what? No, I didn't hear it.
Because
you believe in a
were
God?
talking
Do you
without
believe in a
listening.
God? You're going to tell me what I was doing. Do you believe in a God or no?
I told you that the God concept is a transcendental identity
yes or no
based
answer.
upon.
That's still not answering my question. What you believe?
You're not smart enough to understand what the fuck it
no,
is.
I'm
You're
You
insulting your
won't listen to the
intelligence.
entire
Go
sentence.
against that.
You've cut me off 3
No,
times when I'm trying to explain it to
Because
you.
you're backing around the
Because you
question.
haven't answered the fucking question.
I
Yes
can
or
answer because
no?
you keep on
This
cutting
is
me
a,
off.
It's a court of law. Yes or no? Do you believe in a God or you don't believe in a God? Don't give me a definition of it. Do you believe in one? I'm not going to judge you past that. I just want to know. I want to know where you're coming from. Is that so hard to understand? I want to know where you're coming from to begin with, so I know where to go with the rest of the conversation.
Your blood pressure, Paul, is where mine was.
Don't worry about it. My blood pressure is fine. When I'm high, I'm still low.
Okay.
I do not have high blood pressure. I have low.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to try
So
to
it's real
explain.
easy. Do you believe in a God, yes or no?
I'm going to try to explain this to
Oh,
you.
my God.
He didn't ask you to explain it. He asked you a yes or no question. Like, is
There are higher
or not?
He definitely believes in a God because that's all the time. They can never answer a fucking straight question.
Like I said,
Never in the fucking history of their existence
there are
can
higher
they ever
there are
answer a
higher levels of
question with
thinking.
a straight answer because it's beyond their control. They don't know how to answer it.
There are higher levels of thinking.
Oh, God.
It doesn't matter what people
in a God, yes or no? I didn't say a specific God. I didn't give a definition of a God. I said, do you believe in a God? That is so hard to do. Do you believe
Why are you
you're
guys
a
locked
Democrat?
into
You don't believe you're a Democrat. You believe you're Republican or you don't believe you're Republican.
Guys,
Max,
and then we
what you don't understand, Max, he's
Relax.
asking you a simple yes or no question, and you refuse to answer it.
And then after we get that
What
fucking
I am saying is that
foundation,
there are
and after we get
higher
that
levels of thinking.
All right, fuck it, Paul. Let him say let him say, even though you asked him a yes or no question, let him droll on for a
troll.
yes or no answer with a long fucking statement. Go ahead. Go ahead, Max. Let's hear it.
Yes or no? Do you believe in a God?
No.
Or not? See,
Fuck yes or no. I'm interested in what he has to say at this point because it's going to be
he can't
hilarious.
answer it. He can't answer it. It's like any other person who is in that mythology or in that concept. They have to go around this way and they have to go around this way.
Can I talk or not?
They think if they make it real convoluted, they're showing great intelligence.
Okay, can I talk or not?
I know if I've read on Bachman.
Hey,
Creator God. No, well, he isn't a creator God because Bachman doesn't do anything. Everything is a manifestation from him. All the other gods are already in the Hindu religion.
I haven't interrupted you in any other avenue. You're not letting me talk.
And then he's got to go
Well,
into.
you know why you frustrated him? Hold on, sorry, Paul. You know why you frustrated him?
I'm gonna
He
go.
asked you a yes or no question, and you refuse to give a yes or no answer. You want to give a long, explained fucking definition and roundabout when it's as simple as yes, I do believe in some type of entity, or no, I do not.
No, because there are levels of intelligence
Oh,
that don't...
God, we can go from there, but we have to have a foundation first.
No, there
We
are
have to have
levels...
a foundation first. You must build from a foundation of something. If you can't build from a foundation of nothing, you've got nothing but quicksand.
Why are you arguing every step of the way? I'm giving you an answer, and you're just...
You're not giving me an answer. It's a yes or no. I want one or the other. Yes or no. You believe in God?
They're incorrect questions.
If you take that as condescending, you don't fucking know me.
It's semantics.
Let's answer that question, and then we go from there. Because then we go into what type of God. Blah, blah. Don't go through this blah blah blah. Yes or no. So simple. It's so simple.
Max, what is? I'll try to rephrase this question, Max.
God entity,
You as an individual, Max,
that has more senses than just the 5.
Max, okay. Screw the rest of the human race. You as an individual, you as yourself, okay? Do you or do you not believe in some type of celestial higher entity?
This is when college education goes awry.
Yeah, exactly.
God, he's talking to me like I haven't talked to like I don't know how many thousands of people and gone through all kinds of crap all my life with this shit. I have no idea why I'm asking a question. You know, I talk to physicists about Einstein's theory of relativity. I talk about the general, and know what they like me because I ask the right questions. So when it comes to you people, you can never get a fucking straight answer. Because your God is so mythical, your God is so...
don't want the answer. You want something that's easy to
understand. God is so
that's your answer if you answer the question the way it was posed. He didn't ask you for an explanation.
There's no way to pose the question for the solution.
Look, it's a simple yes or no. Do you?
It's not a yes or no. Like when you put yes or no, you don't understand the question.
For society, it's not. For society, it is not a simple yes or no. You're correct. That's what you're looking for. He's asking you as an individual.
You don't understand the question that you're asking.
I understand his question fine, and I can answer it with the answer no.
Yeah. Could you kill her? Yes or no? They're not asking how you killed her or didn't you kill her. Did you kill her? Yes or no?
You guys are being unnecessarily combative.
And then from that
sorry, most people in the atheist community don't like fucking morons.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't use the bleach.
Don't do
it. Yeah, Mom.
You act like I haven't gone through these conversations 1,000 times before you were fucking born.
I didn't use your old madness against you, so please don't use my youth against me.
Don't worry, but I will use it against you because you won't work with me. All I ask you is a simple question. All you have to, and then we can go from there to the other levels of whatever.
So you're going to insult me at the ground level without answering.
Why not?
I'm going to use an analogy. I'm going to use it. Hold on, I just thought of an idea. I'm going to use an analogy. Okay. Max, 1 + 1 is 2, correct?
Oh, we can't get a straight answer to that because I guess the university you're in right now.
1 + no, this is serious. This is definitely equatal. Is 1 + 1 2, Max?
Yeah, I'm gonna get something.
And no, I'm not trying to condescend. I'm trying to make a point. Is 1 + 1 2?
You ain't gonna answer it.
That's a real simple yes or no. You can't answer that. Will you answer that?
I'm getting really pissed off right now because I
Congratulations.
have been nothing but peaceful
Now,
for the
why, you really
guys.
won't answer if
All
1 plus
you
1 is
two
2
have
or
done
not?
is call me
You really
names.
won't say yes or no to 1 plus 1 is 2? Really? Really? Because you know where I'm going to go with this. Because if you say yes, 1 plus 1 is 2, I'm going
Here's
to pose
the
empirical
fucking thing.
data.
All you guys have done is just call me names.
I ain't talking.
All you've done is just call me names, drag me through the mud. I'm trying to have a scientific conversation with you. And all you two people is just drag my name through the mud and call me names. I'm trying to have a straight up conversation with you, and all you do
No.
is call me names. Constantly. Every fucking thing. You're like, you're an idiot, you're an idiot, you're an idiot, you're an idiot.
Paul's intelligence by you actually just condescended to him not even 5 minutes ago talking about his intelligence.
Mr. Hoagie Man, you recognize this?
Yes, that is hard salami. Cooked salami. No, yeah, hard salami.
What type?
Is that Genoa?
No, Lebanon.
Getting hungry now.
Lebanon bologna.
What kind?
I don't know if you have it out when you're side, but that's Lebanon bologna.
Oh, no, we don't have that.
Okay. You had hoagies, but you're almost there. Okay. You're almost civilized.
Hey, I work for a shit company, man. I didn't say they were civilized.
If you can't answer a simple question because you're going to automatically assume what
You
one...
wouldn't even answer yes or no to 1 plus 1 is 2.
That's what I'm saying. He already assumes where I'm going to go with that.
You already know the answer.
No, I have no answer. Yes or no?
You don't know what 1 plus 1 is 2 is?
No, I said, is there a God or not? You know my question. If there's a God or not.
Is that your question? Is there a God or not?
Do you believe there's a God or
Hey,
not?
hold on a minute, guys. Could someone turn their TV down, please?
Not me.
It's not me.
Can't answer a simple question because I can go from there. You're acting like right away that's a brick wall and everything stopped.
No.
Yes, you are, because you won't answer it. That proves
No,
it.
I'm not. It's just a stupid question.
No, that's a stupid question. Oh,
how is that a stupid question? That's the question that has been dividing humanity for centuries.
You like bananas or apples more? Is that a stupid question, too?
Yeah?
Well, you're a troll.
Okay.
That's quite equivalent.
Do you have another question?
Look what you made me do, Max. Look what you made me do.
What the hell did you do, Christopher?
I lit a blunt. I lit a fucking blunt because I got to get high to deal with this shit.
Oh, shit.
Every description of any God I ever heard of, I do not believe in.
Yeah, I
Oh, hey, wait. Paul,
Every description I
hold
heard.
on, Paul.
The
Paul,
closest real quick.
I could give you a scientific one.
No, the closest one that came to a God that I would consider was Brockman. Why? Because he don't give a shit about anything else.
Oh,
Everything. You look at Brockman, not Brockman, M-A, man, Brockman. Everything manifests from him. Everything comes from him, but he don't give a shit about it. There's no temples to him. You don't worship him because he doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. As a matter of fact, he doesn't know you probably exist.
But guess what? He still falls into the eternal regress.
No, because everything manifests. If you look at him, he comes the closest to what I would say is a God because I don't have to worship his ass.
Here, I'll blow your mind with this one. How about this? All right, here's a scientific possible explanation of where everything started from. You know what the 5 heaviest elements are in the universe, right? Hydrogen, helium, carbon.
Oh, you're talking about the latest. I thought you said heaviest.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have that backwards.
No problem.
I'm by no means an expert on this. I'm just trying to reach your point.
That cigarette fucks with your mind. So
But anyway, my point is, people of belief of where a universe came from and this is what created it all, they'd be better off saying helium and hydrogen have always existed. Now, we still can't explain that, but let's just say helium and hydrogen has always existed. And by the mixture of those two chemical clouds in outer space or whatever the hell you want to call it, ended up colliding, and they create another element, and those elements interactions create more and more elements through their interactions. That's a better explanation of a creator than any of these other fucking stupid shit.
No,
Yeah.
that is a
Not
terrible
that.
explanation because you
I
can
didn't say believe that, Max. I didn't say believe that, Max.
Okay, my bad.
It's a joke. It's a fucking joke.
My bad. My bad.
Okay, the first elements were, of course, hydrogen.
Hydrogen and helium were the first elements.
Very, very trace amounts of lithium for those people who need it. And then you get the star formation, and then you start to get the ones who, in the cores, will get hot enough to then forge the other heavier and heavier elements and stuff. And then they go blow uppy and spread that crap over the place, and as they blow uppy, they make even heavier elements. Then you get into the silver, gold, uranium, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
All right. And,
yeah.
Well, remember, we've only discovered...
The funniest thing about that is the one who came up with the concept of supernovas and those stars producing the heavier elements was a steady state guy. I forget, he was a British guy, I forget his name, but he never would admit that there was a Big Bang. He was a steady state person. You know what I'm saying? You know what steady state is? It passes, this keeps creating slowly enough helium to produce enough helium in the universe, blah, 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 to keep us. He never got as much information as he was given.
But that goes against the laws of relativity because all the energy in the universe that ever has been will always be. Energy doesn't dissipate or advance, it only spreads.
Okay. Well,
that's incorrect.
Spreads then collapses upon itself.
Yeah.
That's not
when it hits
correct.
the eternal chill.
Well, we can get back into that because if you listen to a few of the other guys.
I listen to Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Carl Sagan, Lawrence Krauss.
Krauss.
I've been studying physics my entire life. I might not have a PhD in the shit, but I know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to physics.
Okay, but a lot of physics is guesswork because they can't go out. They cannot go out there and test the star. They cannot go out there
Have
and
you
test
heard of the Voyager probe or the Cassini?
So all the math work and all the evidence that comes out of this stuff, they look at freaking this Crab Nebula, they can see the heavy elements in there. All that is guesswork, even though we look at
tell me about time.
We can look at the fucking spectrograph and see all the clues that there are heavy elements in it.
That one. Paul, let me answer this one. You said about time?
No.
Yeah, give me the spectrograph when we travel back in time using physics.
Okay, guess what? You're talking about the laws of relativity, buddy. You're talking about the laws of relativity, your measurements of light years, correct?
Okay, to Mr. Who Won't Answer a Question, right now, I can do it mathematically. I can tell you how much your clock is running slower than a clock that's out in the middle of nowhere land.
Or here's another way.
So you can transport yourself to an alternate reality.
No, and I'm not talking about no alternate reality.
Same plane of existence.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't talk.
These are all just
you don't know science, buddy.
I'm going to tell you.
I know science plenty, and I know you guys are talking out your ass.
It's real easy to
I'm talking out my ass. I have fucking courses completed that say otherwise, buddy.
No idea what the context is.
When they first made the GPS satellites, the military, who was the founders thereof, was not going to include relativity at all.
But they had to.
Either special or general relativity, they were not going to include it. Within a day, the satellites were off on calculations.
By a millisecond, or 2 milliseconds.
No, by miles.
Oh, I thought you were talking the timing.
No. No, yeah, I know what you're saying there, but so once they incorporated general relativity and special relativity, then everything jives, no problem.
Oh, by the way,
right where you're standing now, I'm going to tell you what the answer is. Right now, you're like you're traveling at 7 miles per second. That happens to be escape velocity at where you are. If you're on the sun, which is 383 miles per second on the surface, if you can stand the heat, your clock will now be as if you were traveling at that speed. That's how much slower your time was. So it's pretty much straightforward. If you know how to use E equals MC squared and that stuff, you can figure out real easy how much of a dilation of time that is. It's not that complicated. You can use a trigonometry. I can show you on a calculator using trigonometry how to figure out what that is. Those answers to those questions are. I can tell you from height what the escape velocity is, and also your relative speed, what the dilation on that is.
And by the way,
do a parallel universes.
Let me add something to that. The way we can prove astronomical math is how else would we be able to get a man on the moon? It is so precise to be able to not only get off of this planet and travel to another celestial object, but to be able to get back to this planet and to be able to actually get through re-entry. That is all based on astronomical math. So to say that, well, because we can't measure it, we don't have things out there measuring it, or because it's not observable, is ludicrous, because we've already proved it.
We've proved nothing besides being able to touch outer objects from our space.
And that takes equations to be able to calculate trajectories and such.
Yeah, but those trajectories are so minuscule.
Okay.
It doesn't mean anything in the cosmic sense.
We knew how far away the moon was before we went to the moon.
Okay.
Oh God.
Okay, so you know how intelligent the ape is, correct? It's like a 1% genetic variance.
I have somebody at my door, so I'll be shutting.
So if there is a 2, and human beings are at a 1% genetic variance. So if we met a being that was at a 2 or 3% genetic variance, it would be unimaginable.
Do you realize how vast space is? If our math was off, our trajectory of our ships and of our probes would be nowhere near where they wanted to go. For instance, the Voyager space probe was launched in the 60s or the 70s, and it's exactly on path to where we knew it'd be. You know why?
What I'm saying is,
and calculations that would project where it would be going. So obviously, we're able to measure it.
Okay, our eyes are only able to see 1% of the light spectrum.
What's that have to do with fucking? Never mind. I'm done.
That has plenty to do with knowledge, which you can see informs your mind.
How fast is light?
We can only see 1% of the spectrum.
No shit. Nobody's arguing that here, buddy.
Hello,
if we could see.
I'm an amateur radio person. Tell me about that shit, please tell me. I also did take electronics.
We can't say ultraviolet. Yeah, I was ITD tech for electronical engineer and physics.
Yeah, I built two 20. Remember Heathkit? Ever hear of Heathkit?
I haven't. I mean, I think I've heard the term before, but no, I only went for 2 years for ITT.
Yeah, whatever.
I went to CCAC longer for the physics.
Anytime you go into anything like that, you know how much it must be to bust your ass to get a doctorate.
Hold on a second, guys. Let me welcome Amaria into the room. How's it going, Amaria?
Just chilling.
Oh, it's one of those foreigners again.
Yeah, gosh darn foreigners.
Beautiful. You're so foreign away.
Yeah.
I'm just confused why you guys are so resistant.
He still hasn't answered my question, has he?
Hold on. Did you just say something about white guys being resistant?
No, no. I said nothing racist. What the fuck?
Well, I will. You're all a bunch of white people.
Yeah, like
I could have swore I just heard you say something on the line.
No, the fuck not. I did not say anything along those lines.
Well, I apologize. I guess I heard wrong, but I could have swore I heard you out of the white guys are resistant.
No.
No, he said actually, why are you guys so resisting?
Oh, thank you for clarifying. I appreciate.
Okay, so he never answered my question yet, has he? No, never will.
No, I will. What's the question?
No, you won't.
Oh, man.
Okay. Another question I can dance around. That's fine.
So make a good politician.
Guys, so this guy, is he like a flat earther or something?
I'm sorry. Oh my God.
No.
You don't know what question he asked you. He asked you if you believe in a God or not. Yes or no, period.
Is that the question? If I believe in God?
That's so steep in
No, not God.
Let's see how many ways I can.
God.
Let's see how many ways I can twist the answer. I have to see how complicated I can make it to show my grade in the way.
No, I just don't believe that question can be answered within our
Yes, it
terrestrial
can be
knowledge.
answered.
No, it's not an R. It's a you. He's asking you as a singular person. How hard is that to comprehend?
And how hard is it to comprehend?
I don't believe that's a question that can be answered.
After I tell you that, that's not the only question I will.
That's not the third option. Yes
not
or
the only
no, I don't know.
Yeah, you can just say you're agnostic.
It's not the only
That's
question
fine.
I'm going to ask. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not the only question I'm going to ask. But I have to have a foundation first. I can't have all this other bullshit.
Okay,
If I don't have a foundation to work from to ask other questions, there's no place to go. You know, on a graph, if you put a point somewhere on a graph, you go, okay, I have a point on the graph. Now, where do I go from here? I can go anywhere. I have to have more than one point to start to get an idea of where to go, to ask other questions. So if you don't understand the concept of a simple answer to a simple question,
it just seems
I
like
got no
limited
place
thinking.
to go. I got no place to
Limited
go. I got
thinking?
no foundation.
Really?
Yeah, seems like limited thinking. Like why would someone?
All right, you know what? Zeus might exist. The thunderbolts that come down. You know, it's fucking Zeus and Thor throwing them at us. All right. All right.
Yeah, that seems kind of stupid.
It's a possibility under your mindset.
Like, why would anyone believe in a god unless they're in that time frame, in that time setting?
Oh, now you're
Currently, we're within the time setting of disbelieving beliefs.
Wait. We have people in this time frame believing in gods.
Yeah,
All types
exactly.
of different gods too.
Thank you for saying it.
Yeah, of course. But who cares?
So what's the time frame have to do?
They don't have the
Who cares?
power.
Sometimes it can be detrimental to society.
So it sounds like to me so far you're leaning towards not believing in God, but we have to get real metaphysical with the definition of that God before I can answer. Play this game so many fucking times.
Because the world doesn't evolve as one. There are going to be different cultures.
Anybody here see Hitchhiker's Guide?
Yes.
Who cares about Hitchhiker's Guide?
Remember the blue guy?
Little girls that are burning alive in the streets.
Somebody shut my.
Bombed.
Remember
by
when
terrorists.
the blue guy asked the question of the one guy about something, and the guy started talking to him. The blue guy goes, blah, 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 blah. Remember that part?
Yeah.
That's what I feel like doing now. No matter what comes out of his mouth, I feel like going, blah, 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 because he's not answering my question.
Well, you're not in the middle of the streets watching your children die. Yeah, blah, 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 all you want. You're not watching your children be killed and eradicated.
Actually, there's plenty of people in this country that do watch their children be killed, you fool. How many, do you think kids are not killed in America?
Let's talk about something.
Why, not blown up in a suicide bombing?
He just told us he was beat the hell up. He doesn't sound like somebody learned anything from it.
Let's talk about something else. Like, I don't want to fight anymore.
This is America Valor right there, man. All right? That's called a motherfucking battle wound.
No,
you might live in a neck of the woods where you don't get that kind of shit, but I do, and I don't do shit to fucking deserve it.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit bored. I want to argue with Paul about, like, if we like a movie or not together. I don't want to like talk about politics anymore.
You can't answer my simple question. You believe in a deity or not? Whatever it may be called, however it may be described, I don't give a rat's ass at the moment.
I told you.
I just wanted, huh?
I told you, but you don't believe me when I tell you.
No. You went in for a long definition, and all he was looking for is yes or no. You still can't give me a right now. If you told me before, what was that? Yes or no?
I don't think it's a yes or no question.
Is 1 + 1 2 yes or no? Is 1 + 1 2 yes or no?
Once I asked that question, I have other questions. Did you ever go into any test that was worth any value that only had one question on it? Only one question?
Paul, here it is.
Have you ever had a test like that? Oh, you can't even answer that fucking question.
I just...
Oh, Jesus Christ. and Judas Priest. That goes with it.
I just tuned into the conversation here.
Yeah,
I just don't believe that when you're talking about infinite beings that would supposedly exist on different spectrums.
Do you believe them or not? Do you find any foundation why you should believe in them? Is there any reason why you need to believe in them? Is there any reason why you would think such a being would need fucking damn kissing ass all the time for eternity in a heaven? Do you think any kind of variation? You can go to the Hindu gods. You can go to anybody else.
You're dancing
Do you
around
have
like
any reason to believe
you're
in
dancing
any
around
god?
all these.
Does that god then, bottom line, explain anything that's useful?
Yeah, you're dancing around terrestrial one-level events. I'm talking about the God level on the second and the third level. Either you're incapable of being able to discuss those things, or you want to hear exactly what you want to hear.
I'm so stupid.
You want to hear exactly what you want to hear.
Oh, what is this? Is this money? I don't understand the concept of money.
Where the fuck did I actually jump into?
I am bored because all he wants to do is.
That was real easy.
I'm bored.
I asked you a very simple question.
It's called hanging up.
You're.
So you go to the top of the screen within here, and there's a phone there, and you can click on it, and then you go bye-bye. You go bye-bye. It's really hard. You bored? Go bye-bye.
The IQ level of the chat would raise significantly.
No, Maria, what the...
No,
on,
God, like if there's a God,
the
that means it's
person
gonna.
in the chat is trying to talk.
Hey, can you guys shut the fuck up for a second? Someone is trying to say something. God damn.
Go ahead, TQA.
Anyway, what the conversation was about, Maria, was they were asking Max here if he believed in a God or not. That's what the conversation's been about.
Forever. We now know what eternity is. We all now, thanks to Matt, know what eternity is all about.
I've tried to explain to them what the
infinite
is.
No. You couldn't answer a yes or no question. You had to get metaphoric.
Because when you're asking an infinite, a yes or no question is impossible.
You grow up to your deep ideas, and we never heard any of this shit before.
No, not a million times.
Never heard of shit.
A yes or no answer is impossible.
Yes,
you have to.
It's impossible.
Is it
It's
two?
so
Yes
it's
or
so
no?
possible.
Hey, hold on. Hey, hold on a minute.
One IQ. I have one whole IQ point.
No, you want everything done.
No, I don't.
You want
I
everything
just gave
fed
you a whole
to you
thing
like
of why I don't believe in a God. I had no problem to tell you that I don't believe in God, and then I had no problem to tell you why I don't.
No, you want everything
I
fed
did
to you
all
like
this
you're a little
I don't
child.
believe in God because I find it non-useful. I find it absolutely useless. It's useless to believe in a God because
The first
the
level of knowledge works that way.
Anybody here watch the Next Generation of Star Trek? Who watches The Watchers? It's an excellent show.
I actually
That's the one
if you don't want to work at anything or try to understand.
The Picard happened, you know, and they went all through that little bullshit. Because what does the God want? It never lets us know.
I thought you were looking for knowledge. I thought that you wanted to think about things.
Useless.
But
It's 3 letters. There are just 3 letters. God spelled backwards is
dog.
So, Max, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
So, how can you not know if you believe in a God or not?
Because it's a complicated question. It's cosmic. You're talking about an entity that could possibly exist.
So you're basically saying that you don't know if there is one or not.
Yeah, and
No.
we can accept that, and I don't know. And okay, instead of just yes or no, how about at least you don't know if you believe or not?
Yeah.
Because
That's not the case. It's a completely different set of questions because you're questioning an infinite. How is this not dawning on anyone? When
I know what
questioning
infinite is. Don't digress to me like I don't know what the fuck infinite is.
apparently you don't.
You know how many numbers there is between 0 and 0.0000001? Infinite. You know why? Because you can always fucking add another goddamn
in
digit.
physics,
I
when you
understand what
question an infinite, you have to consider all possibilities.
Have
with
you ever
an
heard of an
answer.
eternal regress?
So,
Yes, eternal
when
regress. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, TQA.
hey, Max. So wouldn't it be safe to say that you're an agnostic, right?
Definitely.
That would be correct.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, that means
Now we're making progress. Now we're making progress.
that means he's a freaking atheist because he doesn't believe in a God. God.
Okay. Here's my position, Max. I'm an agnostic atheist. All right. I'm agnostic because I don't know whether there is a God or not. So because of the lack of evidence being shown, I lack the belief in one.
When it comes to the Christian God, I'm a complete, unbelievably 200% atheist.
Because I believe in order to know something with that type of information, you know, I mean, you would have to literally know everything there is to know about the universe, and that's knowledge beyond what the human species can actually fathom, right? Our species will literally die out before we know that much information. That's a guarantee.
But the thing is, there's certain criteria where you do not have to have 100%. There's a lot of things that you can make decisions on that do not need 100%. I don't know. I don't need to know 100% sure that I shouldn't stick a needle on my eye because I never felt the pain before. But I know not to do it. When it comes to the Christian God or any God I've heard from mankind yet, I do not need 100% because they're already laying down a foundation of what they think this God is, and on every criteria, it doesn't meet it for me. And not only that, like I said, they talk about a God in the Christian that's all-knowing, all blah blah blah. It has everything, so it does need nothing from me.
You see the way Paul's
if it needs something from me, then I don't consider it a God.
It's not a God, Paul. It's a form of control.
I know it. I know. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the concept. I don't care what it's used for. I know that. If you go back in history, you had two power sects. You had two power control things within any society, higher society.
There are 4 power sets, not 2.
Let me go and explain the 2. You only need 2. You need the
but
kingdom.
It's 4. It's
the
always
kingdom,
4, not 2.
You need the kingdom, and you need the ones who justify the kingdom. That's all you need. You need those who are in control. You need those who say, yeah, the gods say he's in control. That's all you really need. You can generate other ones off it, but they're only manifestations of the 2 you need. You need the ones who are in control, and the only, yep, he's the one because the God, yeah, he's the guy. You look at any kingdoms. Where do they get their authority from? From their name?
That's easy to see.
The church. They get it from whoever's in control.
They don't get it from the church. They get it from the 4.
You get it from the religion.
No, they get it from the first. They get it from propaganda.
Oh,
Second,
that's a manifestation. That's what they're using. They're using prop.
Of course, they have to use
that. It's a manifestation. That breaks down from that. That's the control. Don't you understand that the one justifies the other? The other stuff just falls off of it.
Now, the justification builds up in those that are trying to champion it. It doesn't mean that it's right or correct. Like you're inventing reasons why it's correct.
I told you, but the whole thing and everything else breaks down from that. Simple. It's so simple. It's pathetic.
It's not.
All the other stuff is only generated because humans get involved. But the two things is, you got the ones who say they are the ones, and the other ones who give them the authority from the gods. Because nobody can question the gods but them.
So, how can a person, Max, how can a person not know whether they believe in a God or not? I mean, it should be either a yes or a no. I mean,
it's real easy. I don't care how you qualify, how complicated. Do you believe there's any kind of deity? And if so, then my next question is, what does it explain? What does it give me? What does it give me that I can utilize?
Okay, so
what does it give me that any experiment done in science or whatever experiment done by any means that it now explains?
Okay, so you see Paul's background, right? He has lots of people on the wall.
Yeah.
Now imagine those people on the wall are your dead parents.
Yeah, that goes back to Socrates and those.
Yeah, all these people are dead.
Yeah. No,
So,
that's a great idea.
These wars with people are not.
You see that I know where you.
Possibility of some all-being entity. Couldn't he have kept some of these people alive for an eternity? That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Yeah, but do you understand? You brought it out in no time. I was right there where you were talking about. It wasn't like I said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you're not actually going to bring up anything in any capacity that I haven't heard, because I've heard so many people try.
Okay, so
I've heard so many people try with more education than you, and I hear the same crap over and over again.
I get it. I get it, Paul.
Two structures in any higher kingdoms.
I get it, Paul, but these
Egypt,
people...
Rome, whatever, higher. And I'm not talking about tribal, because that's a whole different ball game. Because everybody there is in a collective. There's a whole different structure there. See, I understand that. When you get into the higher ones, you had two, and that was the Pharaoh.
I didn't cut into your
remember
time.
the one Pharaoh in Egypt, right? He tried to get rid of all the other gods, right? He tried to get rid of all the gods, and he didn't last too long, did he?
Yeah, I didn't cut into your time, Paul. What I'm saying is that these people that are fighting for their rights, or their perceived rights, are insane, crazy.
What people are you referring to, Max?
I'm talking about, the Muslim people, like some of them. They are going to cause us issues within the future due to technological advances.
Can I point out a couple numbers, please?
You're bringing up scenarios that you can't qualify outside of...
No. These are scenarios.
Can I point out a couple numbers that I think Max can agree on?
These are scenarios that...
Before you speculated the history of what's going to happen have failed? The list is long.
Do you not know?
Oh, I do know. That's the problem. I've heard all kinds of predictions all my fucking life, and you know what? We're not in any space cars. We're not on the moon as a permanent solution.
Do you not know that the terrorists right now...
I've heard all kinds of speculations. You have a hard enough time projecting what the fuck's going to happen the next moment, practically. And years from now, no, you don't know. George Orwell, I remember reading that so well. George Orwell predicted 1984, and that year, blah, blah, blah. He never predicted that it wasn't just government that had the camera. It wasn't just government. It's everybody now has a fucking camera. He never projected that. Not in any capacity. A lot of good ideas, double think and all that stuff, which is used by people who are from religion. They do double think all the time. Keep two ideas they're opposing as though both were true. That he got right. But when it came to certain things, no. So you're going to project what somebody can do or what somebody can't do without the foundation of ever being in the future. To predict what's going to happen in the future is completely futile.
Too many elements come in. Too many things come into play that you don't even begin to know of now.
Go ahead, Max.
What?
Were you going to say something?
I'm getting a little tired of getting cut off every 5 seconds.
Because you started winging bullshit, and I can't let bullshit keep going on.
Mainly because you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, God. Every goddamn thing you brought up, I have a fucking real reason behind why I believe what I believe.
Yeah, but you're not listening.
A real fucking reason, not because I say so.
No, you're just disagreeing out of a sense of pride.
Oh, a sense of pride. Oh.
Yeah, like like you're being brought new knowledge,
You know,
and you're just disagreeing because
if the baby goes outside right now and points to a blue sky and says it's blue, is it going to be me by pride to say no, it's green?
Yeah, I have not disagreed with anything that you have said, but everything that I've said, you attack it.
Because I then bring up reasons why I think it's flawed.
Yeah, because I respect.
Because I'm right.
I respect what you're talking about.
I think it's
everything
flawed.
that I bring up, all you do is disagree with every
if you
little
would answer
thing
my
you
one
say.
fucking question to begin with, where do you believe in a God, yes or no, we wouldn't be in this conversation right now.
I told you that.
That's the bottom line, my friend. It's that you don't give me the credit to know that I might go further than just that one simple question. You automatically assume where I'm going to come from next. So if anybody who's doing what you're saying is being done, it's you.
Okay, I don't care.
Then don't be here.
I think that you care about this question way too much. I don't think it could be proven if a God exists or not.
Don't be here. Not a problem.
And that's a problem for you, apparently.
No, that's not a problem for me.
Yeah, it is, because you just brought it up. You need to believe that God is dead.
No. I need respect enough that you're going to answer my question without a runaround. You don't give me the respect, so why should I respect anything you have to say?
I told you straight up.
No, you did not tell me.
I told you
Anybody
I don't care.
Did anybody else hear a yes or no?
I got an answer out of him, Paul. He said he was an agnostic.
Agnostic. Then he said, like I say, agnostic. He is an atheist. He has no belief in a God. That's all.
That's your dogmatic belief. You have to connect
dogmatic
people
belief. Dogmatic belief. If I look up a lot of people's definition of the word, because the dictionary is not only.
I am not an atheist.
Dictionary only. I didn't even finish my sentence. A dictionary only gives usage, common usage, at the particular time it was written. But if you are not a theist, you don't believe in a God, are you on a throne? I don't know. In the wild, I'm not. And what does that non-God that you don't believe or do believe in, does it explain anything? And if it does explain something, please let me know. If it doesn't explain, then it's useless. And there's no need to even say
that's what I've been going on about. I told you that I don't think any God or next to God can be encapsulated, and I don't care to try to encapsulate.
Look up the definition of Brockman. I'll probably come as close.
You continuously try to denigrate religions and shit all over people who believe in God or whatever. That is not going to be my religion. I'm not going to shit all over people.
Did I shit on anybody now? In any capacity, if I shit on anybody here now?
You keep on pushing it.
Are you projecting what you think I'm going to do?
Well, you keep on pushing that narrative.
Yes or no? Now, so you want to answer that question. Are you projecting that you know what I will say?
I'm looking at the
Are you going to say yes or no? Are you going to project what you think I'm going to say or not? You don't understand, my friend. I understand completely what the shades of gray are. I understand that completely. I think that them old people from China had one of the best systems of judgment on people. They didn't thus determine whether you were guilty or innocent, was how guilty or how innocent you were in the situation. Did you provoke that person and you're hitting you? So you are partially guilty too. I understand shades.
Oh, now I'm guilty.
Did anybody hear me say he was guilty?
You just said it
Did anybody
not 3
here
seconds
say,
ago.
No, you project an awful lot into what I have to say. You know
Come
that?
on,
You
stop
project a hell of a lot into my mouth.
Stop playing games.
I will speak for myself, thank you very much.
Well, then recall what actually comes out of your mouth.
I did not say you were anything.
I don't care.
You apparently do because you're still here.
Yeah, sure. I will exit myself from the...
He's a fucking troll.
He's out of his league. He doesn't realize how much he's out of his fucking league. He's like I said, the last movie. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Keep building yourself up. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
Outflanked. There was no reason.
Yeah. Whatever, dude. You don't know what
they
you're talking
had a
about.
fucking team that they didn't even know about.
Yeah. Keep on inventing victories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul,
dude.
Max. Was gonna ask you a question because you made a comment a minute ago about how you were talking about how people were treating religious people badly. I guess I treat the ones badly who treat society badly, man. Who have a negative impact on society. Yeah. I'm not treating everybody like that.
Yeah,
you know, I was married for.
Can I talk?
No, you can't. Because I was married for 40 fucking years, and 35 or whatever years, my wife was a Catholic, and not once did I try to talk her out of it. Not once. She became an atheist because of how I acted about certain situations.
All right. It's all good, man. No worries.
Do I look worried?
No, I see the star sapphire, which is super hot. Yeah, I see Hit Girl. I wish I could say Hit Girl was hot, but you know, I'm too old for that.
Oh, god damn. I didn't even want to say it. Oh, never mind.
No, but the quiet atheist that asked me, he asked me a question.
The only thing I called anybody here was white.
Oh, okay.
That's all I called anybody here. This is a joke. Do I have to specify that? That it was a joke?
No, you don't.
Oh, I say cracker too.
No, it's okay, but can I talk to the quiet atheist for a second here?
Hold on, go ahead, Max.
Alright, you're asking me a series of questions?
Yeah, I was just basically saying that I call out the people and I treat the people bad who are treating society bad, man, who have a negative impact. It doesn't mean that I am completely labeling everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why I'm still subscribed for your channel. I get what you're doing.
Where's my fucking phone book so I can go by the names?
But and that's a common misunderstanding that I get from a lot of people, you know, that come to my channel and comment. They right away assume that I'm, putting everybody into the argument that I'm trying to make, but I'm not doing that.
How about my yearbook?
I think I made a video
Christian, don't know. Christian, I'm going through my yearbook. Christian.
Hold on a minute, guys. Let me see who this is.
Oh shit, that's this engineer. He actually joined.
I don't think he's a Christian.
No, hold on a second.
Dude, he's cool. Let him in.
I am. Well, give me a chance, man. God damn. What's up?
I can go through my yearbook too. Hey, I know we're dead.
I actually contacted G. I wanted him to get in on this because he's actually pretty educated on the matter. Max and Paul, why don't you continue what you were talking about?
Oh, it's godless. He is very godless. And he's an engineer.
Yeah.
I don't know if we ever talked before, but I watched many of your videos. I'm subscribed. Pity you.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing you in the comments.
I'm all over the place. You could give me a simple yes or no answer. Do you believe in a God?
Oh,
me?
Of course he's going to give an answer.
No, I don't believe in a God.
Oh, thank God.
See how easy that is?
Yeah, now why don't you say yes or no?
I feel so good.
Because I don't believe God is a It's a human construct. I don't believe it's
Oh, jeez.
I believe it's something greater than like the construct of human civilization. I don't believe that God can be constructed within a context or within a sentence.
Oh,
Have you Googled?
Oh, wait. How are we talking about God right now if we can't contextualize him in a sentence?
Yeah.
Are you not familiar with language?
Knew it.
Hold on, guys. Now, go ahead and repeat the question, G.
He's just going to repeat whatever you guys want to hear.
Well, no, I said how if God can't be contextualized in a sentence, how are we talking about him right now using sentences? We have a concept of God.
That deficiency should tell you how, right there.
What? What deficiency?
That deficiency that you can't talk about him should give you an idea on how to talk about him.
Well, hold on. How do you know? Do you know what the word deficiency means? I mean, I'm not trying to be like a dick or anything. I'm just because we're obviously not deficient on a definition of what a god is or what a god can be or what he should be able to do.
You're talking about it in a combative sense, as if it has hair and a beard. I'm talking about it in a contextual sense within like society and within the human genetics.
I need more alcohol for this shit.
I never mentioned like him having some kind of beard or anything like that.
Yeah, but you can.
Or even if it was a he.
Well, he, she, you can. We know it's not going to be a she, because it's a Western religion.
How do you know that?
Oh my god!
It's a Western religion. Come on.
Wow!
I'm
going to scream.
I got it.
Yeah.
I think the guy's in his first year of college, so go from there.
Oh, okay.
No,
well,
you just have no idea what you're talking about.
But he's certainly talking.
Oh yeah, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
No,
Got
I'm not talking. I'm not talking to you.
Okay. Okay, so hold on. So what is your concept of God then?
It's pretty simple. It's an inconsequential idea that was built up over the centuries, that was melded through civilizations, that's given form by the born civilizations given through that time, that's taken over by born civilizations. So of course that's going to build up
you see the sarcasm?
an idea, an iconography.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you believe it or not? You gave it a definition.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you just contextualized it in a sentence right there, so I don't understand how. Like, I'm genuinely confused as to what you were even saying at the very beginning of this conversation. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm thinking too deep into this. Apparently.
No.
Okay. So. What?
I asked him a simple question. Do you believe in the God, yes or no? And from there, we can build a foundation and go with it. He won't get a simple thing. So now he has defined what he says a God has been used as, and it's real simple. In that definition you just gave, do you believe in one or not?
That is a weakness. You don't necessarily have to believe in an ideal that's going over through the entire population. Like, why do you feel the need for me to believe in God or not believe
Did I
in God?
say I need you to believe?
You just said.
Don't you? No, I said, do you believe or you don't believe? Those are opposites.
There's no need to believe in it or not.
First-year college people are pain in the ass.
Isn't that a troll?
You need me
I said he was a troll like 2 hours ago, man.
Yeah, I've said that several times. No matter what you say, he's going to.
You guys are just too stupid. Yes, I know what's going on.
Damn.
We're too stupid, eh?
Apparently, if you're calling me a troll.
Yes.
We're calling you a girl?
Hypothesizing you're a troll.
A troll. I'm getting like.
Oh, a troll. No, I just asked a question because it sounds to me like you're heavily denying it denying that you believe in a God while at the same time saying that why do I have to believe in a God? Like, if you can't just say, yes, I do believe in a God, then
Why
it
does
just sounds to
why does that have to happen though?
Because that's
well, it's just a simple question. If you don't want to answer, just say I'd rather not answer that question. But the way that you're answering it now is that you're saying no.
No, John. Why does that have to happen, John?
No. See, he wants to show his great intelligence by how convoluted.
God damn it! I'm talking to John. Stop bad mouthing me here.
Because I didn't go away.
Okay, I'll tell you what Christopher said to
He
me.
needs.
Christopher's like, that damn nigger is talking bad shit, blah, 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 fuck him.
He's like, you know, William Lake Craig. He's so convoluted that he can't answer.
Hold on. I want Max to repeat what he just said.
I was being a little bit facetious. I just want to talk to John.
That was kind of fucking
right
slander. You trying to call me a racist?
I will completely say that I'm sorry, Christopher. I was lit up. I have listened to some of your stuff before.
I'm the only goddamn racist in this room. I'm from Mississippi. Fuck off.
What I was saying, Judd, is I am sorry.
It's okay,
I like you, Christopher, and I am.
It's okay, but at least you acknowledge what the hell he said, man. That's fucked up.
Christopher's not a racist. Me and him have argued before. I'm sorry, Christopher.
I
was just
am a racist because I will not date a tree. I find them too woody in their personality.
Okay,
so all the orifices are too stiff.
Yeah, I get splinters during the.
Okay, so I hate to sound crazy. It's like when I'm introducing these ideas to people, it's like none of you have any idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah. We heard you before 1,000 times.
No.
I heard the same bullshit 1,000 times already.
Here's what I'm saying.
New, but when you get to my age, you go, oh my God, this again.
No, here's
Anybody
what
besides me.
If I introduce
just a question, it's a simple answer. Anybody here besides me been an XGI?
Actually, no.
No, like it's like you guys.
No, only reason I'm saying
it's like
that
you guys aren't used to the argument.
As a GI, you have to know how to really cut up.
Yeah, it's like you're not used to the argument, so I can't.
Your type of argument we've all experienced several times. That's why we're having this conversation.
It's none of the greatest upon your intelligence. It's just you're not used to the conversation.
Oh, geez.
Okay, Deepak.
So say your thing. You're basically going to say something like, "Why aren't you racist about this?" So go.
I'm racist about bushes too. I'm not too crazy about bushes. Well, it depends where the bush is, but that's something else.
Okay, so this is going to be like a 3-4 conversation. So go on.
Hey, I can do it real easy.
Yeah, blah blah blah.
I think I should have
what it's going to be?
So I can split the
Am
two,
I not?
But unfortunately, one then knows how to speak, and the other one knows how to say, give you sign language, you know.
Okay, so get to it.
Hi. Goddess, I enjoy your videos a lot and all that stuff.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
Awesome.
Goddess. The engineer.
Yeah, you know, the guy that's got a master's degree that apparently is dumb as shit.
Yep,
according to Maximilian.
That means you never went to college. That means you never went through this bullshit. Never heard these fucking talks before in any capacity in your whole life. You know how many times we used to talk, you know, about this shit? And this, oh my God. And this guy comes in, oh, you don't understand.
If you don't know what you're talking about, I'm going to tell you.
You were born yesterday. Everybody has actually no experiences of anything.
Yeah, yeah. If you sound like the news reports, I'm going to tell you.
Let you talk.
God,
Maximilian, it really sounds like you agree that gods were created by men and propagated throughout society and culture and everything, and that's pretty much how we got to the gods that we have now today. Is that right or no?
I don't know. Is he going to get convoluted on this too?
Well, gods were created to push ourselves forward through civilization to give ourselves the illusion that there will be a tomorrow. when we die.
Okay, so you do not believe an all-powerful deity rules over the universe. Good. You don't believe in a god.
No, I don't care. I don't care about that part of the conversation.
Well,
That's
we
the
do.
conversation that you care about.
We do. Well, sorry if you don't care. We do.
Yeah, so you guys care about if there is an existence of a
no,
god. I don't care.
Max.
We know where gods came from.
Max.
Atheist.
No, here's the thing. It's like you guys, like most of your arguments are like, a god doesn't exist because of this, and like all your conversations are about like gods not existing.
Don't give a reason that God don't exist. You don't have any
existence.
evidence that he does exist. You have it backwards. You got it backwards.
I don't care because it would be an infinite being.
Max,
If you don't care, why are you arguing about it?
Max,
No,
Max,
you're the ones that
Max
are
didn't
arguing
listen
about
to
it.
me before. Max did not listen to me before because I said every god described to me. I deny. Everyone described to me.
But I've never mentioned a god before because I don't give a shit.
Then why are you arguing? You're a fucking troll.
Because all your arguments are like, I don't believe in this god, I don't believe
But you
in
don't care, so what's the point?
We're describing the damn.
If you don't care, why do you bring it up?
Given to
No.
us. We are.
I care.
Okay.
I care. You're the one saying that you don't care.
Given to us. What's so hard?
I'd like to lay out. I'd like to lay out my reason for deeply caring in this particular area, and why I've built, like a pretty substantial following on Facebook and YouTube. It's because you have people that are in positions of power that wholly believe in these deities, and they seek to push that through the government and through very personal interactions with people, trying to push those beliefs on others. Being apathetic about it, which is what you're being, doesn't actually seek to actually solve the situation that we have. You're just sitting along the sidelines and just not caring.
So
and
you think
that's not going to fix anything.
I hear what you're saying, John, but do you not think that power and the want for it will not simply find another avenue to fixate its control over?
It could, and it definitely. It definitely would. It definitely would. But with the reverence that we show religion in our society, it basically is a shield for people to do horrible shit and to push horrible ideas.
Yeah.
People use religion.
But so is everything else. People will be able to put up the same shield about politics. They'll be able to put the same shield about sexuality. It will simply be the same thing over and over and over again.
No way to the same extent, because right now they get Big Daddy telling them what they can do or not do. They got this the guy in this cloud sky who tells them personally what's right or wrong. Take that away, and now it's on them. Now it's on them, what they believe.
Well,
it goes away from
whoever. Can they name one thing that women can escape that men can't?
What? What does that have to do with this conversation?
Because that's what he's talking about, this like weird sort of situation that people can escape situations, which is not possible. It doesn't make any sense. He's not taking into account sex. He's not taking into account, sociality. He's not taking into account race.
Did you ever take into account that everybody in this chat is all from different backgrounds and from different areas of the world, and you're the only one? Yeah, you're the only one not understanding.
Guys, I am simply trying to tell you how the world is working.
Oh, really?
Oh, you know how the world works.
I haven't expressed already by saying that aliens bring their children here to see how not to do things. You don't think that is some kind of, showing out the problems of humanity? You don't think that is going right to the baseline? See what they're doing? Don't do it that way. It's not the right way to do it. See how it's fucking up?
Okay,
Did I
so
express that already, or did that just shoot over your head like a fucking goddamn rocket?
aliens. All right.
Oh my God! Now he's going to go to aliens. He's not.
That's what
You
you
know
just said.
metaphors? You understand the concept of metaphors. Do in your wildest dreams think that you understand metaphors. Just getting that noise out of his ears.
Oh no, let's talk about something else.
Yeah.
You guys are getting
Yeah, I don't know, guys. This hangout's getting a little bit too elite for me.
I'm sorry.
I need more weed for this.
If he wasn't here, God, this would be going a lot better.
Illuminati confirmed, goddammit.
Oh shit, we got the fucking Illuminati in the fucking hangout, man.
The fucking Illuminati confirmed,
You know, the
buddy.
Illuminati, the Illuminati elite. We created gods as a way to control people, and so I know that's exactly where Maximilian's going with this. So I just figured I'd go ahead and come out with it. I mean, I'm an Illuminati agent. I'm just telling you guys that we're on to you. And we're going to be taking all you guys down, okay? We own Google.
I hope so. Because, man, I'm tired of paying taxes. Take me.
Yo, for real.
My goodness.
Fucking psyops operation, man.
That's
I'm
fucked up,
tired.
Paul.
I'm tired of my TV being trashed by this ugly face of Trump.
I'm a rather handsome guy, by the way.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Really? You sound like Urkel.
I'm pretty pretty.
No, you're not. No.
I don't, hey, no, what? I
Protect
don't
your daughters
You're
and
ugly
your
as
sisters.
fuck.
I don't,
Nate,
I
shut
don't
the hell
care.
up.
I don't care how pretty a guy is. I ain't gonna fucking.
I'm a pretty guy.
I don't care how good you look. No.
Okay, Max, I
Well,
know what your theme song is.
He does have a pretty mouth, I must say.
Oh.
All right,
Oh my goodness.
This is Max's theme song right now. He be climbing in your windows, snatching your people up. Hide your husband, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife.
Okay, John knew how to react to that. John must be pretty popular. He responds to comedy pretty well. Do you have a big channel, John?
He's pretty big.
Well, I don't have a big channel. I'm bigger on Facebook, which is a lot like saying I'm popular at Walmart.
You don't want to look. Don't be so humble.
Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is John picked up on it quickly. Like he didn't attack me on a personal level. He didn't attack me on any other level. He just picked up the joke and then ran with it, which is which is pretty awesome.
Are you the one who waits
it's
high and you want to
incredible.
come to Walmart? I don't quite
No,
recognize-
what I'm saying is John has a
Usually they're older. They're
I
mine.
think he's gonna be pretty popular.
Well, I appreciate that.
Because he doesn't get it for anyway. I like how he responded to me. I attacked him on so many levels, but he just didn't take the bait.
No, he didn't, because he doesn't feed the trolls.
Trolling. Keep those dogs.
Well, I try not to feed the trolls. Sometimes it's a little hard on Facebook to not feed the trolls, because they'll come on there and they'll be like, "You're not a real engineer because you don't think this."
Yep.
How? I don't know where that would even be going. You're not a real engineer because you don't think what?
Well, yeah, no, it's different. Every day it's different. So it really just kind of depends.
You cannot generalize here. You have to be completely specific. You have. That's why I got my yearbook out, because I have to go name by name. I can't generalize. I have to be specific. You're new here, so.
Damn, Mississippi, you're really putting him down. Like, yeah, I gotta get plugged up with it.
No, it's not my fault.
I can talk about another angry subject, or you guys can.
Well, thank you for telling the entire room what we can talk about.
Yes.
You're goddamn amazing, man.
Well, actually,
I think he believes.
Actually, I've got to go, guys. So I'll see you guys later.
All right,
later, man. Oh,
Hey, guys.
Thank you for coming by, G.
Thanks, Max, for driving
Yeah.
out somebody that can make some sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to actually finally see you there, Paul, and I'll see you in the comments, I guess, or the next hangout, whatever.
Yeah. If you have a hangout, bring me in, please. Please.
All right. Yeah, I'll see you later, Max.
Later.
Later. Or we could talk about people
Guys.
who don't have. We could talk about people who don't have pilot licenses.
Let's talk about flying unicorns. Flying unicorns.
Yeah, I just gotta give you shit, Jeff.
I know. I didn't have it any other way, you rat bastard.
Yeah, you drive out godless. I could have had a good conversation with them.
Someone talk about something serious.
Hell no.
Oh no, the whole existence of the universe is nothing at all. Yeah, no, that's nothing.
I became a Christian today because of G-Man.
Let's not talk about serious stuff. Let's not talk about serious stuff. My poor brain, my soul, whatever you want to call it, it cannot handle it anymore. It just it wants only one thing.
Wait.
To die.
Well, bend over.
Okay, Mister, let's not talk about serious stuff.
Wait,
I have a very good conversation here to begin with.
All right, let's talk about Black Lives Matter.
I'm gonna tell
Boom, let's go.
I want to tell our friend over here that can't take anymore in his brain to just bend over and let the asshole take it for a while.
Yeah, I tried that. It didn't go that well.
Wow.
Damn.
It became really messy.
I think at this particular point in time, Amaria would rather have habanero shits instead of have a serious conversation.
Yep.
Okay,
I guess we'll leave it up to the master of the channel. What we should talk about next?
Master.
I'm nobody's master. Let's just get that out in the open, you know.
Oh, come on, Massa. Massa, you told me yesterday you was going to bring up a topic, Massa.
You know, when I was in the Air Force, some guys came up with the great idea. Instead of having sergeant, we would call Sergeant Bader. So you would have Sergeant Staff Bader, Tech Bader, Masturbator, Senior Masturbator, and not to be outdone, the Chief Masturbator.
Hey, Max, what other topics would you like to discuss?
If there's a God or not.
Oh.
Like genetics?
What about genetics?
Please just end my suffering.
No.
I'm calling up Putin right now. Please bomb America.
No. You died last night. You're in hell, so get over it.
Hey, drown guy, please bomb my house, please. I cannot take it anymore.
You're next. You're the first on the list, man.
Sweet.
And you're in Europe. You don't have Trump. I don't want to hear you cry. No. You got nothing to cry about over it. No.
Hold on a minute, guys. Who's this Mr. Lawrence character?
I have no clue.
Orange Strauss?
That would be cool.
Type in the chat, Mr. Lawrence, and tell me who you are.
Martin Lawrence. Is that Martin Lawrence?
Oh.
Shanae.
Shanae.
I'm old. Of course, I think we all are.
Type in our side chat here, Mr. Lawrence. Tell me who you are before I broadcast you.
Arbucci.
Das Boot.
Das Boot.
Are we going German?
No, I've never seen Das.
Pretty good movie, I think.
We have ways of making you talk.
It is Russia. You know, fuck bear, bear fuck you.
Oh shit!
I have not seen that movie in full yet.
Well, I'm gonna eject you, Mr. Lawrence, unless you tell me who you are in the side chat here.
Yeah, Mr. Lawrence, I want you to know that I want to butt fuck you in the ass.
Mm.
And then pet your hand.
What?
Damn.
And then he wonders why he gets beat up.
Well, that is pretty
At least give him a reach around. I mean, be a gentleman.
Have some fucking decency, you bastard.
Hey, at least
No,
tell the person
I'm
who
sorry.
you are before you butt fuck them.
At least be a lady.
Be a lady about it, you motherfucker.
No, John, man.
That's a good subject.
I'm sorry.
What? You want to talk about butt fucking?
Oh.
A bit like, hi, I am Amaria. Now open wide and be quick about it.
Open your orifice very wide. Here I
This
come.
is what it takes not to have a serious conversation. Holy shit, my brain is melting.
Yeah. A gentleman reach around. No, lady. No. Sorry.
Yeah, that guy didn't
We
say
all have
anything,
our
man.
preferences. We all have our likes and dislikes.
That guy didn't say anything, so I kicked him. All he had to do was just type in the second chat, man. That's it.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
It's fair.
Bitch, gotta learn.
We didn't cry.
I ain't gonna broadcast him and then they fucking perform on my shit. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
feel you.
still remember that.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. It sounded pretty awful.
It
Yeah.
was. My innocent soul was just all
Your innocent
violated
what?
after
Wait,
that.
wait. What word did you just use? Innocence?
Yeah.
What the fuck? You have innocent cell in your whole fucking body.
Can you wait here as I get my dictionary? Because I'm going to cross it out because what it says is not right.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not.
Something's wrong with it.
Yeah, well, what's next, Amaria? Somebody's gonna steal your virginity?
What virginity? I lost that shit before I was born.
Then how do you have innocence, you rat bat? What?
Oh.
That's,
there.
He says that so he knows you're listening.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a goddamn dumbass redneck. I gotta think about that shit. Hold on.
Wait,
I lost my virginity before I was born.
wait. I'm sorry, redneck, but think redneck. It's like military intelligence. These words do not go together.
Ah, gotcha. I
Ever watch
understand now.
Sesame Street? What are the things they call it?
Alright, so I'm a
You
feminist.
answer a question, guys.
Oh no you don't. Oh no you don't.
Did he just go there?
Did you say you're a third wave feminist?
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
Oh, what's wrong with being
Let
a
me mute my mic.
egalitarianism? Wait.
I'm triggered, you fucker.
I need my safe space, please. Do you honestly think feminism is needed here?
Yeah.
Where? Wait, where though?
It's all over the news.
Oh.
I really do. I like feminists. I really do. I own about 3 of them.
I have to say that I'm not a feminist. I'm an egalitarian.
Yeah.
That's my position.
Yeah,
Same here.
I think egalitarianism is a little bit of a cop out.
How's it when it's including everybody?
Yeah.
So you're a feminist, right? Okay, go to the kitchen and make me a fucking sandwich.
You know,
I believe in equal opportunity, but not equal outcome.
you know, what's real funny is that when I used to go in the back where I used to work to do another job. Well, anyway, and the women there would start, you know, I would say something. Oh, I'm going to call your wife, and I start giving them the phone number. You know? Well,
Yeah.
you know, blah, blah, blah. You want to talk about chauvinistic. A lot of women are chauvinistic. And I said, you know, I do most of the cooking. I do the wife. I do this. I do that. You go on, tell my wife. You know, what you're not going to do that I'm doing already. Yes, I can cook. Yes, I can do all that shit.
That seems a little bit weird.
Well, Paul, if you could cook, go make me some food, man.
Make me a sandwich.
Hey, and I'm still waiting for my goddamn sandwich.
How's the hunger feel? Get used to it.
Yeah, that hunger, it's bad.
Yeah, it's one of our flaws. We get hungry, damn it.
Yeah, but I always gotta go. Oh, call your wife, and I give him my number. Tell her so she can laugh at you.
Oh, we could get Jeff to make some swastika cakes, man.
A swastika cake.
Yeah.
Well, that probably tastes a bit like fascism, though.
Yeah, we could get Jeff to make some swastika cakes and make them extra fascist.
Nice.
I'll get my girlfriend right on that.
John, if you ever come down, I will bring the chili with me if you make it.
Oh shit.
Well, I got work to do, so even though this has gotten quite interesting in a weird, masochistic, I guess would be the word, type of way.
I don't see no whips and chains.
Yeah, really? What the hell's going on?
Paul's starting to try and tell us his fantasies here. He wants whips and chains now.
All right. You see my fantasies behind us. What up?
None of those girls are Russian, so what's up, Paul? You're failing, man. Come on.
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta be up in 6 hours, and I still got work to do.
Especially.
All right, Christopher. Thank you for coming by. You have a safe night, huh?
Yeah,
All
take
right,
it easy, man.
good night too.
Have a good night. Now, where's my sandwich?
Oh, we still got a foreigner here. Oh.
Yeah. Why are we, Jeff, go make my swastika cakes, man.
God damn it, that's up to my Nazi girlfriend. Oh.
Your girlfriend is pretty much your right hand, so make me a sandwich.
Oh.
Bitch, my girlfriend is both my hands.
Hey,
wow. Damn.
That was a good one. I like
Anaconda.
Yeah, how many anacondas are in Mississippi?
You guys have a good note, see.
I believe. What is that term that a lot of people use a lot that I've been hearing? I believe that Jeff is what do you call him, a polygamist or something? Because he's married to a Mother Thurman or 4 daughters.
Jealous bastard.
If you can handle more than one woman, all the luck to you. And vice versa, the woman can handle more than one man, and that intolerance, more to her.
Well, not me. I like my sex one-on-one, man. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, but does she?
I know your wife can hear you, so you gotta talk more.
Oh, come on now, Paul. I'm not shy. I'm not shy.
I'm sorry, buddy, but I'm in GI mode. Your ass is grass, and I'm the lawnmower.
God damn, Paul's in rare form.
No, I can get better.
Oh, go ahead. God damn.
I'm not shy, Paul. I'm not one to turn away from one or more women now. Come on now.
Yes, sweetheart, I know you're not shy. Kissy, kissy.
Now go make me a sandwich.
Yeah, I'll make you a sandwich.
Why don't you make me a sandwich and send me that picture you got behind you of Star Sapphire?
Honestly, I'm not BSing you. If I happen to run into it, I don't know if he comes out this way. I was down in Florida at the time. I'm not BSing. I may even find his site. That will be one of my projects. You know. No, honestly, I can take that photo. You go to there's 2 places. Google's got an image thing.
Yeah.
Someone else has got an image thing, and sometimes you can find links through that. Where they're linking to, okay?
Or I could get, or you could scan it somehow and email it to me, and I could just print it up and use a picture like that.
If whatever way, I will get a picture to you.
Yeah.
Because I belong to Costco, and they do good jobs with stuff. I got pictures my friend JJ sent me, and they're done well, you know.
Yeah.
Of course, it depends on the idiot on the machine. I understand that, but you know.
So I just got a notification, guys, that my hangout has 1 hour left. So what do we want to talk about for an hour?
Sandwiches.
Lesbians.
Or how?
I'm too old to try to convert one.
Or how about we can talk about pilots with no pilot's licenses?
Uh-oh.
No, that doesn't do it. No.
Oh.
I'm still waiting.
Pilots without pilot licenses and fascist cakes.
Swastika cakes.
You can taste the hate.
That was funny. Who the hell said that? That was hilarious.
I'm sorry. Hey, Sonny.
It's awesome.
God damn it, that was beautiful. You can taste the hate.
Yeah, that was the best. That was the best shit I've ever heard, man.
That was fucking beautiful, man. You can taste the hate.
Fucking savage.
Taste the hate, and I ain't going there.
God damn, that was savage.
Hey, do you guys smell that? It smells like Holocaust.
Oh, wow.
Okay, anybody here know what a string band is?
Who?
What? A string band, did you say?
Yes, string band.
Well, if you tell me, I might know it.
Is that a band that like
I have to explain it, and you don't know it.
Hey, I was trying to sound like a smartass, okay?
You don't have to try.
Oh.
Goddamn foreigners.
You love them foreigners, though.
Foreigners,
Yes, I do.
Them foreigners, they have a word that's different for every damn word.
Yeah.
Nice, huh?
Bliet. Suka bliet.
No, cheeky breeky.
The only Russian I know is swear words.
I have a French Canadian friend, and I said, okay, you speak, French Canadian, which is former French, and English. And I said, which is easier to use? What's the better one to use? He said English, because he said the French, they get real elaborate with everything. Texting with 144 characters just doesn't work. And I said, yeah, I don't know if you guys remember, oh God, his name was there and it's gone. He used to do a TV show back in the 50s. Anyway, kids say the darndest things. And he was talking about French. And he explained, like, he was saying in English, my name is the name that I call myself, the one that I go. I said, oh my God, long, just to say, my name is. Yeah, French like to really flower, go on and on, and they can't answer a simple question. Do you believe in a God? Yes or no?
I knew he was gonna go there. I knew he was gonna go there.
I want to learn German so I can sound really, really angry all the time.
Yeah, speaking normally, yes, you're already inflamed.
Yeah, even when Germans speak, kindly, they just sound pissed off.
Yeah. I wish I could have that New York accent, that heavy Brooklyn, New York accent.
I hate New York accents.
What, you talking to me? You talking to me?
Hey, oh.
Hey, yo.
I hate Brooklyn and them accents. The worst English accents. They're even worse than those Southerners.
Hey, oh.
Honestly, And they always
you just jealous that you can't take one word and stretch it out into 5 goddamn syllables. Like
every word in this
damn.
Every word in a Southern sentence goes on and on and on.
That's why you can't stand it, because we just talk and talk and talk.
For you New Yorkers out there, they all have an attitude that everything is It's like Brockman. They think they're the top of the food chain, and everything else breaks down from them. Because I was talking to a guy over when I was overseas. You know, he's from Brooklyn or whatever. Doesn't matter. All the same.
Brooklyn's not overseas.
I was over in Thailand because that's where it
Oh,
happened.
you are. Okay.
So anyway, and he says to me, "How far are you from the city?" And I said, "Well, I'm about maybe 20, 40 miles from Center City." "Oh, you're that close to New York? You know, the city."
Yeah.
They have an attitude, the city, and everything else is a manifestation of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I said before, nothing worse. In New York, it's got an attitude, but I can say nothing worse than a short text.
I live in North America, okay?
Not.
You live in North America?
What North America is that?
Not America.
Oh,
No,
no.
not America.
Oh, I've never heard of this place.
Then you're a manifestation of us, so that's okay.
Yeah, I'm a manifestation of your imagination.
So honestly, when I was in the service, you know, it was the world. That was America. Everything else was whatever. But everybody says, "When are you going back to the world?"
Oh shit.
Real attitude.
Gonorrhea.
Gonorrhea.
Yeah.
I dated her back in the 80s.
She started it with those crabs.
Over in Thailand, they had legalized prostitution.
Oh boy, here we go.
No. Anyway, so one guy says, "Yeah, I'm really hanging out with this."
Paul would know.
He's clean. There's no problems about. He's always worried about something, you know. Oh, she's real good. So anyway, I go into the bathroom to take a shower. He says, "Hey, did you hear about Perry?" "No, what about Perry?" "Perry has the."
Oh shit.
Well, then he should be happy that he didn't get it on with a Thai lady boy.
Cool.
What? Unlucky.
Oh my.
God, the hate in this hangout is just invigorating.
Racist bastards, I tell
On
you.
the base radio, they gave out the numbers of who was caught with whatever, you know, because the women wore a badge with a number on it. The prostitute.
Yeah, man. Crazy hangout today. I believe this is. I believe this is about the third or fourth time that I've had an 8-hour fucking hangout, man.
Wow.
And you love every minute of it.
Yeah, he does.
Yes or no is the answer.
Yes or no, maybe so. I don't know.
I don't know. What is the answer?
Maximilian got really quiet.
Huh?
Maximilian?
Max, are you still here? Max.
He was never all here to begin with. So there's no problem.
Yeah, manifestation of your imagination.
No.
Oh.
Max.
Out of your choice.
Max, are you still here?
He OD'd.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Bury him or cremate him?
He's dead. Choked on his own vomit.
Well, what we can also do is just use his corpse for nefarious means on Halloween.
Yes, that's an idea.
Oh yes, and until then we can use the drive. What do you call it? The carpool lane. Yes.
There you go.
What is this, fucking Weekend at Bernie's or what?
That was a great movie.
Yeah.
I died on that.
Yeah, that was one of my favorites.
I mean, especially when they're out there in the boat and you're, thong! Thong! What the hell's that? Thong!
That's normal here in Biloxi. We do that all the fucking time.
I think you had the people, you know, if that happened, they'll go, it's a joke! Of course you fly apart. That's a joke!
I bet you Jeff, straps cats to his fucking drone and just flies that motherfucker and crashes it. Wow!
Jeff, I just want you to remember who says this shit to you.
Wow.
Yes, I cut up on you Southern boys, but remember the true hate comes from.
I look, Paul. I understand, sir. I understand. I understand who the real bastard is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, woman.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, where's my sandwich?
I don't know, in your refrigerator, perhaps?
The sandwich is up your ass, but you're so fucking loose you can't feel it.
Oh.
I'll get Milo. I'll message Milo Stewart. Maybe she can make you one.
Yeah. The thing is, like,
what is that thing?
We definitely need a woman in here to keep us.
Hey, you loosen up sometimes when somebody flies a fucking drone up your asshole.
Or you can ask Jeff to make you a special swastika sub.
Ooh, swastika sub.
That's a damn good
Fascist sandwich.
What the fuck was that?
Oh, shit.
You could get pieces of bologna or whatever meat you like and make little swastikas out of them.
Hey, and we made it in the oven, too.
I keep waiting for Robin to start making videos again, but I guess not.
A Nazi sandwich made with real German.
Oh.
I just had some lemon bologna. Remember that was called lemon,
right? Oh, man.
Oh, shit.
Next time I'll have a liverwurst, but I ate all that.
It's a good thing my father doesn't see these hangouts because he would fucking kill me.
I don't think it's a good thing then.
Oh, he would fucking kill me.
Why would he kill me?
Oh, you cannot make jokes like that.
Why can't you make jokes like that?
It's offensive.
Let's call him a freaking foreigner. Get his shit together.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Maria, get your family together. Call them a bunch of fucking stupid foreigners.
Yeah.
Then build a wall around them and make them pay for it.
We're not called ugly Americans because how we look.
Well, for me, yeah, but.
Oh, fuck, man.
We're just fuzzy little foreigners.
Oh, this fucking hangout went to hell real quick all of a sudden.
You went to hell in a handbasket.
Like, there was a time.
Once, this was a decent hangout. Then, the Fire Nation attacked.
No, your drugs wore off.
Oh. My drugs never wear off. I'm always high.
High on what is the question?
I try to give you an out, but no, you won't take it. That's your problem.
Well, what I'm high on is, pretty much the fumes that come out of my asshole because that drone is dissolving there.
God. Damn.
I would never fly my drone up your ass.
Oh.
Then whose drone was it yesterday? Oh, now I feel violated. Oh, goddamn.
You should be violated. What are you talking about?
I might just have to check if I have drone herpes.
Drone herpes?
Oh, shit.
What movie I should watch?
Oh, shit.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to cancel it out for this evening.
Already?
Yeah, it's been 8 hours, man.
Alright.
But I'll probably have another one in a couple of days as soon as I recoup.
Ooh.
But thanks to everybody for coming by. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Max, if you're still there. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Amaria.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
Lordy, I'm turning 40.
Lordy Jesus.
Wow, who's gonna pass out the collection plate now for me? This is the church. This is the Church of the Quiet Atheist.
I'm brokered 9 people in the welfare line. Fuck off.
Pass around the hat.
Yeah.
I got a collection plate. It's my PayPal account.
I was just about to say something racist, but I won't.
Say it.
Nigga, please.
Oh, yeah. I think it's only racist if there's a hard ER at the end, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Oh yeah, I guess so. Nigga, please.
No, don't get my fucking cheap back, motherfucker.
Too late.
All right, you cracker bastard.
Oh shit.
And I ain't a cracker either. I'm a Spaniard.
You as hokey as the day is goddamn long.
Hey, I'm Dutch.
Jeff, go get a pilot license, man. Shut the fuck up.
Don't change the subject. Don't move the goalpost. Don't make me get G-Man after your ass.
Oh, I'm so scared of G-Man. You know what? He will never talk to me because I don't have a big enough subscriber base.
Oh, he will talk to you one day.
When I have about 100,000 subscribers.
And when he does, you will be screaming, "Let it stop!"
Oh shit.
G-Man the other day was just expounding on the fact that he was on the Drunken Peasants show. He says, "I've been on that show. Have you?" And everybody's like, "Dumb motherfucker, they were making fun of you."
Right.
Yeah.
He only goes on there so he can get more subs, a fucker. And 90% of his audience is atheist anyway, so.
He doesn't believe that though.
Well, he can believe all what he wants. Doesn't change the fact, though.
It's like G-Man being on the show like, "I'm the baby daddy," featuring G-Man, and everybody's screaming at G-Man, "You're not the baby daddy." And G-Man says, "But I'm on the show." Like, what?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, man. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and take off. You guys have a good evening.
Yeah, hey, have a good night.
Why, you guys can hang out in here still if you want to, but I'm going to leave.
All right, buddy, you take care.
Yeah, take